depth. When its business was spiraling down.
So why do we so rarely see the dead themselves? The torn and shattered human bodies.
Manning lobs it. Burris alone. Touchdown, New York.
One car can change the world.
Just make a giant screen. A giant screen.
Now, we cannot allow a second Holocaust. Let's just make that very clear.
Oh, ready.
Good shot. Correct, Secretary.
Let's try to avoid nuance, Senator. Do you support gay marriage?
No.
But we also have to have a short-term fix, in my view, and long-term fixes. Let me just talk to you about one of the short-term fixes.
This is the way the world ends.
That's crazy.
Is that crazy? All right, I'm going to start the recording and try and get a natural starting point out.
No, my understanding is that he did a pretty comprehensive first four caucuses, which is something that not even Biden bothered to do, despite the fact that he got the most votes of any president in history, supposedly.
Supposedly. You know, I'd like to see that number for, like, after this next election, Donald Trump's total electoral votes over his career compared to career politicians.
Yeah, well, I mean, my understanding is that if you don't count the funny numbers from 4 in the morning, that he's the most, he actually is the guy who has been voted for most in history. But in both the 2016 and the 2020 election.
All right. So I guess I'm going to explain what's going on here. So I got this PowerPoint. Basically, I was talking to Crazy Man a couple months ago now about basically about US presidents, and that made me think I need to learn more about, like, the Obama election, how that happened and what its impact was. Oh, you remember that conversation? I'm sure you do.
The one where we listed the US presidents from most to least cringe.
No, that was a couple years ago. The one we were playing Battlefield more recently, like 2 months ago.
Oh yeah. Well, we were talking about Bill Clinton and
That's
how
true.
how few things policy he differs from Donald Trump. There were some critical differences, but the overall policy is more similar to Donald Trump in 2016.
Yeah. So I was thinking about naming this video something like "We Don't Remember Barack Obama." Not necessarily you, but maybe you. I don't know. But, like, as a generation, I don't know that people in their 20s now really have the perspective of what was going on, how did we end up here.
Sure.
So I have a lot of slides, basically. Starting with this one, which is the most slide ever. What at least people on the internet might think 2008 really looks like.
I appreciate the turtle coming out of the EMAC.
Yeah. It's definitely a wallpaper that totally would have existed in 2008.
Well, the EMAC was existed in 2008.
It definitely did. Yep. It's actually being phased out.
Oh man.
Yep. Very utopian nature nonsense computer effects. So here's my historical events that I mostly pulled from Wikipedia, and by mostly this might all be from Wikipedia, but see, we'd remember the Mississippi River Bridge collapse a little bit. Yeah, just a bunch of shootings that I don't really know much about. Killing spree. But Dow Jones Industrial Average hitting an all-time high. That's an interesting thing to happen. Just sort of at the beginning of what's considered the financial crisis. Not exactly sure how that happens. I'm not an economics expert.
I don't know. I mean, wouldn't it be similar to 2020 where the government bailed out a bunch of people and then the stock went up because they pumped it?
Could be.
That would be my guess.
They didn't really acknowledge that the recession had begun until after that, of course. Maybe the government was doing something to try and save things. Yeah.
Well, the government was the one who was subsidizing the housing market, so everybody should remember that.
Let's see. Anything worth mentioning? 2008 that won't come up again. Bill Gates stepping down from Microsoft. I mean, that was an interesting sign of, I guess, the way that company was going. GM layoffs. There were some major GM layoffs in 2008. American industry not actually at its strongest, apparently. I got this technology page. We can see what an actual Mac looked like in 2008.
Wow.
So we didn't have the, I don't think they had the fun blue ones this year at all. But I remember using a bunch of these in school. Yeah, the first Android phone, 2008 after the first iPhone in 2007. So this was the beginning of the devices that would bring social media into the hands of everyone at all times of the day. So
Awesome. And the
yeah,
iPhone 3G came out in 2008.
yeah, that was a pretty big event too. Not as maybe not as historically notable as the press conference where the first iPhone was unveiled, but the iPhone 3G probably had a larger cultural impact just because it was just a better device and a lot more people had it, I think.
No, well, my understanding was it was more affordable. My dad had one.
Yeah. No,
It
I
was
think
not
it's
nearly
really
as long as the first one.
I think it's really interesting how you look at these dates in the 2000s and there's all sorts of space stuff going on all the time. Like look at how many different space shuttle, space probe, spacecraft, like historical events happened in just 2007 and 2008.
That is pretty impressive.
Yeah, I think Barack Obama talked about austerity a little bit in his campaign, or at least in the debates, but honestly, it seems like the only place where austerity actually happened was the NASA budget.
So are these space shuttles, are these the launches?
Yeah, these are some launches, yeah.
Okay.
Got pop culture. Of course, the most important thing that happened in this era was the release of Halo 3.
Of course.
Of course. But no, video games were super strong. 2007, 2008. yeah, just if you want to really, I guess, put yourself into the shoes of you're being alive during 2007, 2008, and trying to, get back in that mindset, remember what was going on, Transformers by Michael Bay, probably some of the best CGI action movie stuff going on right then. Hatsune Miku first hit the internet, and I didn't realize that was a 2007 thing. I guess I wasn't sure when Hatsune Miku came out, but I didn't think it was 2007. And
I'd also say the Call of Duty World at War came out in 2008.
that's a good one. I'm surprised that one didn't make the list that I was browsing. But yeah, World at War
Yeah,
was a
it's
great
the
game.
greatest hits of all, some of the greatest hits of all time. That's for sure.
Yeah. So sort of pivoting from the lists, we have, or I pulled together some America's Values 2008. These are Pew Research graphs, basically. You just see from 1987 to 2012, and then hitting 2007, 2008 on the way. Just in that graph all the way to the left, some pretty fast changes to our cultural views here. Just on gender roles, on homosexuality, on blacks and whites dating, just a very steep drop of, I guess, the traditional opinions. Skepticism of government, that had been pretty much, not a straight line like the shifting social values on the left, but definitely some changes happening there. And then, we see this growing polarization going on, especially the later half of the Obama presidency. You can really see there's a lot of polarizing opinions going on there.
I like that skepticism of government went from a high during Reagan straight to the bottom with Clinton. That's awesome.
Yeah. Nothing to be skeptical there. Nothing to be skeptical of there. Yeah, so I know I invited you on to mostly comment in on social stuff. This is starting to get more into the, I guess, the issues, but feel free
I'll
to.
say for the economy.
Sure. So we got this graph here, the line that needs to go up, of course, the GDP, and we can see that from 2007 to 2008, the line did not go up, and that is a terrible thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, one thing that I should mention here is that for GDP, so is this GDP or it's percent change from, okay, it's percent change in real gross domestic product. None of these numbers are good. So in case anybody didn't know, like the 6% at the top, that's still terrible.
Yeah.
It's like really low growth for GDP. Like during the Industrial Revolution or other times of great growth, you would see, double digits. It's not usually, at least in my opinion, a good sign if it's below double digits, but for both the boom and the bust.
Okay. Yeah, so this basically became the main talking points of the 2008 elections. Both the Republican and the Democratic primaries, the campaigns, the debates, all very much focused on saving the GDP and saving the economy. And so that's why.
I just wanted to point that out because like the dip there was only at the maximum like 9%. Like people should seriously question why a 9% dip in GDP is enough to catastrophically cause the economy to crash.
Right. So I've decided to also pull together some other economic indicators. Here we have 15-year fixed rate mortgage averages. I know these definitely don't paint the whole picture of how the housing market was at the time, but you can kind of see it. The mortgage rates just sort of gradually, not steadily, but gradually went down from the early 90s to the early 2020s until it didn't. And we all know where they are now.
They're almost back.
What I mean by the mortgage rates here don't tell the full story is that in 2008, it was very difficult for families to sell a home. The market was essentially very, very full of fear, but it also had something to do with the banks and their practices when issuing mortgages. They were being very conservative with that, and that became a subject of debate in the 2012 elections. That the Obama administration had made it too difficult in response to the financial crisis for families to apply for a mortgage. And that really had a strong effect on a lot of families. There were a lot of families who could not sell their house. It was on the market for years. And so that's what I'm talking about.
Back
Yeah.
to 2008.
And then we have nominal and adjusted for inflation median household income starting from 2000, so not going as far back as the other data points. So if you look at 2008, 2009, that's actually highlighted red there. What do you say?
I said it's crazy that it's almost the same if you adjust for inflation, at least according to that chart.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's actually pretty steady. There was a little drop after the recession officially, apparently. Just throughout pretty much Obama's entire presidency compared to where it was before. Looking at that peak and the trough there, 67 to 74, so like $7,000 a year. That's pretty considerable. But then it makes its way back up. At least according to this figure for adjusting for inflation. According to this data, of course, there wasn't much of a recession in 2020 either. And definitely no recession afterwards. Here we have some price changes starting at 2000 again. See, the price change is pretty steady. A lot of things going up, things that sort of look like they matter. Some things making their way down a little bit. Things like new cars and clothing are in blue, but towards the end there, they did start going up in price, becoming less affordable, I should say. You can see, all throughout the 2000s, a lot of technology became more accessible, whereas things like college tuition and healthcare did not at all, despite all the efforts coming from the government to make those things more accessible to people. that's an interesting thing to keep in mind. Just looking back on how these affordabilities changed while watching the presidential debates. A lot of pointing fingers at, oh, this is someone's fault, this is this party's fault, the other party's fault, that these things aren't affordable now, but we're going to change that. We're going to implement the economic policies that are going to make, healthcare affordable to everyone, college tuition affordable to everyone. And, there is one item, college textbooks, which seem to plateau after growing very quickly for a while. Other than that, you don't really see any of these necessary expenses becoming more affordable. At least based on this data.
Amazing performance of government programs.
There is some data that makes things like the Affordable Care Act look better than this data does, but just based off of this more expensive versus more affordable, when adjusted for inflation, it doesn't look very good. We had some demographic shifts through the 2000s. The population overall did grow a bit, but the biggest change was the increase of Hispanic population share of the United States. I found it quite interesting that this website gives you the option to hide Hispanic ethnicity. It's interesting
It's an
that someone would want
outlier
to do that.
in the data. As you can see by far how man.
Yeah,
It's
I
pretty
mean,
big.
to give them the benefit of the doubt, there are some years where that data isn't available, but I don't know. Then we have the good old population pyramid that everyone has seen. I don't know that I'm more qualified than anyone else to say what's going on here, but you can see that the population is a little bit older in 2008 than it was in 1990. And you can sort of see where the baby boom is on that chart, making its way north. And then you can also see, as far as demographic changes go, that the population grew in certain areas and decreased in others. See that strip going right through the center of the West there, through the Dakotas down to Texas, where people seem to have been fleeing. But the coasts and, interestingly, Nevada grew quite a bit. Nevada and Colorado. I don't know, maybe that has something to do with, that could be Hispanic immigration in the area, that could be Mormons. I don't know. I'd like to reemphasize for this slide, what we see here is a population movement from rural areas to urban areas. So in the middle of the country there, in that orange area, there's a lot of rural communities. There really aren't any significant cities to speak of. You can probably find them by looking for the light green splotches in that area. Because even in places like the South, places like the Midwest, what you see is dark green and light green spots in the cities, in the suburbs. It's the same trend that you see along the coast. The one exception, you don't see very much dark green in California. Moving on to more social demographics. See, there's a difference in religious attendance through the 2000s. The biggest change is in the seldom, never group in that first chart on the left. The people attending weekly or more goes down just a little bit. people going down monthly, yearly, just a little bit, but seldom and never picks up all of that data, all those numbers. Let's see, what else was I going to point out here?
Oh, it's almost a third of the population.
It is, yeah. The point of this green chart on the left is that it demonstrates that the seldoms and the nevers, when put together for the 2021 to 2023 averages, actually add up to more than 50%, which is a significant development, to say the least. It's actually broken down into two different categories, probably because the rates have gotten so high. If you compare that to the data set on the left from 2003 to 2012, yes, there is a growth of the seldom to never group, but it's going from 25% to 29%. That's a 4% increase. That's absolutely nothing compared to the increase we've seen from the end of this data set. So from 2012 to about 10 years later, 2021 to 2023, that jumped from 29% to 51% of combining the data for the seldoms plus the nevers. And you can see on the second half of the green chart that breakdown of the 2000 to 2003, 2011 to 2013, 2021 to 2023, that change in the number of people who actually are attending service of losing a 12% over the entire 2000s, so from 2000 to 2023. And you can see that there was a drop of 4% between essentially the 2000, 2003 to 2011, 2013. So in this time period that we're mostly talking about here, leading up to the 2008 election, there was that 4% drop. But from 2011, so around the time of when in the middle of the Obama presidency, essentially, before he took office for a second term, down to 2023, 2021, 2023, so close to today, that was a significant drop of about 8% weekly church attendance. Here you see sort of the trends in the Christian denominations, at least in bulk. There's nothing like Mormons or whatnot on here, but you see Catholics were pretty steady.
Have been going up.
What?
So my understanding is that the Mormons have been going up in the world.
Yeah.
They're the largest denomination, as far as I'm aware. They're in mostly foreign countries.
Yeah. Crazy man meant to say Catholic and not Mormon here. Catholicism is the largest religion worldwide. And so you see the Protestants losing 11% over this era from 1972 to 2010. So that's a longer trend than most of the data we've been looking at. And all of that pretty much is going to the nuns. And then I do know what the interesting observation about this chart was. And that is that I looked as hard as I could to find any sort of poll that related to any sort of LGBT or homosexual identification, and nothing started before 2012. That has a lot to say about how much our culture has changed since 2008, since 2012, I suppose. And you can really see those numbers in 2021. That's a crazy jump compared to previous years.
Right. Well, I suspect that if we're starting at 3% of a population, that any polling before that would have been incredibly difficult, because that's with like 3% is probably within the margin of error for a lot of these. I mean, like plus minus 3% would be like pretty good statistics. So,
Right.
like being within that would be non-detectable by data standards.
Well, speaking of 3% being non-detectable by data standards, we have the this graph for transgender identification. This doesn't even go back to 2012. It starts at somewhere between 0 and 1% in 2014. And, by the time Obama was out of office, it was still less than 1%.
Between 0 and 1%, how did they even... You have to have like a lot of people in a study to be able to get that number confidently.
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea how they get this number. I mean,
I
it
guarantee it,
says,
they probably did not do that. Most of these polls, they poll about 1,000 people at the most.
well, it doesn't look like it was from a poll. It looks like the CDC gathered this through some sort of program. The behavioral risk factor surveillance system. That's a interesting name of a data set.
What is that, like a suicide prevention system?
Something like that.
I don't know, just what it sounds like.
I mean, that would make a lot of sense knowing
That would track.
what they're known for, yeah. We have growing drug abuse from 1999 to 2015. Yeah, I don't see any sort of remarkable things to mention in this data.
Notice that the prescription ones are the most common.
Yeah, I guess they do seem to want us to pay attention to the fact that the illicit drug use was relatively stable up until 2011 by this data.
Do you have the charts on the antidepressant usage? Because my understanding is that somewhere around this time period is one that spiked, especially in women.
No, I don't have a chart for that. That'd be an interesting
Yeah.
one.
I've seen other presentations that go into depth about that.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
around the
you can
turn of a
definitely see the
century.
prescription drug use. That seems to outpace the growth in illicit drug use from 2006 to like 2010, 2011. So I assume that's mostly opioids and antidepressants and stuff. I mean, yeah, this is just use on in this number. These numbers being shown, but the drug overdose deaths, as you can see in the name of the chart, are rising over this era. One of them, this graph here is actually the rising trend of overdose deaths. These numbers are overdose deaths, not illicit drug use. And it shows a rise from 2011 until 2015 after a few years of relative stability. This next slide here, I uncovered the chart that actually was the rates of substance dependence, and it shows relatively stable numbers from 2002 to 2013. Main things in the American mind at the time was the Iraq War. This is behind the economy. Issue number 2 of all the presidential debates, the primaries, the actual elections. This is basically the number one talking point for the Republicans, with the economy really, I guess it's really tied. And I think the war, or the Iraq war, is more debated now than whatever economic policies people were talking about in 2008. So yeah, this is kind of a crazy war with a crazy history. I was kind of confused going into it because I didn't understand that there were so many Iraq wars. Because there was the Persian Gulf War in 1990, Operation Desert Fox 1998, which apparently wasn't a war. Then there's the Iraq War from 2003 to about 2011. And then there was the war in Iraq, which was apparently after the Iraq War and different from the Iraq War. And that was primarily against ISIS.
I mean, there was also the Iran-Iraq war
Right.
started in the 80s. That we weren't in, well, I would say that we weren't involved in that, but we basically gave all of the military equipment that Iran used to Iran.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to make the claim that the United States wasn't involved in something when it's geopolitics. Um, but yes, that was another war that was in Iraq. I don't believe we fully acknowledged the contents of these figures, so I'm going to go over it again. Before the war, it reads, the majorities in both parties believes that the falsehood that Saddam Hussein had aided the 9/11 terror attacks on the United States. So we have both Democrats and Republicans supporting the belief that Saddam Hussein was involved in 9/11. So that this isn't the claim that the Al-Qaeda presence in Iraq has something to do with 9/11. It's the claim that Saddam Hussein himself has something to do with 9/11. This is the view that was put forward by the Bush administration, by President Bush specifically. He pushed very heavily for the CIA to come up with evidence of this, as well as evidence that Iraq was manufacturing new weapons of mass destruction that would justify the United States' further involvement in the region, in Iraq. He tried very hard to get the CIA to produce the reports that he wanted so that he could present to the United Nations the United States' justification for their involvement in Iraq, for the Iraq War. And eventually the CIA did produce these documents, to the best of my understanding. But the United Nations, when they went in to investigate, they never found any sort of weapons of mass destruction. And I believe it's the accepted narrative now that these weapons of mass destruction and the intent to manufacture more of them never existed. This was all just made up by the Bush administration as a justification to go into Iraq. I also want to acknowledge the picture in the background. The second gray head, the one sort of whispering into President Bush's ear, that is Tony Blair of the United Kingdom. And they were our sole supporter in, I believe they were the sole supporter of the Iraq War, whereas we had larger NATO supports for the Persian Gulf War in 1990. I also need to clarify my point about the economic crisis here. Up until about the time of the Lehman Brothers bank runs and the government formally acknowledging the existence of an economic crisis, none of the candidates in the primaries were talking about an economic crisis. None of them were talking about the need to cut down on the national budget for austerity. This only became an issue for the presidential candidates once it became an issue for the government and the American people. Early on in the campaign, so during these first primary debates that I'm featuring here, the candidates don't talk about an economic crisis. They don't recognize an economic crisis, and the Iraq War is the current issue of the day. So that's sort of the end of part one, sort of setting the scene and trying to immerse yourself into 2007, 2008, what it was actually about at the time. Do you have anything else to add about that?
Not really. I think I've been the crazy man, and
The crazy man.
I'm gonna dip because as I have done what has been asked.
Sounds good.
All
Thanks
right,
for
man.
coming on. Yeah.
No, you bet.
So that's sort of the end of part one, sort of setting the scene and trying to immerse yourself into 2007, 2008, what it was actually about at the time. Do you have anything else to add about that?
Not really. I think I've been the crazy man, and
The crazy man.
I'm gonna dip because as I have done what has been asked.
Sounds good.
All
Thanks
right, man.
for coming on. Yeah.
No, you bet.
All right, so now I am on my own to talk about the presidential elections timeline. So, I mean, this is 2008 election, so we all know that Barack Obama won. He ran against John McCain, and really the election was a response to the George W. Bush presidency and their mishandling of the economy and their mishandling or correct handling of the war in Iraq, or the Iraq War, whichever one it was. So yeah, this was also impacted by the American people's perspective on the Bill Clinton administration. He was quite popular, although you can see here that he didn't actually win a majority of what exactly is measured here. I think that's the plurality. Although he's not marked as not winning something, you can see he's below that 50% line. Third parties taking a sizable cut of those elections compared to the next election cycles. Yeah, people seem to really like Bill Clinton. He was sort of a moderate figure, at least in memory. He was remembered for being, despite being a Democrat, he was good on the economy. So people liked him a lot for that. This election, of course, you have the Republican Party, the Democratic Party, no serious third party contenders. The Democratic Party being, largely the same party that has been around since the days of Andrew Jackson. You can see here since the 1828 election. A very long-lasting party, although I don't know that you could really say that it stands for the same things that it stood for back then. I think if you look at, say, the Wilson administration, you might find a pretty strong shift in really what the party stands for at that point. It became, in my opinion, a little bit socialist, but I haven't fully researched the Wilson administration nearly as much as I've been researching the Obama administration for this video. So I would like to do that at some point. I would just want to look into that election more because look at it, it's crazy. That third party, the Bull Moose Party, taking up such a large share of the votes, that's pretty much unprecedented. There's no other election cycle like that one. And then if you look at the 1824 elections, I think that's also a really interesting season that I would want to do more research on. That also very different from the results that we typically see looking later on in this chart. Well, I'm mentioning elections that I find interesting. I figured I'd bring up the election of 1832, which I think is the only election where the anti-Masonic party took any states, or any electoral votes. So that was a third party which ran against both Andrew Jackson in the Democratic Party, and then Henry Clay and John Floyd in the defunct National Republican and Nullifiers parties. So moving on to the 2008 Democratic primaries. Let me hide that real quick. Yeah, these were pretty interesting. They really show, just how much of a shifting culture we have today. Not only do the Democratic candidates hold very different positions than you'd expect Democratic candidates to be holding today, particularly on things like gay marriage, but everyone just seems very excited about this whole YouTube thing. There's no sort of scrutiny of, are people going to use this technology to promote fake news? Are people going to post hateful opinions on this platform because they have too much freedom here? It's all just a very good vibes, not taking things too seriously sort of primary. So I'd like to get into this video here and just show a few of the highlights, if I can, if it'll let me. Come on now.
Now the Democratic presidential candidates debate, hosted by CNN and YouTube yesterday.
Come on now. There you go. I'm going to try and play as much of the important stuff as I can, and hopefully not get this taken down. Hopefully putting the GoPro in front is going to help with that. And so, yeah, so they have this maybe it's not, it's kind of cool.
Good evening and welcome, and thank you very much, Chris, for that introduction. We are coming to you tonight from the Citadel, the military college of South Carolina. This is the CNN YouTube debate. This is the first debate of the presidential election season, sponsored by the Democratic National Night. It was pretty easy, though, to eliminate some of the questions. And since we're, as you can imagine, since we're doing this again September 17th with the Republican candidates, we thought we'd show you some of the videos and the questions you're not going to see tonight and why. Let's watch.
Greetings. I am Bjorn Svensson.
Dressing up in costume was probably not the best way to get taken seriously. Nothing against costumes, mind you. It's just kind of distracting. And yes, I'm talking about you, Chicken Lady.
God bless America. I'm Timothy.
We saw a lot of kids making videos, and that was really great. This boy is from South Carolina. We loved his enthusiasm.
Most scientists say that when I'm about your age, half the species on Earth will go extinct.
But we also noticed a lot of people seem to use their kids to ask adult questions.
Will Social Security be there for my generation?
Does a 5-year-old really care about Social Security?
How are you going to fix it?
Just because a video was popular online doesn't mean you'll see it tonight. The most viewed video question on YouTube was this one.
What are your thoughts on a recent poll suggesting that 88% of Californians elected Governor Schwarzenegger in hopes that a cyborg of his nature could stop a future nuclear war?
Yeah. So we all know that Arnold Schwarzenegger is a cyborg, so there's no need to waste time actually asking the candidates that question. We also eliminated, we think, any attempt to stuff the ballot box, so to speak. We noticed that one campaign made an excellent effort to try to get a particular question.
I'm going to skip to the next thing that I see as a highlight. So, yeah, there wasn't anything particularly interesting the first like 9 minutes besides this little video, but I picked out some points, some important debate points in my opinion, that the Democratic candidates went over, and then some points where I thought individual candidates sort of showed their character more strongly than when asked other debate questions. So I'm going to look for, yeah, so Mike Gravel and Obama sort of clashed on this question about Barack Obama's corruption. I thought that was kind of interesting, so I'm going to look for that.
Yeah. I have a question for Hillary Clinton. Mrs. Clinton, how would you define the word liberal? And would you use this word to describe yourself? Thank you.
Hillary Clinton.
No, Rob,
It's asking if
you know, it is a word that originally meant that you were for freedom, that you were for the freedom to achieve, that you were willing to stand against big power and on behalf of the individual. Unfortunately, in the last 30, 40 years, it has been turned up on its head, and it's been made to seem as though it is a word that describes big government, totally contrary to what its meaning was in the 19th and early 20th century. I prefer the word progressive, which has a real American meaning, going back to the progressive era at the beginning of the 20th century. I consider myself a modern progressive, someone who believes strongly in individual rights and freedoms, who believes that we are better as a society when we're working together, and when we find ways to help those who may not have all the advantages in life get the tools they need to lead a more productive life for themselves and their families. So I consider myself a proud, modern American progressive, and I think that's the kind of philosophy and practice that we need to bring back to American politics.
So you wouldn't use the word liberal, you'd say progressive. Senator Gravel, are you a liberal?
I wouldn't use either word. Find a little better than that. We've had Zach ask about change. We're not going to see any change when these people get elected. We've asked about that we're united. We're not united. I'm not united on many of their views. And I want to take on Barack Obama for a minute, who said he doesn't take money from lobbyists. Well, he has 134 bundlers. Now, what does he think that is? And besides that, he has received money from a Robert Wolf, the head of the USB Bank in the United States, who raised $195,000 from this bank, wait a second, who has lobbyists in Washington, and it's a foreign-owned bank.
Senator Obama, I'm going to have to let you respond.
Absolutely. The fact is I don't take bank money, and I don't take lobbyist money. And
I think that's really interesting that in these debates you sort of see there's a guy off to the side, Mike Gravel in the case of the Democratic primaries, and then Ron Paul in the case of the Republican primaries, who they really just sort of exist to be that old guy who's not with the program. He's accusing everyone else on stage of sort of being the problem, being the enemy. In this case, he's going after future President Obama, and you know, I sort of feel like the only reason he's allowed to be on stage is so that Obama can sort of take him on and, you know, come out on top. Basically, he'll launch his accusations of fraud and taking foreign money at Obama, and Obama can be all composed and shut him down.
bundlers, the reason you know that who is raising money for me, Mike, is because I helped push through a law this past session to disclose that. And that's the kind of leadership that I've shown in the Senate. That's the kind of leadership that I showed when I was a state legislator. And that's the kind of leadership that I'll show as president.
We got to end it. That's the response. Right. That's very much. Our next question is for Senator Biden.
Hello. This question is for all of the candidates. Partisanship plays a major role in why nothing can get done in Washington today. All of you say you'll be able to work with Republicans Well, here's the
Okay,
test.
so yeah, this is probably
If you
Biden's
had
strongest
to pick
question
any
already.
Republican member of Congress or
Or at least the
Republican
most
governor
interesting one.
to be your running mate, who would it be?
At the risk of hurting his reputation, and it will hurt him, but I would pick Chuck Hagel, and I'd consider asking Dick Lugar to be Secretary of State. And I do have a record of significant accomplishment. The crime bill, which became known as the Clinton crime bill, was written by Joe Biden, the Biden crime bill. That required me to cross over, get everyone together. No one's civil liberties were in any way jeopardized. We put 100,000 cops in the street, violent crime came down. The Violence Against Women Act, what we did in Bosnia, and so on. So I have a track record of being able to cross over and get things done. And
in 2008, Joe Biden was the moderate figure. He was the guy, he was reaching across the aisle, he was hard on crime, he was good on foreign policy, he was strong in foreign policy. Basically, like the progressive conservative, if that makes any sense. You know, he was just politically strong individual. At least that's how he presented himself. Yeah, just a really interesting that the guy who was the moderates, the guy who was sort of, I guess people would call him like a dino, and then he became sort of the most progressive puppet presidents that we've ever had.
by the way, if you want to end all this money, support my effort to have public financing of all elections.
Let's stay on the topic. Senator Edwards, any Republicans?
Actually, I think Chuck Hagel is a good choice. But if you listen to these questions, they all have exactly the same thing, which is how do we bring about big change? And I think that's a fundamental threshold question. And the question is, do you believe that compromise, triangulation will bring about big change? I don't. I think the people who are powerful in Washington, big insurance companies, big drug companies, big oil companies, they are not going to negotiate. They are not going to give away their power. The only way that they're going to give away their power is if we take it away from them. And I have been standing up to these people my entire life. I have been fighting them my entire life in court.
Chris Dodd.
Senator, I have to ask, what's with the white hair?
I don't know why you bring that up. Bill Richardson, Hillary, Joe Biden, and I, we're all about the same age. I don't think the white hair is an issue.
Well, how did you get the white hair?
Hard work, I suppose. For example, it took me 7 years to pass the Family and Medical Leave Act, and I helped end wars in Central America and bring peace to Northern Ireland. I'm ready to be president.
Uh-huh. Well, how many white hairs do you have?
Hundreds, thousands, I presume.
Really?
I'm Chris Dodd. Do we approve this message?
There you go.
Yeah, we got
nothing wrong with white hair.
Young person with white hair.
Yeah, sadly my age is catching up to my hair. Almost 50%.
Seconds, they go over their first real social issue. So I'm going to bring that up.
Change for everybody to hear.
Our next question is on a topic that got a lot of response from YouTube viewers. Let's watch.
Hi, my name's Mary. My name is Jen. And we're from Brooklyn, New York. If you were elected President of the United States, would you allow us to be married to each other?
So it's really interesting for me to look back and see how
Congressman Kucinich
responds to this question.
Barry and Jen, the answer to your question is yes. And let me tell you why.
This is sort of a
Because if our Constitution really means what it says, that all are created equal, if it really means what it says, that there should be equality of opportunity before the law, then our brothers and sisters who happen to be gay, lesbian, bisexual, or transgendered should have the same rights accorded to them as anyone else, and that includes the ability to have a civil marriage ceremony. Yes, I support you, and welcome to a better and a new America under a President Kucinich administration.
I'd like to acknowledge Kucinich here, however you pronounce his name, probably making the first ever televised mention of transgenders. I'd also like to bring up here just how much narrative control there is going on. Although most of the candidates are reluctant to admit their support for gay marriage and even start going on about how they're informed by their Christian faith, being good Americans, saying what the founding fathers would have wanted them to say, of course. There's a lot of media narrative control going on here. The narrative is, or the discussion is, gay marriage, do you support it yet or not? The implication being that this is coming, and the question being, well, is this the president to bring it or not?
Senator Dodd, you supported the Defense of Marriage Act. What's your position?
I made the case, Anderson, that my wife and I have 2 young daughters, 5 and 2. I simply asked the audience to ask themselves the question that Jackie and I have asked. How would I want my 2 daughters treated if they grew up and had a different sexual orientation than their parents? Good jobs, equal opportunity to be able to retire, to visit each other, to be with each other, as other people do. So I feel very strongly, if you ask yourself the question, how would you like your children treated if they had a different sexual orientation than their parents, the answer is yes. They ought to have that ability in civil unions. I don't go so far as to call for marriage. I believe marriage is between a man and a woman. But my state of Connecticut, the state of New Hampshire, have endorsed civil unions. I strongly support that, but I don't go so far as marriage.
Civil unions, but not marriage. That is, I think later on in the slides, I have graphs showing that that was very much the dominant American opinion at the time, especially amongst the Democrats. Pretty much no one, especially no Republican, ever thought that full, legal marriage between homosexual couples was the right direction for the country to go. And, here we have on the debate stage one of the most progressive Democratic candidates saying no to gay marriage.
I would level with you. I would do what is achievable. What I think is achievable is full civil unions with full marriage rights. I would also press for you a hate crimes act in the Congress. I would eliminate don't ask, don't tell in the military. If we're going to have in our military men and women that die for this country, we shouldn't give them a lecture on their sexual orientation. I would push for domestic partnership laws, non-discrimination in insurance and housing. I would also send a very strong message that in my administration, I will not tolerate any discrimination on the basis of race, gender, or sexual orientation.
This next question is for Senator Edwards.
I'm Reverend Reggie Longcry. I'm the pastor of Exodus Missionary Outreach Church in Hickory, North Carolina. Senator Edwards said his opposition to gay marriage is influenced by his Southern Baptist background. Most Americans agree it was wrong and unconstitutional to use religion to justify slavery, segregation, and denying women the right to vote. So why is it still acceptable to use religion to deny gay Americans their full and equal rights?
I think Reverend Longcrier asks a very important question, which is whether, fundamentally, whether it's right for any of our faith beliefs to be imposed on the American people when we're President of the United States. I do not believe that's right. I feel enormous personal conflict about this issue. I want to end discrimination. I want to do some of the things that I just heard Bill Richardson talking about, standing up for equal rights, substantive rights, civil unions, the things that Chris Dodd just talked about. I think that's something everybody on this stage will commit themselves to as President of the United States. But I personally have been on a journey on this issue. I feel enormous conflict about it. As I think a lot of people know, Elizabeth spoke out, my wife Elizabeth spoke out a few weeks ago, and she actually supports gay marriage. I do not. But this is a very, very difficult issue for me, and I recognize and have enormous respect for people who have a different view of it.
Should also point out that the Reverend is actually in the audience tonight. Where is he? Right over here. Reverend, do you feel he answered your question?
Well, this question was just a catalyst that promoted some other things that wrapped around that particular question, especially when it comes to fair housing practices. Also,
do you think he answered the question, though?
Not like I would like to have heard it.
What did you not hear?
I didn't quite get, some people were moving around, and I didn't quite get all of his answer. I just heard
30 seconds more. Why is it okay to quote religious beliefs when talking about why you don't support something? That's essentially what's his question.
It's not. I mean, this was. I've been asked a personal question, which is, I think, what Reverend Longcrier is raising. And that personal question is, do I believe and do I personally support gay marriage? The honest answer to that is I don't. But I think it is absolutely wrong, as President of the United States, for me to have used that faith basis as a basis for denying anybody their rights. And I will not do that when I am President of the United States.
Senator Obama, the laws banning interracial marriage in the United States were ruled unconstitutional in 1967. What is the difference between a ban on interracial marriage and a ban on gay marriage?
Well, I think that it is important to pick up on something that was said earlier by both Dennis and by Bill, and that is that we've got to make sure that everybody is equal under the law. And the civil unions that I proposed would be equivalent in terms of making sure that all the rights that are conferred by the state are equal for same-sex couples as well as for heterosexual couples. Now, with respect to marriage, it's my belief that it's up to the individual denominations to make a decision as to whether they want to recognize marriage or not. But in terms of
that's basically the case.
The rights of people to transfer property, to have hospital visitation, all those critical civil rights that are conferred by our government, those should be equal.
We're going to take a quick break, but before we go, we're going to show another candidate video. This one is from the Clinton campaign, and then when we come back from the break, we'll see one from the from Senator Edwards' campaign.
For the civil unions.
So the next talking point looks like it's health insurance. Let's see. Yeah, so there's the Clinton video and the Edwards video. So that must be the Clinton video. They talk about Sudan coming up. So that's Hillary Clinton's highlight. What time was that? 35:25. So I'm going to skip to there.
Got a lot of international questions. Let's listen.
I'm Gabriel.
I'm Yunlin.
And I'm Connie from a refugee camp near Darfur.
Before you answer this question, imagine yourself the parent of one of these children. What action do you commit to that will get these children back home to a safe Darfur and not letting it be yet another empty promise?
Governor Richardson, what are you going to do? Would you commit American troops?
I was at that refugee camp, and there was a refugee, a woman who came up to me. She'd been raped, her husband had been killed, and she said, when is America going to start helping? This is what I would do. It's diplomacy. It's getting UN peacekeeping troops and not African Union troops. It's getting China to pressure Sudan. It's getting the European Union to be part of economic sanctions in Sudan. It's called leadership. A no-fly zone, I believe, would be an option. But we have to be concerned about humanitarian workers being hurt by planes being shot. The answer here is caring about Africa. The answer here is not just thinking of our strategic interests as a country as oil and Europe and the Middle East. It should be Africa, Asia, and Latin America doing something about poverty, about AIDS, about refugees, about those that have been left behind.
We can't send troops there. Where we can, America must. Why Darfur? Because we can. We should now. Those kids will be dead by the time the diplomacy is over. I'm not joking. I've been to that camp. I walked through that camp. You know what happened when I landed? When I landed and the dust settled, a young African aid worker came up to me and he looked at me and he said, thank you. Thank you, America, for coming. You don't understand. They don't understand. They think we can save them. And guess
United States of America, as Joe says, wants to go in, but the African nations don't want us there. What's the message? They're afraid of us. They're flat afraid of us. And if you'll permit me, since I haven't got as much time as the others.
Actually, no, you got to answer just directly the question.
Thank you very much, Anderson.
Senator Clinton, do you agree with Senator Biden? American troops should go to Darfur?
I agree completely that what we need to do is start acting instead of talking. That means accelerating the United Nations peacekeeping forces along with the African Union. It means moving more quickly on divestment and sanctions on the Sudanese government, including trying to use the diplomacy to get China involved. And finally, it does mean a no-fly zone. We can do it in a way that doesn't endanger humanitarian relief.
What about American troops on the ground?
I think NATO has to be there with the no-fly zone, and I think that Only the United States can provide the logistical support and the airlift to make a no-fly zone and the actual delivery of humanitarian aid work.
Just in the spirit of trying to get at the answer, that means no American ground troops?
American ground troops, I don't think, belong in Darfur at this time. I think we need to focus on the United Nations peacekeeping troops and the African Union troops. We've got to figure out what we're doing in Iraq, where our troops are stretched thin, and Afghanistan, where we're losing the fight to al-Qaeda and bin Laden.
Okay, I want to talk about Iraq tonight. Before we do, I just want to put a picture up on the screen.
A very contentious point.
That's United States Marine Corps First Lieutenant Shane Childers. He was a 2001 graduate of this college, the Citadel. March 21st, 2003, it was just after sunrise, and Lieutenant Childers and his platoon were on a mission to capture an oil pumping station from Iraqi soldiers before the Iraqi soldiers could destroy it. During the operation, a stray bullet hit him just below his body armor. Lieutenant Childers became the first U.S. serviceman to die inside Iraq in Operation Iraqi Freedom. In all, 12 Citadel graduates have died in either Afghanistan or Iraq since September.
American people didn't expect us to give them a democratic version of...
So, Senator Dodd, you're in the Congress. What about it? You've been in power 7 months now. Nothing's...
program here that in 6 months. Policy. That has to change in this country.
The question, though, is, are the Democrats playing politics?
There's a big difference on Iraq between me and the senators, and here's where it is. The lives of our young troops are more important than George Bush's legacy. This is where I stand. I believe we should bring all the troops home by the end of this year, in 6 months, with no residual forces. No residual forces. This is critically important. 100 American troops are dying every month. And this war is a quagmire. It's endless. And the time has come to bring the troops home. No politics. Get it done.
The next question is for Senator Gravel.
My name is John. I'm from West Virginia.
Let's listen.
My name is Tony Fuller from Wellston, Ohio, and I was wondering if the candidates feel women should register for the draft when they turn 18. Why or why not?
Should women register for selective service when they turn 18 like men do currently? Senator Dodd?
Well, yeah, I think they should in a sense. I'm opposed to a draft. I think if you're going to have registration, it ought to be across lines here. You don't just ask one gender to do their responsibility. So in my view, that would be the fair thing to do. I happen to believe, by the way, Anderson, and taking the question here a bit further, and it's a good question that Tony has raised, I'm an advocate of universal national service, not by mandating it, but one of the things I'm missing in our country is the shared experience. I served in the National Guard, I served in the Reserves, I served in the Peace Corps in Latin America back in the 60s here. I want to see every American given the opportunity to serve their country in some way. I think we need to do more of that in the United States today. Elections ought to be more than just about a series of issues, but the shared experiences of service. So important that every American have that opportunity is something I strongly advocate and would advocate as president.
Senator Clinton, do you think women should register for selective service?
Military has performed
just putting so much emphasis on the shared experience of the American people.
Of women in Iraq and Afghanistan.
That's not really an idea that
I
think has come up anytime
women
recently.
should register. I doubt very much that
we'll ever have to go back to a draft, but I think it is fair to call upon every young American. And I agree completely with Chris. We've got to look for more ways for universal national service. I've introduced legislation for a public service academy that would be patterned on great institutions like the Citadel and our military academies, because we've got to get young people back into public service. And the other night we had a provision in our bill that we passed to have people who go into public service have their student loans deferred and even forgiven. We need to do more to support public service.
Senator Obama, should women register for selective service?
You know, a while back we had a celebration in the Capitol for the Tuskegee Airmen, and it was extraordinarily powerful because it reminded us there was a time when African Americans weren't allowed to serve in combat, and yet when they did, not only did they perform brilliantly, but what also happened is they helped to change America, and they helped to underscore that we're equal. And I think that if women are registered for service, not necessarily in combat roles, and I don't agree with the draft, I think it will help to send a message to my two daughters that they've got obligations to this great country as well as boys do.
Senator Edwards?
Anyone who has any question about whether women can serve this country honorably in the military should meet Tally Parham, who's sitting with my wife Elizabeth down there. She flew fighter jets, F-16s, into the first 15 minutes of the war in Iraq. Flew over Baghdad. She put her life at risk at the very beginning of the war. Anybody who has any question about whether women can serve courageously and honorably need to be women like Tally Parham.
Senator Gravel?
Well, of course, I want to take credit and admit that I'm the guy that filibustered for 5 months all by myself in the Senate to end the draft in the United States of America. And I'm very proud of that because George Bush does not have the boots on the ground to invade Iran. Thank you.
Do you think should women register?
Well, of course, women should be go into the draft. If we're going to have a draft, they should register also.
Okay.
What's the difference?
Thank you for your answer. Another video.
Hello, my name is John McAlpin. I'm a proud serving member of the United States military. I'm serving overseas. This question is to Senator Hillary Clinton. The Arab states and Muslim nations believe as women as being second-class citizens.
Would Hillary Clinton as a president?
If you're president of the United States, how do you feel that you would even be taken seriously by these states in any kind of talks, negotiations, or any other diplomatic relations?
Of course, the answer is no. They don't take Joe Biden
I feel that's a
seriously.
legitimate question.
Thank you, John, and thank you for your service to our country. You know, when I was First Lady, I was privileged to represent our country in 82 countries. I have met with many officials in Arabic and Muslim countries. I've met with kings and presidents and prime ministers and sheikhs and tribal leaders. And certainly in the last years during my time in the Senate, I have had many high-level meetings with presidents and prime ministers in Iraq, Afghanistan, Kuwait, Pakistan, and many other countries. I believe that there isn't much doubt in anyone's mind that I can be taken seriously. I believe that other countries have had women presidents and women prime ministers. There are several serving now in Germany and Chile and Liberia and elsewhere. And I have noticed that their compatriots on the world
I think
stage certainly
education is a really
take them
important
seriously.
issue for
I think that it is
presidential
it would be quite aproppriate to have a woman president deal with the Arab and Muslim countries on behalf of the United States of America.
Position
let's go to another
title,
YouTube video.
Actually is for the Department of Education.
In 1982,
I think that
Anwar
really
Sadat
can have
traveled
a
to
significant
Israel, a
influence
trip that resulted
on
in a peace
the
agreement that
direction
has
of our
lasted ever
country.
since.
Not just
in the spirit of that type
effects,
of bold
but
leadership,
a
would you be
lasting
willing
generational
to meet
effect.
separately, without precondition, during the
I don't need any more copyrighted material than is necessary just to get my points across here. Just to sort of share this piece of history. But yeah, there is a lot of pushback against No Child Left Behind at this
Left
point
Behind in
time.
your state, would you scrap it, revise it?
I would scrap it. It doesn't work. It is a law. It is not just an unfunded mandate, but the one-size-fits-all doesn't work. It doesn't emphasize teacher training. It doesn't emphasize disabled kids. It doesn't English learning kids don't get help. The worst thing it does is it takes districts and schools that are not doing well, takes their funds away, penalizes them. If a school is not doing well, we help that school. The last thing we need to do relating to teachers is the key to a good education in this country is a strong teacher. I would have a minimum wage for all our teachers, $40,000 per year, and I would emphasize science and math, and I would also bring to make sure our kids that are not scoring well in science and math, 29th in the world, to unlock those minds in science and math. I would have a major federal program of art in the schools, music, dancing, sculpture, and the arts.
Senator Biden, everyone on this stage who was in Congress in 2001 voted for No Child Left Behind. Would you scrap it or revise it?
It was a mistake. I remember talking with Paul Wellstone at the time, and quite frankly, the reason I voted for it against my better instinct is I have great faith in Ted Kennedy, who is so devoted to education. But I would scrap it. I guess theoretically you could do a major overhaul, but I think I'd start from the beginning. You need better teachers, you need smaller classrooms, you need to start kids earlier. It's all basic. My wife's been teaching for 30 years. She has her doctorate in education. She comes back and points out how it's just not working. The bottom line here is that I would fundamentally change the way in which we approach this.
Our next question comes from South Carolina.
Hey, I'm Mike Green from Lexington, South Carolina, and I was wanting to ask all the nominees whether they would send their kids to public school or private school.
Question is public school or private school? We know Senator Clinton sent your daughter to private school. Senator Edwards, Obama, and Biden also sent your kids to private school. Is that correct?
No.
No?
No, it's not correct.
Okay. There we go.
I've had 4 children, and all of them have gone to public school. I've got 2 kids who are actually here with me in Charleston tonight. 2 kids, Emma Claire and Jack, just finished the 3rd grade in public school in North Carolina, and Jack just finished the 1st grade in public school in North Carolina.
Senator Clinton?
And Chelsea went to public schools, kindergarten through 8th grade, until we moved to Washington. And then I was advised, and it was unfortunately good advice, that if she were to go to a public school, the press would never leave her alone because it's a public school. So I had to make a very difficult decision.
Senator
But we're
Obama?
very pleased she was in public schools in Little Rock.
Senator Obama?
My kids have gone to the University of Chicago lab school, a private school, because I taught there, and it was 5 minutes from our house, so it was the best option for our kids. But the fact is that there's some terrific public schools in Chicago that they could be going to. The problem is that we don't have good schools, public schools, for all kids. A U.S. Senator can get his kid into a terrific public school. That's not the question. The question is whether or not ordinary parents who can't work the system are able to get their kids into a decent school, and that's what I need to fight for and will fight for as President of the United States.
Do you want to ask this question of everyone? Senator Biden?
My kids did go to private school. It's because right after I got elected, my wife and daughter were killed. I had 2 sons who survived. My sister was the head of the history department. She was helping me raise my children at Wilmington Friends School. When it came time to go to high school, when they had come through their difficulties, I'm a practicing Catholic. It was very important to me they go to a Catholic school, and they went to a Catholic school. My kids would not have gone to that school were it not for the fact my wife and daughter were killed and my 2 children were under the care of my sister, who drove them to school every morning.
Congressman Kucinich?
My daughter Jackie went to the Columbus Public Schools and got a great education, and I want to make sure that that commitment that sent her to public school is a commitment that will cause all American children to be able to go to great public schools.
Senator Gravel?
My children went to public school and private school, and I'd recommend that we need a little bit of competition in our system of education. Right now, we have 30% of our children do not graduate from high school. That is abominable, and that's the problem of both parties.
In, they switch the topic to global.
My daughter goes to the public school, as a preschool, kindergarten. But I want to come back to the No Child Left Behind, because I think remedying this, and I understand the applause here, accountability is very important. This is one country. We've got to have the best prepared generation of Americans that we've ever produced in our educational system. No other issue, in my view, is as important as this one here. And getting the No Child Left Behind law right is where we have to focus our attention here, so that we have resources coming back to our states. You measure growth in a child, you invest in failing schools, but I would not scrap it entirely. Accountability is very important in this country. We ought not to abandon that idea.
Let's try to stay on the topic. The next question comes from Pennsylvania.
Serious topic here.
Hi, my name is Ann, and I work at a Planned Parenthood in Pennsylvania. My question is, we here at Planned Parenthood support comprehensive sex education, and I'd like to know if any of you, as candidates, have talked to your children about sex and used medically accurate and age-appropriate information.
Senator Edwards?
Well, Elizabeth and I have had sort of an unusual experience for parents, because Elizabeth likes to say that she was made a member of AARP when she was pregnant with Jack, our last child. We've had 4 children. Our 2 youngest children are now 9 and 7. So we've been through the whole experience, including kids who've grown up.
But
yes, the answer is we've taught our younger children when they were young how to look for the signs of wrong touching, any kind of what would be sexual abuse, inappropriate touching. And we've taught our children as they got older, all, I think using medically appropriate terms, all that they needed to know to be properly educated.
Senator Obama, Mitt Romney has accused you this week of saying that 5-year-old children should be getting sex education. Is he right?
At this point is very far from there.
Ironically, this was actually a proposal that he himself said he supported when he was running for governor of Massachusetts. Apparently he forgot. It makes the exact point that John made. I've got a 9-year-old daughter and a 6-year-old daughter, and I want them to know if somebody is doing something wrong to them, encroaching on their privacy, that they should come talk to me or my wife. We've had that conversation, but not every parent is going to have that conversation with their child, and I think it's important that every child does to make sure that they're not subject to sexual predators.
All right, now time for something completely different.
Hey, my name's Jackie Bro.
And I'm Dunlap.
Yeah, we're from Red State Update.
Murfreesboro, Tennessee.
I think the idea they're trying to slip into the consciousness of the viewers there is, we gotta in order to protect your children from predators, the government has to take over on teaching sexual morality. It's a very sort of a subversive point they're making there.
Anybody have their feelings hurt here? Anybody no? You're all right about that?
Anderson,
Yeah.
I think the people of Tennessee just had their feelings hurt.
They can take it out with Jackie. We're not going to talk about Al Gore tonight, but we are going to talk about something that he talks a lot about. That's what our next question's about.
Hello, Democratic candidates. I've been growing concerned that global warming
Move away from reliance on oil and coal and towards reliance on wind and solar. And Anderson, that's the basis of my WGA, a Works Green administration, where we take an entirely new approach to organize the entire country around sustainability, around conservation. We don't have to have our snowmen melting, and the planet shouldn't be melting either.
Are the people on the stage, are your fellow candidates, are they green enough?
No. And I think that the reason is that if you support, for example, in Iraq, if you say that Iraq should privatize its oil for the U.S. oil companies, then what you're doing is you're continuing a commitment to use more oil. If you believe that all options should be put on the table with respect to Iran, that's about oil. So we need to move away from reliance on oil, and that's really connected to our defense policy. And I'm the one who gets the connection.
Similar topic. Listen.
Hi, I'm Stephanie. We're in the Bay Area in my bathroom because this is one of the places where I use compact fluorescent light bulbs. I use these to decrease my personal energy use, and I hear politicians talking about alternative energies as a way to decrease our energy impact as a whole. But my question for you is, how is the United States going to decrease its energy consumption in the first place? In other words, how will your policies influence Americans rather than just using special light bulbs to do this?
Senator Gravel, how do you get Americans to conserve?
Very simple. Change our tax structure. Have a fair tax where people are taxed on what they spend rather than what they earn. And our tax system is totally corrupt right now. And so if we now have a retail sales tax, you'll take this nation of ours from a consuming nation to a savings nation. And that's the most significant thing we can do to alter climate change.
Senator Dodd?
Change from a consuming
Anderson,
nation
there are a number of things. The 50-mile
to a savings nation is quite the radical position to be advocating for, in my opinion.
Or electric automobiles, so we reduce even further our consumption. But I believe I'm the only candidate here, along with Al Gore's call for that, is a corporate carbon tax. You've got to tax polluters. You've got to separate the price differential so that we can move away from fossil fuels that do so much damage to our environment, to our economy, to our future, to jobs in this country. Until you deal with the issue of price, until you impose a corporate carbon tax, we will never get away from fossil fuels. It's the only way this can be achieved. You have to advocate that if you're serious about global warming.
The question was about personal sacrifice, so I just want to ask a question to every... No.
I drive a hybrid. We have a hybrid, and we use the efficient light bulbs in our homes.
So let me just ask a question to everyone on this stage, and I know we said we wouldn't do a lot of show of hands.
That's funny. Personal sacrifice. Oh, I drive a hybrid. I bought a new hybrid Prius.
You're not sure? Yesterday. Okay. Senator Gravel, what was that? You took the train?
I took the train. And I take the bus.
Okay.
And maybe one of these will give me a ride someday.
Anderson, we haven't really seriously addressed this incredibly important issue of global warming and energy efficiency.
We've got another question on it right now.
Hi, my name is Sean, and I'm from Ann Arbor, Michigan. There is a scientific consensus for man-caused climate change, and I've heard each of you talk in previous debates about alternative energy sources like solar or wind, but I have not heard any of you speak your opinion on nuclear power. I believe that nuclear power is safer, cleaner, and provides a quicker avenue to energy independence than other alternatives. I'm curious what each of you believe.
Senator Edwards?
Solar, cellulose-based biofuels are the way we need to go. I do not favor nuclear power. We haven't built a nuclear power plant in decades in this country. There's a reason for that. The reason is extremely costly. It takes an enormous amount of time to get one planned, developed, and built. And we still don't have a safe way to dispose of the nuclear waste. And it's a huge problem for America over the long term. I also don't believe we should liquefy coal. The last thing we need is another carbon-based fuel in America. We need to find fuels that are, in fact, renewable, clean, and will allow us to address directly the question that's been raised, which is the issue of global warming, which I believe is a crisis.
Senator Obama?
I actually think that we should explore nuclear power as part of the energy mix. There are no silver bullets to this issue. We've got to develop solar. I've proposed drastically increasing fuel efficiency standards on cars, an aggressive cap on the amount of greenhouse gases that can be emitted. But we're going to have to try a series of different approaches. The one thing I have to remind folks, though, of, we've been talking about this through Republican administrations and Democratic administrations for decades. And the reason it doesn't change, you can take a look at how Dick Cheney did his energy policy. He met with environmental groups once, he met with renewable energy folks once, and then he met with oil and gas companies 40 times. And that's how they put together our energy policy. We've got to put the national interests ahead of special interests, and that's what I'll do as President of the United States.
Senator Clinton, what is Senator Edwards, why is he wrong on nuclear power?
Well, first of all, I have proposed a strategic energy fund that I would fund by taking away the tax breaks for the oil companies, which have gotten much greater under Bush and Cheney. And we could spend about $50 billion doing what America does best. It's time we start acting like Americans again. We can solve these problems if we focus on innovation and technology. So yes, all these alternative forms of energy are important. So is fuel efficiency for cars, and so is energy efficiency for buildings. I'm agnostic about nuclear power. John is right that until we figure out what we're going to do with the waste and the cost, it's very hard to see nuclear as a part of our future, but that's where American technology comes in. Let's figure out what we're going to do about the waste and the cost if we think nuclear should be a part of the solution. But this issue of energy and global warming has the promise of creating millions of new jobs in America, so it can be a win-win if we do it right.
We want to go to another YouTube video, another question.
Really what that ends up looking like.
Hi everyone, my name is
when
Melissa
these
and I'm from
millions
San
of
Luis
jobs,
Obispo,
become
California.
policy,
My
become
question is for everyone.
federal
In
grants,
recent years,
or
there's been
however
so much
they
controversy
get
regarding
created.
dangling chads and no
It's
paper
just
trails, electronic voting
millions
systems.
of jobs
I know
worth
it costs
of
money to amend things like that,
appeasing
but if I can
various
go to any
interest
state and get
groups
the
that
same triple
support the
grande,
candidates,
non-fat, no-foam vanilla latte from Starbucks,
or at least
why
support
can't
their
I go to any state
agendas.
and vote the same way? Don't you think that standardizing our voting
very
practices
much,
would increase legitimacy and
The
possibly
opposite
even voter
of what
turnout in our
Obama
elections?
suggested, that he wasn't going
What
to
are you going
appease
to do
any
to fix
interest
that?
groups.
If you want, give me
that
a
he was
call
going
and I
to,
will make a
sincerely
standardized form for you.
Governor
pursue
I,
protecting the environment.
as
or
president, I
whatever,
would
the end
push
goal
the
of
whole
being
country
green is.
to verified paper trails. There are close to 10 states that do this.
My state, a year ago, my state was one of those states along.
Going to have to pay more.
One of the most popular topics that we got questions on was healthcare. We were frankly overwhelmed with videos on healthcare, so we put several of them together. I want to show you some personal stories.
Very much was the topic of debates.
Mark and Joel Stroud.
One of the biggest topics of debates for the second term elections, for the 2012 elections.
Of Alzheimer's over the
coming decades. What are you prepared to do to fight this disease now?
Hi, these are my grandmothers. Both of them suffered from diabetes and ultimately died of massive heart attacks. This is my mother. She suffers from diabetes and she's also had a heart attack. The statistics for women with heart disease are staggering. What I'd like to know is, how do each of you plan on addressing chronic disease and preventative health in your health care plans? I would like my mother to be around to see her grandchildren.
Hi, my name is Kim. I'm 36 years old and hope to be a future breast cancer survivor from Long Island. My chances for survival aren't as good as they might be, however, because like millions of Americans, I've gone for years without health insurance that would have allowed me to take preventative medicine. What would you, as president, do to make low-cost or free preventative medicine available for everybody in this country? Thank you.
I'm not really sure what preventative medicine is for cancer, but I guess that's
Doesn't really provide universal coverage, does it?
Absolutely it does. John and I have a disagreement. John thinks that the only way we get universal coverage is to mandate coverage. I think that the problem is not that people are trying to avoid getting health care coverage. It's folks like that who are desperately in desire of it, but they can't afford it. And I know from personal experience,
That is an interesting 180 to make. Obama standing up on stage, standing up against any sort of health insurance mandates. That became sort of the central debate issue, talking about the Affordable Care Act in 2012. The Republican primaries just going back and forth. Well, do you support mandates? Do you support mandates? Here in 2008, not even Obama will admit to supporting the mandates.
My mother, when she was between jobs, contracted cancer. And she spent the last few months of her life trying to figure out whether or not she was going to be able to pay for the treatments. It is an outrage. How is it that the wealthiest nation on earth can not afford to provide coverage to all people? And that's why I put forward a plan. But let's understand this. Everybody here is going to have a plan. John's got a plan. I've got a plan. Hopefully everybody here will provide a plan for universal coverage. But we've had plans before under a Democratic president in the 90s and a Democratic Congress. We couldn't get it done because the drug and insurance companies are spending $1 billion over the last decade on lobbying. And that's why we've got to have a president who is willing to fight to make sure that they don't have veto power. They can have a seat at the table, but they can't buy every single chair when it comes to crafting the sort of universal health care that's going to help the folks that you saw in that video.
Senator Edwards?
Yeah, that's an interesting position for Obama to be taking, that it was the drug manufacturers lobbying the governments, lobbying the Democratic representatives to prevent any sort of universal health insurance. I don't really see any reason that the pharmaceutical companies would oppose measures like that, especially considering how Obamacare, how the Affordable Care Act actually played out, and the impact or lack thereof of the Affordable Care Act on the prices and the margins of pharmaceuticals.
Senator Edwards, does Senator Obama provide universal coverage?
No, because the only way to provide universal coverage is to mandate that everyone be covered. But I want to say, I came out with a universal plan several months ago. A couple of months later, Senator Obama came out with a plan. He's made a very serious proposal. I'm not casting aspersion on his plan. I think it's a very serious proposal. It just doesn't cover everybody. The only way to cover everybody is to mandate it. And the stories we have just heard, from diabetes to Alzheimer's to cancer, there are millions of people in this country who are suffering so badly. And just this past week, in fact, you were with me on the first day, I went on a 3-day poverty tour in America. The last day, I was with a man in western Virginia in the Appalachian Mountains.
I'm curious what makes up a 3-day poverty tour. Is that like just going downtown and talking to people? I don't know. Maybe I should do something like that. I don't know. A 3-day poverty tour.
51 years old, 3 years younger than me. He'd been born with a severe cleft palate, and he was proud of the fact that someone had finally volunteered to correct it. He'd not been able to talk. I want to finish this. He'd not been able to talk until it was fixed. Here was the problem. It was fixed when he was 50 years old. For 5 decades, James Lowe lived in the richest nation on the planet, not able to talk because he couldn't afford the procedure that would have allowed him to talk. When are we going to stand up and do something about this? We have talked about it too long. We have got to stand up to the insurance companies and the drug companies that Barack just spoke about. It is the only way we're ever going to bring about real change. We should be outraged by these stories.
Senator Clinton, this goes back to the first question we got. How is it going to be any different under your administration?
Well, first, I want to thank Mark and Joel and Charity and Kim and Mike. It's not easy coming in front of the entire world and talking about your Alzheimer's or your diabetes or your breast cancer or your disability. But the fact that this is happening in a country as rich as ours is just a national disgrace. And yes, I did try in 93 and 94, and I like to say I have the scars to show for it, but I learned a lot about what we have to do. And having a plan, yes, that's part of it, but more important, we have to have a sense of national commitment that universal health care is an American value. We have to quit being told by special interests like the insurance companies and the drug companies that somehow we can't do what most other developed countries do, which is cover everybody and provide decency and respect to every single person in this country with health care.
All right, we've got another question on health care. Let's watch.
Hi, this is Lucia Brawley for a group of friends on the east side of LA. And our question is, does your health care plan cover undocumented workers? Thank you.
Universal health care for undocumented workers, aka
It's a huge issue. It deserves the attention, and every candidate here ought to have the chance to talk about health and care.
Well, the question
they're very important.
Yes.
All right, now just a second. Going back. First of all, let me just, I'll hear you. First of all, the woman with the Alzheimer's issue, stem cell research. Under a Dodd administration, stem cell research will be conducted so they can deal with diabetes. Regarding the family that's talking about, we're talking about diabetes, 49% of our school districts have exclusive contracts with soft drink companies and junk food companies because we're not funding enough in our education system. That's an obesity problem as well.
Would your plan cover undocumented workers?
People live in this country. Our children certainly will be covered, and I'm in support of the immigration policy here that requires them to contribute, to pay, to learn English.
That's a yes?
If they're paying part of that thing, then they also get covered because, frankly, I don't want them contributing disease problems and health issues to the rest of the country.
Let's try to answer the question. Would your plan, Governor Richardson, cover undocumented workers?
Yes, it would. It should cover everybody. In this country, no matter who you are, whether you're a ditch digger, you're a teacher, you're a CEO, you're a waiter, you're a maid, every American deserves the right to the best possible quality health care. That would be part of my plan. But also, it is prevention. It's starting early with kids. It's get rid of junk food in schools, as I did in New Mexico. Healthy breakfast for every child. Mandatory phys ed, research into Alzheimer's, into cancer, into stem cell.
Okay, another question from YouTube viewer.
Minor characters can be kind of fun to listen to.
Hi, my name is Chris Nolan, and I'm a Democratic precinct committeeman from Mundelein, Illinois. And my question is for Hillary Clinton. With Bush, Clinton, and Bush again serving as the last three presidents, how would electing you, a Clinton, constitute the type of change in Washington so many people in the heartland are yearning for and what your campaign has been talking about? I was also wondering if any of the other candidates had a problem with the same two families being in charge of the executive branch of government for 28 consecutive years if Hillary Clinton were to potentially be elected and then re-elected. Good luck, and whoever becomes the nominee, I'll be pulling for you.
Go Democrat!
The question was for Senator Clinton.
Well, I think it is a problem that Bush was elected in 2000, and I actually thought somebody else was elected in that election, but, obviously I'm running on my own merits, but I'm very proud of my husband's record as President of the United States.
So I'm going to jump over to the next.
You know what's great about this is look at this stage and look at the diversity.
In our remaining few minutes, the questions turn to two subjects, God and guns. First question.
Hi, I'm Zane Abraham in Oakland, California. The cathedral behind me is the perfect backdrop for this question. This quarter reads, United States of America. And when I turn it over, you find that it reads, Liberty. In God we trust. What do those words mean to you?
Senator Biden?
Religion informs my values. My reason dictates outcomes. My religion taught me about abuse of power. That's why I moved to write the Violence Against Women Act. That's why I take the position I take under 4. It came about as a consequence of the reasoning that we were able to do it. Look, I don't think they're inconsistent. I don't find anything inconsistent about my deep religious beliefs and my ability to use reason. I think the coin's got it just right. I think I have it in perspective.
Here's a question.
Joe Biden's answer here actually is more religious, more unapologetically religious than really anything you hear from the Republican candidates in their primary debates in the same season, which is, again, it's just crazy to me that this is the Joe Biden that was on stage in 2008, and then we just have a completely different Joe Biden on stage in 2020, on stage in 2024. I mean, not just in the quality of the Joe Biden, but in everything that he stands for as well.
Question from the other side of the coin.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Marsh from Thousand Oaks, California, proud citizen of the United States of America that does not believe in God. However, the former President Bush said this statement was an oxymoron. Now, I am worried about the amount of time given to evangelical concerns, while secular voters are more or less getting snubbed. Faith in politics for them? So my question is this. Am I wrong in fearing a Democratic administration that may pay lip service to the extremely religious as much as the current one? And if so, why? Thank you for your time.
Senator Edwards?
George Bush.
President of the United States, we will embrace and lift up all Americans, whatever their faith beliefs, or whether they have no faith belief, as Stephen just spoke about. That's what America is. Now, my faith is enormously important to me personally. It's gotten me through some hard times, as I'm sure that's true of a lot of the candidates who are on this stage. But it is crucial that the American people know that as president, it will not be my job, and I believe it would be wrong, for me to impose my personal faith beliefs on the American people, or to decide any kind of decision, policy decision, that will affect America on the basis of my personal faith beliefs.
Senator Obama?
It's basically.
I am proud of my Christian faith, and it informs what I do. And I don't think that people of any faith background should be prohibited from debating in the public square. But I am a strong believer in the separation of church and state, and I think that we've got to translate. By the way, I support it not just for the state, but also for the church, because that maintains our religious independence, and that's why we have such a thriving religious life. But what I also think is that we are under obligation in public life to translate our religious values into moral terms that all people can share, including those who are not believers. And that is how our democracy is functioning, will continue to function. That's what the Founding Fathers intended.
I have another question regarding guns.
Good evening, America. My name is Jared Townsend from Clio, Michigan. To all the candidates, tell me your position on gun control, as myself and other Americans really want to know if our babies are safe.
Let's see.
This is my baby, purchased under the 1994 gun ban.
So as you
Please
might
tell me your
or might
views.
not remember, the
Thank you.
Obama administration was
Governor Richardson, you
very
have one of the highest
vocally
NRA ratings.
supportive of gun control, very strict
The issue here,
on, who they believed, or I guess more accurately, what types of firearms they believed people should have access to, and they wanted to close all sorts of what they called loopholes, basically low hassle ways of obtaining firearms. But the Obama administration was not very successful in passing any sort of gun control. That's just a really an interesting thing to think about. I mean, the support for the gun control was there, but it wasn't very effective.
Is instant background checks. Nobody who has a criminal background or is mentally ill should be able to get a weapon. That is the key, and that includes gun sales. That includes gun sales at gun shows. The key is going to be also attacking poverty, bringing people together, dealing with those kids in the ghettos that are heavy users of gun violence and are victims of gun violence, to make sure that this country attacks the
There's
core
like an
problems
actually
of
useful-
poverty, having
actually
childcare,
useful,
bringing parents together.
Senator Biden,
are you going to be able to keep his baby safe?
Gun violence
I'll tell you what,
is,
if that's his baby, he needs help.
it's not just caused by people being able to buy firearms at gun shows without doing an online background check.
I think he just made an admission
There's
against
certain
self-interest.
places
I don't know that he's
are
mentally
very
qualified to own that
concentrated with
gun.
gun violence.
No,
and there's a reason
I'm
for
being
that.
serious. Look, this idea, we go around talking about people who own. I'm the guy that originally wrote the assault weapons ban that became law, and then we got defeated. Then then Dianne Feinstein went to town on it and did a great job. Look, we should be working with law enforcement right now to make sure that we protect people against people who are not capable of knowing what to do with a gun because they're either mentally imbalanced and or because they have a criminal record. And anyway,
we got one more question.
Hope he doesn't come looking for me.
Before we do, we got one more question. Before we get to that, I want to play our last YouTube-style campaign video from the Obama campaign.
We want an end to this war, and we want diplomacy and peace. Not only can we save the environment, we can create jobs and opportunity. We're tired of fear, we're tired of division. We want something new. We want to turn the page. The world as it is not the world as it has to be.
And this last question from a YouTube viewer will be asked to each of you.
But yeah, that
My name is Jason
that point by
Cooper,
Joe
from
Biden
Colorado
there,
Springs,
bringing
Colorado.
up mental
My
health,
question is for all of the candidates,
trying
and
to
it is intended to lighten up
prevent
the mood
people
a little
with
bit.
certain
I'd like for each of you to look at the
conditions
candidate to
from
your left
obtaining
and tell
firearms
the
and
audience
reporting
one thing you
those
like
conditions to the
and
background
one thing
check
you
agencies
dislike
that
about that
also
particular
became a
candidate.
very
And remember, be
controversial
honest.
point in
Senator Gravel?
Obama's policies.
I turned to my left,
because
and I like Chris
he was
Dodd. He was
using
dad. I served with his dad. I do
different
have a
branches of the
difference
government to
opinion with
report on
respect to
people
where the
who
money's coming
were
from.
diagnosed
I've
with things
advocated
like
people
anxiety
follow
and
the money
depression,
if you want to find out what's going to
or other
happen
mental
after
illnesses,
any one of these
and causing
individuals
these
are
people to
elected.
lose their
Follow the
legal
money
abilities to own
because it's
firearms.
politics as usual is what you're seeing.
Senator Dodd?
Well, I like John Edwards. I love his wife Elizabeth and his family, and I think we've had enough of negative in politics. I have nothing negative to say about the gentleman.
You're not going to answer the question. All right. Senator Edwards?
This is just
I admire what Senator Clinton has done for America, what her husband did for America.
there's nothing
Sure
else
about that coat.
There isn't anything else to cover from the Democratic debates. I did skip over when, after the white hair for the White House video, they talked about reparations, and the candidates, Edwards, he basically came out and said that he was for all sorts of reparations for African Americans, and took a stronger position on that than even Barack Obama. So I'm going to go back to our presentation. Come on.
Senator Dodd.
Do you believe the response in the wake of Hurricane Katrina would have been different if the storm hit an affluent, predominantly white city? What roles do you believe race and class played in the storm's aftermath? And if you do acknowledge that race and class affected the response efforts, what can you do to ensure that this won't happen in the future? And what can you do to ensure this nation's most needy people, that in times of crisis and always, something will be done to help them too?
Well, it's a great question, Morgan.
So I wanted to bring up this question at the last minute about Hurricane Katrina back in 2005, because I think it ties in so much to current events right now, what's happening with the current hurricane and flooding situation that is affecting West Virginia, it's affecting Tennessee, I believe, and just causing havoc in the entire South, entire Southeast. As far as I know, our leaders have not been responding adequately to the current hurricane crisis, and I think we're going to see a lot of political debates about how our leaders responded in the near future. So I'd like to just bring up how the Democrats responded to this criticism of how our government handled Hurricane Katrina.
Morgan, to raise here, and obviously it points to one of the most dark and shameful moments in recent past history in our country. The fact that a major American city went through a natural disaster. And we found almost little to do. The American president had almost no response whatsoever to the people of that city, New Orleans. In fact, today still, the problem persists for people who had to move out of their city, move elsewhere, and little or no efforts to make sure they can get back in their homes. They have literally thousands of people whose homes were destroyed, their economic opportunities destroyed. I believe that had this occurred in a place with majorly a white population, we would have seen a much more rapid response and a consistent response to that issue. As American president, we can never, ever allow again a major...
So now we've had the situation described by this presidential candidate Dodd, where it is the dominantly white areas that have been affected by the storm, by the flooding. And so I think it'll be interesting to see how the government actually does respond.
Major city, a major population center in our country, go through what New Orleans or the Gulf states did as a result of the kind of neglect from an American president. As president, I would commit to do everything possible to see to it we bring to bear the talents, the resources. In fact, it should have been done ahead of time, to have a FEMA operation that was prepared to respond to these predictable disasters. So it's a mark of shame in our country. It ought to be reversed. It will in the Dodd administration.
Governor Richardson, the Democrats talk a lot about the failure of the president with Hurricane Katrina. The governor of that state was a Democrat. The mayor of that city is a Democrat as well.
Well, there was politics. All of a sudden, other states that had the similar devastation got better treatment. Like, this is what I would do. The response of our government to Katrina before, during, and after was inexcusable. We have got to eliminate in the future any red tape that helps families, that helps the devastation. Secondly, we have to let those that live there to come back first instead of big moneyed interest. We have to stop the predatory lending of insurance companies, housing, and many others that are ripping off the people. And then finally, we have to make sure that a president cares and doesn't just pose for photo ops, but makes a difference and a commitment to rebuild that city and that region.
Our next question comes from George.
All right, so we got Republican primaries next. I'm gonna quick stop the camera, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I have about 30% left on the GoPro webcam. It draws a little more power than the computer can actually supply, so it slowly drains while I'm making this, which is very unfortunate. But I'm going to now go through the Republican primary debates in a bit of the same sort of way I did through the Democratic primary debates, also on cspan.org. And then I might go through the rest of this video today. I might go through and finish this video at another time. We'll see how it works out. Probably should have made sure I had no trouble opening the video before I clicked record. But, you know.
For a presidential library, Ronald Reagan's is outdoorsy, Western, debonair, like the 40th president himself. Set on the rolling California hills where they once made cowboy movies, Reagan's library is an enduring monument to pioneer hope and all-American optimism. Now, a quarter century after the Reagan Revolution, the candidates for the 2008 Republican presidential nomination meet at the Reagan Library for their first nationally televised debate.
At least according to my audio mixer, but
hosted by his first
yeah, it is really interesting looking at the culture of the Republican Party
into the future.
In 2008. Just completely obsessed with Ronald Reagan and his legacy, probably because they are a little bit embarrassed about the Bush administration. So they're hearkening back to the good old days as they see it.
Presidential Candidates Debate from the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library in Simi Valley, California. Here is Chris Matthews.
And you can really see the same thing right now in 2024 with the Reagan movie coming out. If you ever tune into a radio talk show, it's all they want to talk about is Ronald Reagan. How great of a president he was.
Mrs. Ronald Reagan for hosting us, and also acknowledge Governor Schwarzenegger. We're here in partnership with Politico, the news source of political news. The candidates' positions on stage were chosen randomly, and the order from left to right is Governor Mitt Romney, Senator Sam Brownback, Governor Jim Gilmore, Governor Mike Huckabee, Congressman Duncan Hunter, Governor Tommy Thompson, Senator John McCain, Congressman Ron Paul, Mayor Rudolph Giuliani, and Congressman Tom Tancredo. We have a few ground rules to go through. Our debate will last 90 minutes with no commercial breaks. I'll be the official moderator and decide the subjects and order of the questions. John Harris, in the NBC Wall Street Journal poll, just 22% believe this country is on the right track. Mayor Giuliani, how do we get back to Ronald Reagan's Morning in America?
You get back to it with optimism. The same situation that I faced in New York City. When I became mayor of New York City, 65–70% thought New York City was going on the wrong track. And what I did was I set policies and programs of growth, of moving people toward prosperity, security, safety. And what we can borrow from Ronald Reagan, since we are in his library, is that great sense of optimism that he had. He led by building on the strengths of America, not running America down. And we're a country that people love to come to. They want to come to this country. We're the shining city on the hill. So we should solve our immigration issue, including illegal immigration, from our strengths, not our weaknesses. We're a country that has the greatest healthcare system in the world. It's flawed. It needs to be fixed. But we should fix it from our strengths. We shouldn't turn it into socialized medicine. Those are the things that Ronald Reagan taught us. You lead from optimism. You lead from hope. And we should never retreat in the face of terrorism. Terrible mistake.
Senator McCain, most of the public pessimism today has to do with Iraq. What would you need as Commander-in-Chief to win the war in Iraq?
I would need the support of the American people. I would need to be able to show them some success in Iraq, both on the battlefield as well as with the Maliki government. We have a new general. We have a new strategy. That strategy can succeed. The young men and women who are serving are the best of America. I believe that if you bring around about stability in the neighborhoods in Iraq and have the Maliki government govern, you are going to succeed. My friends, when the majority leader of the United States Senate says we've lost the war, the men and women that are serving in Iraq reject that notion. And if we lost, then who won? Did Al-Qaeda win? When on the floor of the House of Representatives, they cheer when they pass.
That's quite the position to take. We didn't lose because, you know, we can't accept that Al-Qaeda won. It's not possible because we don't like that. But yeah, Giuliani's points, the one thing I do sort of agree with him on is that point on optimism, the importance of our head of states to foster just a feeling of optimism in the American people. I agree with him on that point, pretty much nothing else.
A withdrawal motion that is a certain date for surrender. What were they cheering? Surrender? Defeat? We must win in Iraq. If we withdraw, there will be chaos, there will be genocide, and they will follow us home.
Do you need anything beyond what the president has now to win the war?
Now I think it's on the right track. The war was terribly mismanaged. The war was terribly mismanaged, and we now have to fix a lot of the mistakes that were made. Books have been written, but we have a new strategy and a new general, and these young men and women are committed to winning.
Governor Thompson, if you're commander...
And this is definitely the candidate that's supposed to win this debate. You can just tell.
Commander-in-Chief, and you want to win this war in Iraq, what do you need to do to win it?
First, you have to support the troops. There's an undying bond in America that any time an American soldier is in harm's way, we have to protect him. Beyond that, there are three things that I have laid out. Number one, I believe the al-Maliki government should be required to vote as to whether or not they want America in their country. If they vote yes, it gives us a legitimacy for being there. If they vote no, we should get out. Secondly, there are 18 territories in Iraq, just like we have 50 states in America. I would require those territories to elect governments just like we do in our states. And if you do so, the Shiites will elect Shiites, Sunnis will elect Sunnis, Kurds will elect Kurds, and you won't have this internecine civil war. Third, I would split the oil reserves, 1/3 to the federal government, 1/3 to the state governments, and 1/3 to every man, woman, and child. If every man, woman, and child is getting part of the oil proceeds, they're going to have a vested interest in their country. They'll be purchasing goods, they will be investing in small businesses, and they will be building the country on democratic grounds in Iraq.
Congressman Hunter.
Yeah, very.
That's a very interesting take on Iraq. And we can just make them a federated state like the United States. I guess I don't have the familiarity with the culture, the internal politics of Iraq to say whether or not that would work, but I feel like probably not. I mean, Iraq is Iraq, the United States is something else entirely, and it just doesn't. I just don't see American politicians really being able to just go to Iraq and say, your state now functions like our state does. And then that second point he made about essentially socializing the profits from the oil drilling, that's an interesting position for a Republican to take. Like, a Republican would never take the position that the United States should socialize the proceeds from our own oil drilling. That's the sort of thing that Norway does. That's the sort of thing that gets called socialism. So I think it's really interesting to hear that perspective thrown out during the Republican primary debate.
Briefly, Chris, the key to winning in Iraq is standing up the Iraqi military. There are 129 battalions in the Iraqi army. We need to make sure that every one of those battalions moves into an operational setting, gets a 3 or 4 month military operation in a contentious zone. At that point, they can move into the combat field. They can start displacing American units, and America's heavy combat units can rotate out. That's the right way to leave Iraq.
John.
Thanks, Chris. Governor Romney, in that same NBC Wall Street Journal poll that Chris mentioned, 55% of Americans say victory is just not possible in Iraq. They've made up their minds on this war. Why shouldn't they have a president who will listen?
Well, if you wanted to have a president that just followed the polls, all we need to do is plug in our TVs and have them run the country. But that's not what America wants. It's not what America needs. We need leadership that's strong and that shows America what we can do to lead the world. Ronald Reagan was a president of strength. His philosophy was a philosophy of strength, a strong military, a strong economy, and strong families. With regards to Iraq, there are a lot of people that say, let's just get out. I want to get our troops home as soon as I possibly can. But at the same time, I recognize we don't want to bring them out in such a precipitous way that we cause a circumstance that would require us to come back. Because if we leave in the wrong way, the Iranians could grab the Shia South, or Al-Qaeda could play a dominant role among the Sunnis, or you could have the border with Turkey destabilized by the Kurds. And as a result, you could have regional conflict develop. And with that occurring, you could have our neighbors get involved, our friends get involved around Iraq, and we could have to come back again. That's why it's so essential for us at this critical time to support the al-Maliki effort, to bring strength and stability to Baghdad, to Al-Anbar. Hopefully there are good signs that we're going to see increasing, and we'll be able to bring our troops home safely.
Time, Governor. Let me go to Senator Brownback with the next question. Recent polls in the Islamic world reveal a sea of hostility toward the United States, feeding what General Petraeus calls the central front of al-Qaeda in Iraq. How do we win this war if every dead terrorist is so easily replaced?
I think we win the war by standing up for our values and working with those who will work with us. I think you have to remember that while we're in a war on terrorism, there are a number of people that are with us, that work with us around the world, and we also in the Islamic world. We're partnering with a number of moderate Muslim regimes, and that's something I think we need to convey into the Muslim world as well, that these are groups, the Al-Qaeda group, the militant Islamic fascist, they're trying to unseat moderate Muslim regimes. And I think we need to engage those regimes in Pakistan, and regimes in Egypt, as long as we also confront those regimes like in Iran, that are the lead. Iran is the lead sponsor of terrorism around the world, and we've got to be very confrontational and very aggressive there. So it's to engage those that will work with us, contain and confront those that won't, and convey that to the Muslim world.
How do you deal with the problem?
I don't know who this guy really is besides this debate, but he definitely seems like a good line-towing neocon to me.
Revealed in the recent Zogby poll that in countries that are moderate, you mentioned, like Jordan, Morocco, Turkey, another Islamic country, 10, 12% of the people support us, the rest are angry at us. Doesn't that create a sea of recruitment opportunity for our enemy? And I'm just asking, do we have to reduce that temperature of hatred before we win the war, or simply continue to fight the terrorists?
Well, I think we have to do both, Chris. I mean, you have to engage in those countries. We have to engage in Jordan, and I think we need to engage with all the tools of state that we have. Economic tools, along with foreign relations, diplomatic and military tools as well. But at the same time, when we do that, you've got to confront.
What does that mean? What does it mean to engage with military tools in Jordan? Like, that doesn't to me sound like building bridges. Maybe it is literally building bridges, I don't know.
You've got to confront those that are coming after us, and they've been doing this for over a decade, coming at us from before 9/11. We cannot be weak on this whatsoever.
John.
Governor Huckabee, I'd like to get your views about how you balance loyalty and accountability. Would you have fired Don Rumsfeld before last November?
I think I would have done that before the election. I certainly wouldn't have said that we are not going to do it and then right after the election done so. But that's the president's call. Clearly, there was a real error in judgment, and that primarily had to do with listening to a lot of folks who were civilians in suits and silk ties and not listening enough to the generals with mud and blood on their boots and medals on their chest. Those generals told us early on it would take 300,000 troops to successfully go in and stabilize Iraq. Instead, we gave them a limited number of troops and a budget and said, you have to do it with this. I think that's something now we understand was a mistake. But rather than simply walking away and leaving the Middle East in a complete disastrous chaos that will spread to the region and to the rest of the world, it's important that we finish the job, that we do it right, rather than have to go back and someday do it over.
Let me start with Governor Gilmore there and ask you a general question. As people who are political and know the mood of the country, starting with you, you've been a military man, you were in Army intelligence, but on this general question, the Rumsfeld removal was perhaps timed to the election. Do you think a general shakeup in this administration's cabinet right now would be good for the administration?
Chris, I think there have been a lot of changes in the administration over the last number of years. We've seen those changes. But the fundamental point that we have to remember is this has been coming on for quite a long time. Decades this has been coming on. And I think that we got distracted at the end of the Cold War when we were thinking about the end of the Soviet Union and the fall of the Berlin Wall, thanks to the president in whose name this library is named. And instead, we didn't pay attention sufficiently to the entire Middle East. And I see this Iraq problem as part of an entire Middle East issue. And it's a fundamental problem that we're going to have an honest conversation with the American people about. We're going to have to engage in the Middle East, and we're going to have to do it for an extended and a long period of time. It isn't just an Iraq issue. This is an issue of the challenges that we're facing between the Palestinians and the Israelis, the challenge between Sunnis and Shiites, the problem with people on the street not even agreeing with their own regimes. There's a great deal that has to be done, and a president is going to have to bring the American people forward into a major commitment in many areas. One is foreign policy, and there'll have to be a new commitment to the Middle East.
John?
Congressman Paul, you voted against the war. Why are all your fellow Republicans up here wrong?
That's a very good question, and you might ask the question, why are 70% of the American people now wanting us out of there, and why did the Republicans do so poorly last year? So I would suggest that we should look at foreign policy. I'm suggesting very strongly that we should have a foreign policy of non-intervention, the traditional American foreign policy and a Republican foreign policy. Throughout the 20th century, the Republican Party benefited from a non-interventionist foreign policy. Think of how Eisenhower came in to stop the Korean War. Think of how Nixon was elected to stop the mess in Vietnam. How did we win the election in the year 2000? We talked about a humble foreign policy, no nation building, don't police the world. That is a conservative, it's a Republican, it's a pro-American, it follows the Founding Fathers, and besides, it follows the Constitution. I tried very hard to solve this problem before we went to war by saying, declare war if you want to go to war, fight it and win it, but don't get into it for political reasons or to enforce UN resolutions or pretend the Iraqis were a national threat to us.
It's time. This is a question for Senator McCain. It's along those lines of intervention.
Yeah, I do think it's really interesting having him on the end there. It's sort of a perfect mirror image of whatever his name was. I'm not going to bother trying to remember. From the Democratic primaries. Just the old guy who is not in line with the party needs to be put back in line.
Former Tennessee Senator Fred Thompson said that Iran has already committed acts of war. Do you agree? And secondly, as part of that, what's your tripwire for a U.S. strike at Iran?
Iran is a state sponsor of terrorism. We all know that. Iran continues their...
I mean, just look at that immediate follow-up question and its answer. You know, we have Ron Paul saying we can't be pretending that Iraq is a national security threat to the American people, and immediately they jump to McCain making the case that, you know, Iran is the sponsor of terrorism in the world. They're a severe threat to the American people, to the whole world, and you know, it is really. The damage control has been achieved here.
Efforts to build nuclear weapons. Iran is now exporting lethal IEDs and jihadists and suicide bombers into Iraq, killing American soldiers. The Iranians encouraged Hezbollah to attack Israel from Lebanon recently. Iran poses one of the greatest threats to the world, the security of the world, and in the Middle East. I believe the Iranians we have got to bring greater pressures, diplomatic, economic, political, join with our European allies, who still fear greatly the effect of the cutoff of oil into Europe. We have to work together. If the Russians and the Chinese are
That's actually really interesting. He used the word fear in his answer.
Not helpful to us, then we had better figure out a way to put additional pressures encouraging democracy and freedom within Iraq, which is a very cultured society, within Iran, which is a very cultured society. At the end of the day, we cannot allow Iran to acquire nuclear weapons.
Let me follow up a little bit, Senator.
Sure.
What is your tripwire? Is it the building of a nuclear weapon, the threat to use a weapon once built, a delivery system? Is it preemptive or preventive?
My greatest fear is the Iranians acquire a nuclear weapon and give it to a terrorist organization. And there is a real threat of them doing that. The tripwire is that if they acquire these weapons, and our intelligence tells us that this is a real threat to the state of Israel, to other states in the region. But I want to emphasize, Chris, there's lots of additional efforts that can be made and must be made before that we consider that option. There's lots of things we can do. That is the ultimately final option, and I don't think we need to exercise it at this time.
Congressman Tancredo, along those lines.
Yeah, the reason the use of the term fear is so interesting to me is because the main criticism that I hear of the neoconservative foreign policy is that it's a policy of fear that basically by fear-mongering, the Republicans were securing their political positions and taking advantage of the American people in that way.
Imagine you're President of the United States, and this is a likely or a possible scenario, certainly plausible. You get a call from the Prime Minister of Israel, who's now Ehud Olmert, saying Israel's about to strike Iran's nuclear sites, and he wants U.S. help. What do you say?
I say that, look, if you look at this issue and stand back for just a second and say, there are two kinds of Irans that we are going to have to deal with here. One headed by a gentleman who believes that he is going to be responsible for the coming of the 12th Imam, and a guy with a bomb. That should put us in the position of saying that anything we can do to stop that is imperative. And if Israel is put in that position, and if we need to be involved in order to protect both ourselves and the Israelis, then of course we respond in the appropriate fashion.
If the Prime Minister asks you for help, you say you will say yes.
Well, there are conditions, of course, under which we would say yes, but I'm telling you that if there is a threat to the existence of Israel, which is, by the way, I think a potential threat to the existence of the United States, then you have to come to the aid of Israel.
I think that's really interesting how he flipped the question around. You know, the question was, well, what if Israel said they're going to strike Iran, and he answered, well, if Israel is in danger, if Iran is endangering Israel, yeah, we'll come help them.
Mayor Giuliani, on that point.
It really depends on what our intelligence says. I mean, the reality is the use of military force against Iran would be very dangerous. It would be very provocative. The only thing worse would be Iran being a nuclear power. It's the worst nightmare of the Cold War, isn't it? The nuclear weapons in the hands of an irrational person, an irrational force. Ahmadinejad is clearly irrational. He has to understand it's not an option. He cannot have nuclear weapons. And he has to look at an American president, and he has to see real down in New York today.
That's the time, Mayor.
Thank you.
Governor Romney, Daniel Duchovnik from Walnut Creek, California wants to know, what do you dislike most about America?
Gosh, I love America. I'm afraid I'm going to be at a loss for words because America for me is not just our rolling mountains and hills and streams and great cities. It's the American people. And the American people are the greatest people in the world. What makes America the greatest nation in the world is the heart of the American people. Hardworking, innovative, risk-taking, God-loving, family-oriented American people. It's that optimism we thank Ronald Reagan for. Thank you, Mrs. Reagan, for opening up this place in his memory for us. It is that optimism about this great people that makes this the greatest nation on earth.
He really took the opportunity to completely dodge the question and also praise Ronald Reagan.
Governor Huckabee, this question comes from Curtis Waldman from Boca Raton, Florida. Thousands of reputable scientists have concluded with almost certainty that human activity is responsible for the warming of the Earth. Do you believe global warming exists?
The most important thing about global warming is this. Whether humans are responsible for the bulk of climate change is going to be left to the scientists, but it's all of our responsibility to leave this planet in better shape for the future generations than we found it. It's the old Boy Scout rule of the campsite. You leave the campsite in better shape than you found it. I believe that even our responsibility to God means that we have to be good stewards of this earth, be good caretakers of the natural resources that don't belong to us. We just get to use them. We have no right to abuse them.
Congressman Tancredo, David Diamond from Memphis writes in, do you have a plan to solve the shortage of organs donated for transplant?
Well, I don't believe that the President of the United States should be putting forth a plan to do such a thing. The reality is that technology and the advancement of technology in a variety of areas is going at a pace where I believe we can look forward to cures. We can look forward to a variety of things that will allow us to cure diseases that today we do not have cures for. But the idea that I think is inherent in this question, that somehow we should be growing these things, somehow we should be cloning people for the purpose of using these kinds of their attributes is ridiculous. I absolutely would not support it.
Congressman Hunter, Maggie from Highland Park, Illinois wants to know if you consider yourself a compassionate conservative like President Bush.
Answer, yes, and let me take the rest of my time on Iran. You know, right now, Iran is...
Yeah, these little rapid-fire questions are of some interest, but I'm going to skip over to about 28 minutes in. I guess it's probably the next answer. Ron Paul, of course, being Ron Paul, asked about phasing out the IRS.
Out the IRS?
Immediately.
That's what they call a softball.
And you can only do that if you change our ideas about what the role of government ought to be. If you think the government has to take care of us from cradle to grave, and if you think our government should police the world and spend hundreds of billions of dollars on a foreign policy that we cannot manage, you can't get rid of the IRS. But if you want to lower taxes, and if you don't want the government to quit printing the money to come up with the shortfall and cause all the inflation, you have to change policy.
Time. We now go to the next segment. We're going to talk about values. Let's get down the line on this, just like they did with the Democrats last week on some of these trickier calls, but they do have clear answers. Starting with you, Governor.
All right, so values. This is where the Republicans, they have to be strong. They have to be the opposition to the Democrats, the Democrats that are trying to push for things like gay marriage, for civil unions, for abortions, all these things that are hot topic issues right now, all these things that the conservatives are supposed to stand for, right?
Governor, would the day that Roe v. Wade is repealed be a good day for America?
Absolutely.
Senator.
Be a glorious day of human liberty and freedom.
Governor.
Yes, it was wrongly decided.
Governor.
Most certainly.
Congressman.
Yes.
Yes. Governor. Senator.
Yes.
A repeal.
Mayor.
It'd be okay.
Okay to repeal?
It would be okay to repeal. It would be okay also if a strict constructionist judge viewed it as precedent, and I think a judge has to make that
decision. Would it be
decision.
okay if they didn't repeal it?
I think the court has to make that decision, and then the country can deal with it. We're a federalist system of government, and states could make their own decisions.
Congressman.
After 40 million dead because we have aborted them in this country, I say that that would be the greatest day in this country's history when that is, in fact, overturned.
We're looking for nuance here. Governor Gilmore, you have said in the past that you believe in the first 8 to 12 weeks of pregnancy that a woman should have the right to have an abortion. Do you still stick with that exception?
I do, Chris. My views on this, my beliefs on this are a matter of conviction. And they've always been the same, and they've never changed the entire time that I've been in public life. However, my record as governor of Virginia, I think, has been one that the pro-life community of which I'm a part would be very proud. Passing a 24-hour waiting period, passing informed consent, passing parental notification, signing the partial birth abortion law in Virginia. So I think the record is there. But my views are strongly and fundamentally believed and been held that way.
Governor Thompson, do you have any nuance on this, or you're just happy with the repeal of Roe v. Wade?
I believe it should be left up to the states. That was what was originally implied, and the Constitution was changed when the Supreme Court made the decision. I, like a lot of people up here, have made a record of pro-life for a long time, signing the partial birth abortion, pre-notification for parents, and so on. I think it's imperative that states have the responsibility for making these laws.
John.
Governor Romney.
Yeah, so that's really interesting. They go rapid fire down the line. Oh, would it be a great thing when Roe v. Wade is overturned? And of course, we know now that it finally was. But yeah, when they ask for a nuanced answer, all of a sudden, these Republican candidates aren't as strong against abortion as they seemed with their rapid fire answer. I mean, these are still, even today, these are considered pretty conservative positions. I think they were saying 4 to 8 weeks, but neither of those candidates took the positions of absolute bans, which the pro-life lobby would be expected to take up that position of an absolute ban.
In recent months, you've said you were, quote, always for life, but we've also heard you say you were once, quote, effectively pro-choice. Which is it?
Well, I've always been personally pro-life, but for me it was a great question about whether or not government should intrude in that decision. And when I ran for office, I said I'd protect the law as it was, which is effectively a pro-choice position. About 2 years ago, when we were studying cloning in our state, I said, look, we have gone too far. It's a brave new world mentality that Roe v. Wade has given us, and I changed my mind. I took the same course that Ronald Reagan and George Herbert Walker Bush and Henry Hyde took, and I said I was wrong and changed my mind and said I'm pro-life. And I'm proud of that, and I want to apologize to anybody for becoming pro-life.
Governor, with respect, some people are going to see those changes of minds as awfully politically convenient.
I told you that I studied at great length this issue. When I ran, for the very first time, I told you that I was personally pro-life, but that I would protect a woman's right to choose as the law existed, and that stayed the same until 2 years ago, as I indicated. And at that time, as a result of the debate we had, the conclusion I reached was that we had gone too far, that cloning and that creating new embryos was wrong, and that we should therefore allow our state to become a pro-life state. I believe states should have the right to make this decision, and that's a position I indicated in an op-ed in the Boston Globe 2 years ago.
Senator Brownback, this is an important issue for you.
It is.
Could you support a nominee of your party?
Yeah, so that's really interesting. Just comparing the Democratic primary to the way the Republicans respond to these issues. The Democrats, they took all these positions that were very much not informed by faith, yet they maintained that their positions as leaders, as representatives, were in fact informed by their faith. Here we come to the Republican primary, and these candidates they're leaning more towards the more faith-informed positions, but they're awful apologetic about it, not coming out and saying, hey, I'm the evangelical candidate, and I'm going to take these evangelical positions. I don't think, if I remember correctly, none of these candidates on stage claim to represent the evangelical American at all.
Who is not pro-life?
I could, because I believe in the Ronald Reagan principle that somebody that's with you 80% of the time is not your enemy. That's your friend and that's your ally. And this is a big coalition party. And it's a coalition party that's governed for a number of years in this country. And it governs because it governs with a coalition of economic and social.
And that's how we ended up with OnlyFans models speaking at the Republican primary.
Social conservatives and people that want to be strong for the United States. But I want to emphasize, I believe life is one of the central issues of our day. And I believe that every human life at every phase is unique, is beautiful, is a child of a loving God.
It's the time. Let me get back to Governor or Mayor Giuliani, because I want to give you a chance on this. You became very well known for standing up against the use of public funds for what many people considered indecent exhibits at the Brooklyn Museum and places like that. Why do you support the use of public funds for abortion?
I don't. I support the Hyde Amendment. I hate abortion. I wish people didn't have abortion.
So you're not for funding at all?
I believe that the Hyde Amendment should remain the law. States should make their decision. Some states decide to do it. Most states decide not to do it. And I think that's the appropriate way to have this decided.
Should New York, when you were mayor of New York, should they have been paying for, the state should have been paying for?
That's a decision New York made a long time ago. New York passed.
And where were you on that?
I supported it in New York, but I think in other places people can come to a different decision.
Thank you. Let me go to Senator McCain. We're in the House of Ronald Reagan. Every cab driver in America knew what Ronald Reagan stood for. Defeat communism abroad, reduce big government at home. Can you, Senator McCain, restore that kind of unity of purpose?
I know.
What a question. I mean, I don't know if this is the exact question I was waiting for, but you know, are you the next Ronald Reagan, basically? You have 33. Yep, this is the question. Like, what an obsession, you know?
I know that I can. I want to be president of the United States to defeat our enemies and to work with our allies. I want to lead this nation. I may not be the youngest candidate in this race, but I'm the most prepared. I'm prepared to take on the greatest challenge of our time, and that's the specter and threat of radical Islam extremism, which threatens our very values and our very life. I know how the world works. I know the good and evil in it. I've seen it. I know how the military works. I know what the military should do and what it shouldn't do. And I know what it can do. I know how to make Congress work for you and not for their reelection. My friends, we face enormous challenges, whether it be a burgeoning deficit, out of control spending, and need for energy independence, and we need most of all to restore faith in our government and confidence in the leadership. My friends, I don't want to be president of a failed nation. I don't want to be president of a sad nation or one that thinks our best years are behind us. I want to be president of a proud, powerful, great, bountiful nation, and as president, I intend to lead it.
Senator, two or three gentlemen have asked to respond to that. First, Congressman Hunter, and then Governor Huckabee, and then Senator, those three. Just a quick each.
Chris, thanks very much. John's not the only guy with a defense background. I've been chairman of the Armed Services Committee for the last 4 years. I've helped to rebuild national defense. We have worked hard to make sure that our people have enough pay, that they've got the ammunition, that they've got the equipment, while at the same time looking over the horizon.
Morning in America. Ronald Reagan did was to give us a vision for this country, a morning in America. Sitting on a hill, we were reminded that we are a great nation, not because government is great. We're a great nation because people are great. Chris, I want to go back, though, to say why we're a great nation. We are a culture of life. We celebrate, we elevate life. And let me just say, when hikers on Mount Hood get lost, we move heaven and earth to go find them. When coal miners in West Virginia are trapped in a mine, we go after them, because we celebrate life. This life issue is not insignificant, it's not small. It separates us from the Islamic fascists who would strap a bomb to the belly of their child and blow them up.
Okay.
We don't do that in this country.
Let me go to Dr. Paul. How do you...
That is, yeah, that is definitely a strong position to be taking. Pro-life is a difference between being an American patriot and strapping a bomb to your children, like the Islamic fascists. Let's move on to the next issue.
Liberty and minimizing the scope of government. And
I'm sorry, we have to go on. We have to go on. John.
Governor Thompson, same theme. If a private employer finds homosexuality immoral, should he be allowed to fire a gay worker?
I think that is left up to the individual business. I really sincerely believe that that is an issue that business people have got to make their own determination as to whether or not they should be.
Okay. So the answer is yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Now the real question is, how are you going to make that or protect that liberty if we have the Civil Rights Act? Just knowing the history of that act, it just continues to creep to include more and more, to cover more and more things. You know, if you as a Republican candidate want to protect people's liberties to employ or associate with homosexuals or not at will, you need to really reconsider your positions on just the Civil Rights Act and civil rights in general. You can't just, say I have that position and then leave it at that. It's going to take a little more legwork than that to protect that position.
Governor Romney, what do you say to Roman Catholic bishops who would deny communion to elected officials who support abortion rights?
I don't say anything to Roman Catholic bishops. They can do whatever the heck they want. Roman Catholic bishops are in a private institution, a religion, and they can do whatever they want in a religion. America doesn't...
Do you see that as interference in public life?
Well, I can't imagine a government telling a church who can have communion in their church. I can't imagine. We have a separation of church and state. It's served us well in this country. Okay. This is a nation, after all, that wants a leader that's a person of faith, but we don't choose our leader based on which church they go to. This is a nation which also comes together. We unite over faith and over the right of people to worship as they choose. The people we're fighting, they're the ones who divide over faith and decide matters of this nature in the public forum. This is a place where we celebrate different religions and different faiths.
Thank you, Governor. Governor Huckabee, you've criticized...
That was a really interesting and sort of bizarre question. I'm not really sure what the host of the debate intended to do with that.
Governor Romney, for saying his faith wouldn't get in the way of his public life, his governing. Are you going to back that up tonight?
I've never criticized Governor Romney for that. I've said in general, and I would say this tonight to any of us, when a person says my faith doesn't affect my decision-making, I would say that the person's saying their faith is not significant enough to impact their decision process. I tell people up front, my faith does affect my decision process. It explains me.
So yeah, there we go. We get one candidate taking the Joe Biden extreme right position of letting faith inform your governing decisions.
No apology for that. My faith says, do unto others as you'd have them do unto you.
But you answered a question to George Stephanopoulos of ABC about this governor, one of your rivals, and you answered it in this way. I'm not as troubled by a person who has a different faith. I'm troubled by a person who tells me their faith doesn't influence their decisions. That's in direct response to George Stephanopoulos on February 11th of this year. Why are you changing that point of view now?
Well, I didn't know I was changing the point of view.
No,
I'm
you're
saying
changing
that of
your
anyone, whether it's Governor Romney or Governor Gilmore.
But you answered in direct response to the Governor Romney in this Mormonism. Why are you pulling back now?
I don't mean to be pulling back. I want to state very clearly, a person's faith...
There you go. They bring up Governor Romney's Mormonism, which is probably the reason that it just isn't politically expedient for him to ever take any strong faith positions. If he comes up on a stage and says that his faith informs his position to be against abortion rights, or his faith informs his position to be against gay marriage, then he's opening himself up to criticism, because what is that faith? Well, it's not Christianity, it's Mormonism. And that's just a weird minority in this country. That's not a politically expedient religion to have.
Shouldn't qualify or disqualify for public office. It shouldn't do that. But we ought to be honest and open about it, and I think it does help explain who we are, what our value systems are, what makes us tick, and what our processors are.
Governor Romney, do you accept the fact that he wasn't talking about you?
I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it on George Stephanopoulos, but I can tell you this. Of course, everyone who's a person of faith has values that are deeply held in their heart. And they include the value of the relationship they have with their spouse and their children, the value that they place with their country and with their community. That's what makes America such a powerful land. Look at us. We're a land it's the envy of the entire world. We are the hope of the world, not because of our wealth, but because of our hearts. And that comes from being a people of faith, but not people of a particular church or a particular synagogue. Rather, the great values we share are American values.
Senator.
Chris.
Yeah, again, that just shows like the contrast between what he can say about his faith versus what Joe Biden could say. He could openly embrace and endorse, his Catholic faith, but Mitt Romney had to be careful with his words and use more general statements about the American heart, as not to refer to his Mormonism as being having anything to do with what it means to be an American.
This is a key point, I think, and I think it's a key point for the country, because we've had 40 or 50 years now of trying to run faith out of the public square. And we're a nation of faith, as my colleague said, Senator Lieberman, a Jew, says. America's a faith-based experiment as a country. We should celebrate and invite faith. And our motto is, in God we trust. This isn't something that divides. This is something that pulls together and lifts us up. And it's key and it's important. We shouldn't be trying to run it out of the public square. We should invite it in and celebrate it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Senator. John.
Gentlemen, let's talk a little bit about the future of your party. Congressman Hunter, Governor Schwarzenegger, who's here tonight, has won the state twice by downplaying partisanship and taking centrist positions on the environment, immigration, abortion. Is that the way to win for Republicans?
You know, it's a way to win. We need to win the right way. And you know, about 100 miles south of here is in my town of San Diego, we built the border fence. When we built that fence, we had a border out of control, and we built that fence, and it's a double fence. It's not that little scraggly fence you see on CNN with everybody getting over it.
I like that. So before we had Trump's wall, we had Representative Duncan Hunter's fence. But it wasn't just a little fence, it was a double fence. Before they had that fence, people were jumping over. But after they built that fence, everything was okay.
We had massive murders on the border, massive illegal immigration, massive importation of drugs. I built that border fence. We brought down the smuggling of people and narcotics by more than 90%. I think there's an implication in your immigration statement that the Hispanic community of California wants to have a secure border. And I wrote that law that extends the San Diego fence for 854 miles across Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas that the president signed in October. One way to bring down crime in the state of California and every state in the union is to have an enforceable border. That means let's build that border fence. When people want to come into this country, let's ask them to knock on the front door.
Governor Gilmore, you know Karl Rove, and you've worked with Karl Rove. And is Karl Rove your friend? Do you want to keep him in the White House if you get elected president, the president's chief political operative?
You know, at the end of the day, the responsibility for this government and for its policies rests with the President of the United States. And the President is able to choose the people that he wants to choose in order to implement his policy. The President has chosen Karl Rove.
But you, as Commander-in-Chief and Chief Executives, would you employ Karl Rove?
It isn't a matter of Karl Rove. What's important to this nation is not Karl Rove. What's important to this nation and to this party is the acquisition of the philosophy and values that we are as Republicans. There is a time now for us to reach out and to say that we're spending too much money in government, that it's taking too much of the resources of this nation, that we have got to do something about government spending, create more jobs and a higher revenue and a better opportunity, and thereby to cut taxes for regular people. I did that as governor. I'm a consistent conservative that keeps his word and does what he says that he's going to do.
Thank you, Governor. Congressman Tancredo, that Karl Rove question, do you have an interest in answering that one?
Yeah, Karl.
Yeah, and I really don't have any more footnotes for this debate. I watched, I'm pretty sure I watched the whole thing through, but, you know, it's just a lot more of the same, you know, government this, government that. Should they be involved? Should we be involved in this? Should we be spending money here? Can we be more like Reagan in this way? You know, talking about foreign policy, talking about Islamofascism, but it's really a lot of the same. So I'm going to move on now. All right. So in 2008, we had what was called, or we still have what is, I think we still have what is called the Roberts Court, formed in 2005. And as of the 2008 elections, really the main court case they have been involved in was the District of Columbia v. Heller case in June of 2008. This was a Second Amendment case, and to be brief, we had a balance of 5 more conservative-leaning judges and 4 more liberal-leaning judges. The more conservative-leaning judges wanting to protect favor Second Amendment rights versus Stephen, Souter, Ginsburg, and Breyer, pretty much just opposing the Second Amendment. So let's dive a little more deeply into particular candidates. So our presidential candidates, Barack Obama, obviously he won the election. Who was he? Well, he was this young, hip guy compared to a lot of the other candidates on stage. And he did have like this huge political track record, and really what that meant was he didn't have a whole lot of baggage. And I think a lot of Americans liked having a fresher face in the Oval Office. So he was born in Honolulu, Hawaii. I know a lot of Republicans like to question that, but I don't think that's a particularly useful debate. There's a lot of things you can spend your time talking about. I don't know that Obama's birth certificates are one of them. Even if you're going to talk about Obama's family situation, there's a lot more productive things you can be talking about. So he wasn't raised by his biological father. There's actually a bit of a question as to who that was. Not officially, of course, but I'll get into that later. He was raised in Indonesia for several years, and both Barack Obama and Obama Sr., officially his father, they both attended Harvard University. So they were smart. So he worked for a company called Business International Corporation. He doesn't like to advertise that he worked for this company. Some groups, some online figures and other, sort of researcher types, if you know what I mean, consider that company to have been a CIA front. So that's an interesting thing to take note of. He worked for the Chicago law firm of Sidley Austin. Just a very typical thing to see on a statesman's resume, I suppose. And he taught at the University of Chicago Law School. He mentioned that in the primary debates. The other things on his resume, politically, he organized something called Project Vote. Just a very successful voting initiative, I believe was in Chicago or Illinois or something. He published his first book in 1995 called Dreams from My Father. A lot of what people know about Barack Obama's family life comes from that memoir. Shortly after publishing his first book, he was elected to the Illinois Senate in 1996. And he was elected to the U.S. Senate in 2004. I don't actually know whether that was... I guess that would have been the same year that he did the 2004 keynote address, which I have this clip here. A lot of people consider this 2004 keynote address to be like the speech that made Obama's career. And then 2 years later, he published his second book, The Audacity of Hope, which was probably essential to President Obama's presidential campaign, his bid for the office. So I'm going to bring up that. Well, I'm not clicking there. Bring up that clip. Let's get this up.
That fundamental belief, I am my brother's keeper, I am my sister's keeper, that makes this country work. It's what allows us to pursue our individual dreams and yet still come together as one American family. E pluribus unum, out of many, one. Now, even as we speak, there are those who are preparing to divide us. The spin masters, the negative ad peddlers, who embrace the politics of anything goes. Well, I say to them tonight, there is not a liberal America and a conservative America. There is the United States of America. There is not a black America and a white America and Latino America and Asian America. There's the United States of America. The pundits The pundits like to slice and dice our country into red states and blue states. Red states for Republicans, blue states for Democrats. But I've got news for them, too. We worship an awesome God in the blue states, and we don't like federal agents poking around in our libraries in the red states.
This is just a really interesting speech by Obama. Just the emphasis he's putting on American unity. There's not a white America, and there's not a black America. There's not a Hispanic America. This is sort of, he's sort of 180s on this in his second term. Not entirely, but just in effect at least. A lot of his rhetoric, a lot of his policies, and just the general landscape, the cultural landscape of America very much went in a different direction. And, you know, a lot of people would put a lot of that blame on Obama, pushing a lot of woke ideology. Yeah.
We coach Little League in the blue states. And yes, we've got some gay friends in the red states. There are patriots who opposed the war in Iraq, and there are patriots who supported the war in Iraq. We are one people, all of us pledging allegiance to the Stars and Stripes, all of us defending the United States of America.
Although I would say that he didn't completely abandon the ideas behind this speech. You know, he's still throughout his presidency very much a one state everyone pledges allegiance to kind of guy. In that I mean he's very much the representative of the deep state. And so I got one more link here. I'm gonna have to display it a little differently. Let's see. I'm gonna cut the video footage here. All right, back to serious business. So who was Barack Obama really? So let's peek a little bit behind the surface, a little bit behind the curtain. Barack Obama, his grandparents are known for their involvement in the CIA. So Barack Obama's grandmother, Madeline Dunham, she worked as the vice president of the Bank of Hawaii, and a lot of people have drawn the connection that this is the very bank that was known to handle accounts for the CIA. CIA fronts operating in East Asia. So that's kind of interesting, especially considering that Barack Obama, being raised by his grandparents, lived in Indonesia for a time. So you can only wonder, you know, what was his family doing there? He was, you know, also raised by his grandfather, not just his grandmother. His grandfather's name, Stanley Armour Dunham. He was a World War II veteran. He officially worked as a traveling furniture salesman, which is quite the interesting career, I would have to say. You can see through some images online, if you want to check them out. People look at his uniform. It has no insignia on it, so that leads people to believe that when Stanley was serving in the Air Force, his I guess career was in the field of intelligence. So basically, the dude was a spy. And it's a little suspicious that someone would be working as a spy in the Army, and then they just happen to have a career after the war that involves a lot of travel, but doesn't have anything to do with the field of intelligence. A lot of people think that this traveling furniture salesman job is just a cover-up for either involvement in the CIA or involvement with some sort of state agency. So Obama's grandfather, who raised him, knew Obama's official narrative father through this program, through the Joseph P. Kennedy Foundation. And this photograph up in the right-hand corner, like, I can't speak to whether this is a legitimate photograph or not, but according to my sources, which I should get into, according to my sources, this picture is proof that Obama's grandfather knew his father had some sort of political connection to him well before Obama's father met Obama's mother. So I should get into basically where all this information is coming from. When I set out to start this video, start researching for it, I tried to find dirt on Obama, and I really struggled to. Just basic searches for criticisms of Barack Obama, for Barack Obama corruption, Barack Obama family, Barack Obama scandals. It doesn't really pull up much at all officially. So I wasn't able to find this information, but this information was able to find me. Apologies, I'm starting to lose my voice. So I was driving across the country, basically, just on a bit of a road trip this summer, and I was listening to FM radio, FM talk show radio, and right around the time I was going through Rapid City, South Dakota, these guys in the radio program started talking about Obama's family history, their involvement with the CIA, and they basically, I remembered enough information to be able to type in the right keywords into Google to actually find this information. So the source for this particular version of the image and some of the bullet points here came from an article on Voltaire, of all places. So take that for what it's worth. So anyways, the conclusions are some people believe that Barack Obama's real father was not Obama Sr., but instead this journalist named Frank Marshall Davis. Frank Marshall Davis was basically a far left and sexually immoral journalist from, I think he was from Africa. And that people think that Barack Obama's mother only married Obama Sr. for political reasons, not only to cover up the fact that she had had an affair with this journalist, but so that it would help Obama Sr. and then Barack Obama to get into Harvard University. Because I guess marrying an American citizen would help Barack Obama, or Obama Sr. I don't know if his first name was Barack. I suppose it would have been. But yeah, so it was politically expedient. It helped Obama Sr.'s career. And of course, he was a semi-important career statesman for, what does it say on the previous slide? I think he was a statesman, yeah, for the Kenyan government. And he was definitely a CIA asset. So Barack Obama's mother, I've mentioned her already, Ann Dunham, she worked for various NGOs, non-government organizations, and foundations. And some of those organizations and foundations that she worked for are thought to have been CIA fronts, and they were located all over the world. Joe Biden, sort of a different background. He was born in Scranton, Pennsylvania, way back in 1942 during World War II, so very long time ago. Very old dude. Dude is not the cleanest track record, definitely a career politician. Caught committing plagiarism in school. but he ended up working as an attorney. Yeah, he was basically known as a guy who you do him favors, he'll do you favors. And he came under heat a few times for that, and ended up having to abandon his original presidential campaign attempt back in 1988 due to plagiarizing basically his big campaign speech. So that was kind of an embarrassing scandal that set his career back quite a few years. And yeah, he ended up running as this moderate figure in 2008. He didn't place very well in the caucus, but it is very interesting to see how he sort of came about in his character arc, going from being the moderate figure to the sort of the figurehead of the progressive left. So yesterday when I started talking about Joe Biden, I was losing my voice and just getting a little worn out, so I'm going to redo this part. Joe Biden, he was born in 1942 in Scranton, Pennsylvania, so that was, of course, right in the middle of World War II. Quite a long time ago. He's quite the old guy to be president of the United States, and right now, as I'm recording this, he is still the president of the United States. His career was not a particularly clean one, in my opinion. Starting off, still in school, he had a plagiarism scandal, which did not stop him from graduating law school. He got his law degree in 1968 and started working as an attorney. His political career had pretty humble beginnings, starting as a member of the Newcastle City Council. He did that for 2 years before making quite a large jump to the U.S. Senate. And then his life changed pretty drastically at that point when his family tragically died in a car accident. His wife and daughter, I should say, not his entire family. His 2 sons were only injured; they did survive. And there's a good 9 years there where there's no notes that I put down, no accomplishments of note career-wise, and so that could be either because this was a huge setback for him in his career. It could also just be that being elected to the U.S. Senate is quite an achievement in itself. So probably, there's not too much that you can do from there going up in the ranks politically, but he did find his way onto the Senate's Foreign Relations Committee and the Senate Judiciary Committee. And he actually, I believe he served as the chair of both committees. He ran for president for the first time in 1988, but due to another plagiarism scandal, he had to withdraw, which is a sort of an embarrassing way for your presidential campaign to end. He was also an adjunct professor at Widener University School of Law for quite a while, as well as being a career politician. And during his time at the Widener School of Law, there was a house scandal which exposed his business connections. Basically, trading favors. It became something that Joe Biden was known for. The sort of scratch your back and scratch mine sort of money exchanges. And so, of course, he ran in 2008, so we saw him in the primary debates. He didn't perform particularly well in the caucuses, and he ran as this moderate figure who worked with Republicans, reached across the aisle, very different from the figurehead of progressive leftism that people saw in 2020, especially in 2024. So what was their actual platform, the Obama-Biden platform? So some of their issues, they had really one main social issue, which was repealing Don't Ask, Don't Tell. In the debates, they sort of gave their non-answers to where they stood on gay marriage, but they did conclusively have some agenda on that social issue. Their economic platform, the biggest issue was universal health care, but they also, of course, promoted increased financial regulations, but this largely came in at the tail end of the campaign when the financial crisis was acknowledged, when the bank run started. Tax reforms, that was a big part of Obama's campaign, very visible in the presidential debates, not so much in the primary debates. When he's debating with John McCain, Obama actually comes off a lot like a MAGA Republican. And then carbon emission tax, that was something that came up in the Democratic primary debates as well. I don't believe that it was actually Obama that was really pushing for that policy, but the policy was adopted by Barack Obama. Investing in green technologies, that was definitely something that he's stood for from the start. Then the second sort of half of this list I have here, national security interests, closing Guantanamo Bay, that was one of Obama's large policy points, his key policy points. Interestingly, if you go back to the 2004 keynote address, one of the main things that he stood for was all the governments needs to not spy on Americans. Americans need to feel like the government isn't this overbearing, immoral entity. He stood up against torture. That was his main issue with Guantanamo Bay, was that he saw it as like a CIA torture facility or whatever. Obviously this doesn't really run with what we found out about how Obama ran his administration later on, but it was definitely a key point to his campaign. Ending combat missions in Iraq, that was part of his platform, of course. Being a Democrat running in 2008, he was essentially running against the George Bush administration, how they handled the Iraq war. He was promoting a Palestinian state, the creation of a Palestinian state. That was on his platform. Essentially a two-state solution. That wasn't a particularly controversial stance to be taking at the time. And then growing the U.S. Army and increasing our presence in Afghanistan. So he wasn't a dove by any means. He just wanted to essentially run against George Bush's mistakes and not repeat those mistakes in Afghanistan, presumably by going in harder. This is very much in line with the rhetoric that Joe Biden was espousing during the primary debates. Then he had this immigration reform part of his platform, which ended up being the DREAM Act. But on the flip side, he wanted to strengthen the border protection agencies. So unlike like Joe Biden in 2020 and 2024, who basically wanted to detoof or declaw our border protection agencies, Barack Obama in 2008 was running on this idea of better funding for the border protection agencies, a more secure border. Basically rhetoric that in 2016 you would think was the realm of the Republican Party. And then once again, he opposes surveillance of Americans. So the Patriot Act, I guess, was controversial at the time. It was associated with the Republican Party, not with Barack Obama and his surveillance efforts. So he was running against them. So that is sort of ironic. Next, we have John McCain, everyone's least favorite politician, somehow a successful politician. He was born back in 1936, so that's significantly older than Joe Biden. He was born in the Panama Canal Zone, which is a really obscure place. But it makes more sense knowing his family's military background. His father and grandfather were both 4-star admirals, which is a pretty impressive career. John McCain's career, not quite as impressive. He was a naval pilot during the 1960s, and by all the documentation I've seen, he wasn't a particularly good one. He was a prisoner of war for 5.5 years. That became sort of a not a point of contention, but a point of sort of butting heads between him and Donald Trump. He sort of framed Donald Trump as diminishing the importance of those 5 years of being a prisoner of war. I won't get too far into that. He served as the Navy's liaison to the U.S. Senate beginning in 1977, and then the articles that I've read on John McCain's life frame it a little more romantically than this, but I mean, he left his wife for another woman in 1980. That's basically the straight facts. Don't really have to romanticize that. He was elected to the House of Representatives in 1982. He supported the Reagan administration. He was elected to the U.S. Senate in 1986, and he supported the Civil Rights Restoration Act of 1987. So the Keating Five scandal, basically just another instance of moneyed interests getting involved in politics. Sort of like Joe Biden, he didn't have the cleanest track record when it came to receiving money from various corporate interests. He became the chairman of the Senate Commerce Committee in 1997, and he ran as a moderate against Bush in the 2000 Republican primary election. So sort of a reverse Joe Biden, whereas Joe Biden ran as the guy who reached across the aisle from the Democratic Party to, I guess, be the more conservative Democrat. John McCain was the one reaching across the aisle from the Republican Party to, I guess, be the more progressive Republican. But in reality, his voting record, he was a rank and file Republican. He voted in support of all the things that President Bush supported 95% of the time. Just the raw numbers show that, even though his rhetoric may have been a little moderate, I guess you could say, his actual voting was in track with the rest of the Republican Party. And so Sarah Palin, this is an interesting choice of VP. So yeah, John McCain's running mate, Sarah Palin, she was not in the Republican primaries for probably obvious reasons. She was born in 1964, so quite a bit younger than John McCain, in Idaho. So she's an Idaho native, not an Alaska native. She got her communications degree from the University of Idaho in 1987. That's kind of a funny degree for a politician to have, a communications degree. And she ended up working as a sports reporter in Anchorage, Alaska. So also a very interesting start of a career for a hopeful to be the Vice President of the United States. She worked on the Wasilla City Council starting in 1992. So in that way, her career does sort of reflect that of Joe Biden's, as he also served on the city council. And she became the Wasilla City Mayor in 1996. She ran for Lieutenant Governor of Alaska in 2002 and was appointed to the Alaska Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, but she quickly resigned. So she didn't really have the best track record of actually putting up resistance, or being able to commit to her political endeavors. But she did somehow end up being elected the governor of Alaska in 2006. So I don't fully comprehend the choice for John McCain to choose Sarah Palin as his running mate. The only thing I can think of is that John McCain sort of looked like an unappealing old man, and perhaps he thought Sarah Palin looked like an appealing young woman, and that would help his campaign in some way. Onto the issues. Socially, this was not the strongest conservative ticket that could have happened this year. John McCain vocally opposed the GOP's call for a constitutional amendment to protect marriage. This was something that was a part of the party platform, where it was one of those like 3 or 5% issues where John McCain broke away from the broader Republican Party to show his more moderate side. His economic policies, or his economic promises, was a 1-year pause on certain discretionary spending. So this would have been another thing, or another issue that's probably jumped onto his campaign after the Lehman Brothers bank run and the stimulus to the economy that the Bush administration was putting together. He supported the line item veto. I think he talks more about that in the presidential debates. He supported broad tax cuts. That was probably his main appeal to the voter base, people who, they saw that they were financially struggling, and they decided that the best thing for them was lower taxes. He supported greater international trade, so that's sort of in contrast to the MAGA Republican movement of the 2016 to present era, where people became more critical of international trade. Are we winning in international trade, or are people taking advantage of us? John McCain's platform was more libertarian in that regard. He also supported the creation of 45 new nuclear power plants, which is sort of an astounding number of nuclear power plants. It's probably, I mean, that's my favorite part of his platform, just because it's bold and probably a lot more useful than a lot of the economic and energy policies put forth by the other candidates in this election season. He also wanted to develop our oil and coal industries further, but he opposed drilling in the ANWR, which stands for, I think it's the Alaska National Wilderness something. But basically, he opposed drilling off the coast of Alaska. And I don't know if this was a genuine position that he held, or if he was just taking this position up to basically make his platform better for Sarah Palin, who was an Alaska native, or not native, but an Alaska resident, an Alaskan politician who, where I believe oil drilling off the coast of Alaska was very unpopular amongst Alaskans, or at least with Sarah Palin. So national security, this was clearly John McCain's area closest to his heart. He opposed the withdrawal from Iraq. John McCain, very much well known for his hawkish attitudes, being a military man and having a family history in the military. It was basically the military was John McCain's faction, and everything that involved the military, then that was going to be part of his platform. That was going to be part of his rhetoric. He wanted larger military presence in Afghanistan. He was very hawkish towards basically the entire world. And then the last point here on his platform was he wanted an internet-based system to authorize and identify employees. And notably, this came back in 2024. It's in the Project 2025 platform, and part of the Heritage Foundation's, more generically, their suggestions for the Republican Party for the 2024 election season. All right, now we'll jump right into the actual presidential debates between Barack Obama and John McCain. And this time we're actually on YouTube.
Good evening from the Ford Center for the Performing Arts at the University of Mississippi in Oxford. I'm Jim Lara of the NewsHour on PBS, and I welcome you to the first of the 2008 presidential debates between the Republican nominee, Senator John McCain of Arizona, and the Democratic nominee, Senator Barack Obama of Illinois. The Commission on Presidential Debates is the sponsor of this event and the 3 other presidential and vice presidential debates coming in October. Tonight's will primarily be about foreign policy and national security, which by definition includes the global financial crisis. It will be divided.
So yeah, the presidential debates took place after the world began to recognize that the United States was entering a financial crisis. So this pretty much hijacks the entire narrative of the campaign season from this point forwards. And really just from the beginning of this debate, their spending priorities and their plan to save the American economy becomes the center of discussion.
Divided roughly into 9-minute segments. Direct exchanges between the candidates and moderator follow-ups are permitted after each candidate has 2 minutes to answer the lead question in an order determined by a coin toss. The specific subjects and questions were chosen by me. They have not been shared or cleared
just for
with
content
anyone.
recognition.
The audience here in the hall has promised to remain silent. No cheers, no applause, no noise of any kind, except right now as we welcome Senators Obama and McCain. Let me begin with something General Eisenhower said in his 1952 presidential campaign. Quote, "We must achieve both security and solvency. In fact, the foundation of military strength is economic strength," end quote. With that in mind, the first lead question. Gentlemen, at this very moment tonight, where do you stand on the financial recovery plan? First response to you, Senator Obama. You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Jim, and thanks to the Commission and the University of Mississippi Ole Miss for hosting us tonight. I can't think of a more important time for us to talk about the future of the country. We are at a defining moment in our history. Our nation is involved in 2 wars, and we are going through the worst financial crisis since the Great Depression. And although we've heard a lot about Wall Street, those of you on Main Street, I think, have been struggling for a while, and you recognize that this could have an impact on all sectors of the economy. And you're wondering, how's it going to affect me? How's it going to affect my job? How's it going to affect my house? How's it going to affect my retirement savings or my ability to send my children to college? So we have to move swiftly, and we have to move wisely. And I've put forward a series of proposals that make sure that we protect taxpayers as we engage in this important rescue effort. Number one, we've got to make sure that we've got oversight over this whole process. $700 billion potentially is a lot of money. Number two, we've got to make sure that taxpayers, when they are putting their money at risk, have the possibility of getting that money back and gains if the market and when the market returns. Number three, we've got to make sure that none of that money is going to pad CEO bank accounts or to promote golden parachutes. And number four, we've got to make sure that we're helping homeowners, because the root problem here has to do with the foreclosures that are taking place all across the country. Now,
so what he's talking about here is that economic stimulus that George Bush and really the entire American political apparatus came together to start working on in response to this bank run and the recession that was declared. If you noticed early on in Obama's opening statements, his rhetoric very much, at least, began to remind me of the MAGA Republicans, at least compared to the other political factions that are contemporary right now.
we also have to recognize that this is a final verdict on 8 years of failed economic policies promoted by George Bush, supported by Senator McCain. A theory that basically says that we can shred regulations and consumer protections and give more and more to the most, and somehow prosperity will trickle down. It hasn't worked. And I think that the fundamentals of the economy have to be measured by whether or not the middle class is getting a fair shake. That's why I'm running for president, and that's what I hope we're going to be talking about tonight.
Senator McCain, 2 minutes.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, and you know he's not using all the same rhetoric, of course, as Donald Trump. Donald Trump would be more in favor of deregulation versus Barack Obama here, re-emphasizing the importance of regulations to protect the American people. But they both have this ultimate goal of promoting the welfare of the American middle class.
Jim, and thanks to everybody. And I do have a sad note tonight. Senator Kennedy is in the hospital. He's a dear and beloved friend to all of us. Our thoughts and prayers go out to the Lion of the Senate. I also want to thank the University of Mississippi for hosting us tonight. And Jim, I've been not feeling too great about a lot of things lately, so have a lot of Americans who are facing challenges. But I'm feeling a little better tonight, and I'll tell you why. Because as we're here tonight in this debate, we are seeing, for the first time in a long time, Republicans and Democrats together sitting down, trying to work out a solution to this fiscal crisis that we're in. And have no doubt about the magnitude of this crisis. And we're not talking about failure of institutions on Wall Street. We're talking about failures on Main Street and people who will lose their jobs and their credits and their homes if we don't fix the greatest fiscal crisis probably, certainly in our time. And
I really do not like this opening speech from John McCain. From a political perspective, I think it's extremely weak. He's on the back foot. He's a member of the Republican Party, and he seems quite apologetic about that. And I really don't think that's a winning strategy.
I've been around a little while. But the point is, we have finally seen Republicans and Democrats sitting down and negotiating together and coming up with a package. This package has transparency in it. It has to have accountability and oversight. It has to have options for loans to failing businesses rather than the government taking over those loans. It has to have a package with a number of other essential elements to it. And yes, I went back to Washington, and I met with my Republicans in the House of Representatives, and they weren't part of the negotiations, and I understand that. And it was the House Republicans that decided that they would be part of the solution to this problem. But I want to emphasize one point to all Americans tonight. This isn't the beginning of the end of this crisis. This is the end of the beginning if we come out with a package that will keep these institutions stable. And we've got a lot of work to do. And we've got to create jobs, and one of the areas, of course, is to eliminate our dependence on foreign oil. All right, let's go back to my question. How you all stand on the recovery plan, and talk to each other about it. We got 5 minutes. We can negotiate a deal right here. But I mean, do you favor this plan, Senator Obama? And you, Senator McCain,
we've basically made it to the next highlight.
And I do think that there's constructive work being done out there. So for the viewers who are watching, I am optimistic about the capacity of us to come together with a plan. The question I think that we have to ask ourselves is, how did we get into this situation in the first place? 2 years ago, I warned that because of the subprime lending mess, because of the lax regulation, that we were potentially going to have a problem, and tried to stop some of the abuses and mortgages that were taking place at the time. Last year, I wrote to the Secretary of the Treasury to make sure that he understood the magnitude of this problem and to call on him to bring all the stakeholders together to try to deal with it. So the question I think that we've got to ask.
So he's standing here and saying, oh, I warned people, I was trying to prevent this from happening, but in the Democratic primary debates and in the speeches that we've seen from him so far, at least in the first Democratic primary debates, there's no concern about a upcoming financial crisis. There's no concern about future bank runs or a future mortgage crisis. I'm not going to suggest that these weren't concerns that Obama had voiced in the past, but clearly they weren't important enough to merit being a topic of discussion in the first Democratic primary debate. I just thought I'd take note of that.
Ask ourselves is, yes, we've got to solve this problem short term, and we are going to have to intervene. There's no doubt about that, but we're also going to have to look at how is it that we shredded so many regulations. We did not set up a 21st century regulatory framework to deal with these problems, and that in part has to do with an economic philosophy that says that regulation is always bad.
Are you going to vote for the plan, Senator McCain?
I hope so, and I
the United States Senator,
sure.
You're going to vote for the plan?
Sure, but let me point out, I also warned about Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, and warned about corporate greed and excess and CEO pay and all that. A lot of us saw this train wreck coming. But there's also the issue of responsibility. You've mentioned President Dwight David Eisenhower. President Eisenhower, on the night before...
Again, from John McCain, you're hearing the same sort of excuse. Oh, everyone saw this coming, or a lot of people saw this coming. But in the Republican primary debates that I reviewed, nobody seemed to be particularly concerned about this coming.
For the Normandy invasion, went into his room and he wrote out 2 letters. One of them was a letter congratulating the great members of the military and allies that had conducted and succeeded in the greatest invasion in history, still to this day and forever. And he wrote out another letter, and that was a letter of resignation from the United States Army for the failure of the landings at Normandy. Somehow, we've lost that accountability. I've been heavily criticized because I called for the resignation of the chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission. We've got to start also holding people accountable, and we've got to reward people who succeed. But somehow in Washington today, and I'm afraid on Wall Street, greed is rewarded, excess is rewarded, and corruption, or certainly a failure to carry out our responsibility, is rewarded. As President of the United States, people are going to be held accountable in my administration, and I promise you that'll happen.
Do you have something directly to say, Senator Obama, to Senator McCain about what he just said?
Well, I think Senator McCain's absolutely right that we need more responsibility, but we need it not just when there's a crisis. I mean, we've had years in which the reigning economic ideology has been what's good for Wall Street, but not what's good for Main Street. And there are folks out there who've been struggling before this crisis took place, and that's why it's so...
Yeah, once again, with the very MAGA Republican sounding rhetoric that, you know, it makes sense. It makes sense to be hearing this kind of rhetoric from the progressive left. That's what they're supposed to be about, right? Is, you know, standing up for the interests of the people versus the interests of, you know, the corporate interests. But in recent years, I feel like that's been pretty lost. Instead, we get a progressive left who's standing up for the interests of their strange social coalitions and, you know, fringe groups. And they're sort of completely abandoning the common man of the country and actually, in a way, promoting the interests of, you know, faceless corporate entities who are very much on board with the Democratic platform. So the next highlight I want to bring up is about 26 minutes in, they start talking about specifics in terms of what they want to spend money on to help the economy and to invest in various areas, you know, for building up our country, putting it or sending it into the right direction.
Next year. But there's no doubt that we're not going to be able to do everything that I think needs to be done. There are some things that I think have to be done. We have to have energy independence. So I've put forward a plan to make sure that in 10 years' time, we have freed ourselves from dependence on Middle Eastern oil by increasing production at home, but most importantly, by starting to invest in alternative energy, solar, wind, biodiesel, making sure that we're developing the fuel-efficient cars of the future right here in the United States, in Ohio.
So Obama's plan for energy independence, which I don't believe he actually did too much to achieve, largely relies on investing in new green energy technologies, giving a lot of money to the corporations who are investing in things like more efficient appliances and new forms of energy production. This is how we ended up with things like huge wind farms taking up acres and acres of land, huge solar farms taking up acres of land, instead of building things like nuclear power plants, like natural gas and coal power plants that are, you know, more space conscientious in my opinion, and produce a lot more energy for your dollar.
And Michigan instead of Japan and South Korea. We have to fix our healthcare system, which is putting an enormous burden on families. A report just came out that the average deductible went up 30% on American families. They are getting crushed, and many of them are going bankrupt as a consequence of healthcare. I'm meeting folks all over the country. We have to do that now because it'll actually make our businesses and our families better off. The third thing we have to do is we've got to make sure that we're competing in education. We've got to invest in science and technology. China had a space launch and a spacewalk. We've got to make sure that our children are keeping pace in math and in science. And one of the things I think we have to do is make sure that college is affordable for every young person in America. And I also think that we're going to have to rebuild our infrastructure, which is falling behind. Our roads, our bridges, but also broadband lines that reach into rural communities. Also making sure that we have a new electricity grid to get the alternative energy to population centers that are using them. So there's some things that we've got to do structurally to make sure that we can compete in this global economy. We can't shortchange those things. We've got to eliminate programs that don't work, and we've got to make sure that the programs that we do have are more efficient and cost less.
What priorities would you adjust as president, Senator McCain, because of the financial bailout costs?
Look, no matter what, we've got to cut spending. We have, as I said, we've let government get completely out of control. Senator Obama has the most liberal voting record in the United States Senate. It's hard to reach across the aisle from that far to the left. The point is we need to examine every agency of government. First of all, by the way, I'd eliminate ethanol subsidies. I oppose ethanol subsidies. I think that we have to return, particularly in defense spending, which is the largest part of our appropriations, we have to do away with cost-plus contracts. We now have defense systems that the costs are completely out of control. We tried to build a little ship called the Littoral Combat Ship that was supposed to cost $140 million, ended up costing $400 million, and we still haven't done it. So we need to have fixed cost contracts. We need very badly to understand that defense spending is very important and vital, particularly in the new challenges we face in the world, but we have to get a lot of the cost overruns under control. I know how to do that. I saved the taxpayers $6.8 billion by fighting a contract that was negotiated between Boeing and DOD that was completely wrong. And we fixed it, and we killed it, and people ended up in federal prison. So I know how to do this.
So John McCain's plan here to reevaluate federal spending and just the spending by all the government agencies, that reminds me a lot of Donald Trump's recent addition to his platform, a recent innovation, his incremental change, I should say, because even in 2016, he was talking about taking a look at all the government agencies, cutting out the unnecessary spending and cutting back at regulations, repealing, I think it was repealing 2 regulations for every one passed or something along those lines. But now he's talking about forming a sort of an oversight committee, if I'm understanding it, led by Elon Musk. And I think that's sort of in the same line as what John McCain sounds like he's advocating for here. Although I think what John McCain is advocating for here is a little less, sort of less extreme. It sounds more like a vague commitment to reduce government spending and less of a plan to actually produce some sort of committee, and less of a plan to actually form any sort of formal investigation into these various state departments. Although I do think that he had serious intentions to investigate military spending and improve military contracts.
Because I've been involved in these issues for many, many years. But I think that we have to examine every agency of government and find out those that are doing their job and keep them, and find out those that aren't and eliminate them. And we'll have to scrub every agency of government.
But if I hear the two of you correctly, neither one of you is suggesting any major changes in what you want to do as president as a result of the financial bailout. Is that what you're saying?
No, as I said before, Jim, there are going to be things that end up having to be deferred and delayed. Well, look, I want to make sure that we are investing in energy in order to free ourselves from dependence on foreign oil. Now, that is a big project. That is a multi-year project.
But you're not willing to give that up.
Well, I'm not willing to give up the need to do it, but there may be individual components of it that we can't do. But John's right that we've got to make some.
Our host for the debate here sounds like he's trying to spin some sort of a narrative. Right, he seems very convinced that one of these two candidates is going to need to pick up a position of, we need austerity, we need to give up on our campaign promises and disappoint the American people, or our core voter base, who got behind us in the primaries because of some program or another. But obviously, Barack Obama is not going to fall for that trick. John McCain, a little more gullible in that way. But obviously, looking back at how the Obama administration played out, there wasn't much austerity to be found. It wasn't really necessary at all. Not that the growth in the national debt under the Obama administration was a good thing, but clearly he found his own way to continue growing the government spending in spite of this huge economic stimulus program that was going on at the time.
Cuts. We right now give $15 billion every year as subsidies to private insurers under the Medicare system. It doesn't work any better through this private insurers. They just skim off $15 billion. That was a giveaway. And part of the reason is because lobbyists are able to shape how Medicare works. They did it.
So I'm going to jump forwards a little bit to when they start talking about the Iraq War. If you remember, prior to the bank runs and to the acknowledgement of the financial crisis, the Iraq War was issue number one, political issue number one of this campaign season.
Said about the lessons of Vietnam. What do you see as the lessons of Iraq?
I think the lessons of Iraq are very clear, that you cannot have a failed strategy that will then cause you to nearly lose a conflict. Our initial military success, we went into Baghdad and everybody celebrated.
The lesson to be learned is that you can't have a failed strategy that causes you to lose. That's pretty not exactly insightful, in my opinion.
And then the war was very badly mishandled. I went to Iraq in 2003 and came back and said, we've got to change this strategy. This strategy requires additional troops. It requires a fundamental change in strategy, and I fought for it. And finally, we came up with a great general and a strategy that has succeeded. This strategy has succeeded, and we are winning in Iraq. And we will come home with victory and with honor. And that withdrawal is the result of every counterinsurgency that succeeds. And I want to tell you that now that we will succeed and our troops will come home and not in defeat, that we will see a stable ally in the region and a fledgling democracy. The consequences of defeat would have been increased Iranian influence. It would have been increase in sectarian violence. It would have been a wider war, which the United States of America might have had to come back. So there was a lot at stake there. And thanks to this great General David Petraeus.
That sounded a little interesting there. He said, if I heard him right, he said that the consequence of defeats in Iraq would have been increased Iranian influence. I'm not exactly sure what he meant by that.
And the troops who serve under him, they have succeeded. And we are winning in Iraq, and we will come home. And we will come home as we have when we have won other wars and not in defeat.
2 minutes for how you see the lessons of Iraq, Senator Obama.
Well, this is an area where Senator McCain and I have a fundamental difference, because I think the first question is whether we should have gone into the war in the first place. Now, 6 years ago, I stood up and opposed this war at a time when it was politically risky to do so, because I said that not only did we not know how much it was going to cost, what our exit strategy might be, how it would affect our relationships around the world, and whether our intelligence was sound, but also because we hadn't finished the job in Afghanistan. We hadn't caught bin Laden. We hadn't put al-Qaeda to rest. And as a consequence, I thought that it was going to be a distraction. Now, Senator McCain and President Bush had a very different judgment. And I wish I had been wrong for the sake of the country and they had been right. But that's not the case. We've spent over $600 billion so far, soon to be $1 trillion. We have lost over 4,000 lives. We have seen 30,000 wounded. And most importantly, from a strategic national security perspective, al-Qaeda is resurgent, stronger now than at any time since 2001. We took our eye off the ball. And not to mention that we are still spending $10 billion a month when they have a $79 billion surplus at a time when we are in.
So I think it's a good point he makes here. He brings up al-Qaeda in Afghanistan when the questioning is brought in the direction of Iraq. If you remember from the beginning of the presentation, and it will come up again later, the majority of Americans were under some sort of illusion that the country of Iraq was somehow responsible for the attacks on 9/11, whereas the more straightforward country to be holding responsible in this case is Afghanistan. If you believe that Osama bin Laden was the mastermind behind the attack, he was taking refuge in Afghanistan, and so the United States efforts in Afghanistan were much more directly related to the direct response to 9/11 than their activities in Iraq. If your goal is to respond to the attacks on 9/11 to, protect Americans from the terrorists that are, directly threatening American lives, then it makes a lot more sense to be focusing our military on Afghanistan than it is to be fighting in Iraq, where, Al-Qaeda at least wasn't at the beginning of the war. So I'm going to move to, I believe, 49 minutes when they start talking about Afghanistan in depth.
The region, including in Afghanistan.
Afghanistan, a new lead question. Now, having resolved Iraq, we'll move to Afghanistan. And it goes to you, Senator Obama, and it picks up on a point that's already been made. Do you think more U.S. troops should be sent to Afghanistan? How many and when?
Yes, I think we need more troops. I've been saying that for over a year now. And I think that we have to do it as quickly as possible, because it's been acknowledged by the commanders on the ground the situation is getting worse, not better. We had the highest fatalities among U.S. troops this past year than any time since 2002. And we are seeing major offensives taking place, Al-Qaeda and Taliban crossing the border and attacking our troops in a brazen fashion. They are feeling emboldened. And we cannot separate Afghanistan from Iraq, because what our commanders have said is we don't have the troops right now to deal with Afghanistan. So I would send 2 to 3 additional brigades to Afghanistan. Now keep in mind that we have 4 times the number of troops in Iraq, where nobody had anything to do with 9/11 before we went in, where, in fact, there was no Al-Qaeda before we went in. But we have 4 times more troops there than we do in Afghanistan. And that is a strategic mistake, because every intelligence agency will acknowledge that Al-Qaeda is the greatest threat against the United States, and that Secretary of Defense Gates acknowledged the Central Front, that the place where we have to deal with these folks is going to be in Afghanistan and in Pakistan. So here's what we have to do comprehensively, though. It's not just more troops. We have to press the Afghan government to make certain that they are actually working for their people. And I've said this to President Karzai. Number 2, we've got to deal with a growing poppy trade that has exploded over the last several years. Number 3, we've got to deal with Pakistan, because Al-Qaeda and the Taliban have safe havens in Pakistan, across the border in the northwest regions. And although, under George Bush, with the support of Senator McCain, we've been giving them $10 billion over the last 7 years, they have not done what needs to be done to get rid of those safe havens. And until we do, Americans here at home are not going to be safe.
Afghanistan, Senator McCain.
I didn't remember that from the first time I watched this debate. He brings up the poppy trade in Afghanistan. He also brings up putting the pressure on Pakistan. Potentially, it sounds like he would be in favor of sending U.S. troops into Pakistan to rout out the Taliban there. I don't really have any comment on that.
Well, first of all, I won't repeat the mistake that I regret enormously, and that is after we were able to help the Afghan freedom fighters and drive the Russians out of Afghanistan, we basically washed our hands of the region, and the result over time was the Taliban.
That's very characteristic, isn't it? His one regret with Middle Eastern politics was, the U.S. pulling out when the job was done.
Al-Qaeda and a lot of the difficulties we are facing today. So we can't ignore those lessons of history. Now, on this issue of aiding Pakistan, if you're going to aim a gun at somebody, George Shultz, our great Secretary of State, told me once, you better be prepared to pull the trigger. I'm not prepared at this time to cut off aid to Pakistan, so I'm not prepared to threaten it. as Senator Obama apparently wants to do, as he has said that he would announce military strikes into Pakistan. We've got to get the support of the people of Pakistan. He said that he would launch military strikes into Pakistan. Now, you don't do that. You don't say that out loud. If you have to do things...
That's actually pretty uncharacteristic, isn't it? You know, John McCain against war with a Middle Eastern country. Although I did think it was kind of funny when it says, well, you don't say that out loud, which maybe that's something that he's been keeping up inside of his head.
Things, you have to do things, and you work with the Pakistani government. Now, the new president of Pakistan, Qadari, has got his hands full, and this area on the border has not been governed since the days of Alexander the Great. I've been to Waziristan. I can see how tough that terrain is. It's ruled by a handful of tribes. And yes, Senator Obama calls for more troops, but what he doesn't understand, it's got to be a new strategy, the same strategy that he condemned in Iraq, that's going to have to be employed in Afghanistan. And we're going to have to help the Pakistanis go into these areas and obtain the allegiance of the people. And it's going to be tough. They've intermarried with al-Qaeda and the Taliban, and it's going to be tough. But we have to get the cooperation of the people in those areas. And the Pakistanis are going to have to understand that that bombing of the Marriott Hotel in Islamabad was a signal from the terrorists that they don't want that government to cooperate with us in combating the Taliban and jihadist elements. So we've got a lot of work to do in Afghanistan, but I'm confident now that General Petraeus is in the new position of command that we will employ a strategy which not only means additional troops, and by the way, there have been 20,000 additional troops from 32 to 53,000, and there needs to be more. So it's not just the addition of troops that matters. It's a strategy that will succeed, and Pakistan is a very important element in this, and I know how to work with them, and I guarantee you I would not publicly state that I'm going to attack them.
So I'm not completely clear on what this new strategy is that John McCain is pushing for. I know he said getting a new general onto the operation. That sounds like that's a said and done thing, though, the way he phrased it. And, you know, it wouldn't matter if John McCain or Barack Obama were presidents. That new strategy was going to be implemented either way. But it also sounded like he was suggesting that the government of Pakistan potentially governing over Afghanistan, something like that. That wasn't completely clear to me. Perhaps he would have been in favor of not exactly Pakistan annexing Afghanistan, but taking over as the governing regime. So I'm going to move to the next timestamp that I've put. Let's see what they're talking about here.
Question, and it goes 2 minutes to you, Senator McCain. What is your reading of the threat from Iran right now to the security of the United States?
My reading of the threat from Iran is that if Iran acquires nuclear weapons, it's an existential threat to the state of Israel, and it is a threat to the region because the other countries in the region will feel a compelling requirement to acquire nuclear weapons as well. Now, we cannot allow a second Holocaust. Let's just make that very clear. But I have proposed for a long time, and I've had conversations.
That's just crazy to me. The rhetoric that I'm hearing right now. So if Iran gets nuclear weapons, it's going to be a second Holocaust. I mean, I don't know, maybe there is an argument to be made that Iran would use nuclear missiles to glass Israel off the face of the earth. I guess we'll have to hear him out on this.
Conversation with foreign leaders about forming a league of democracies. Let's be clear, and let's have some straight talk. The Russians are preventing significant action in the United Nations Security Council. I have proposed a league of democracies, a group of people, a group of countries that share common interests, common values, common ideals, and they also control a lot of the world's economic power. We could impose significant, meaningful, painful sanctions on the Iranians that I think could have a beneficial effect. The Iranians have a lousy government, so therefore their economy is lousy, even though they have significant oil revenues. So I am convinced that together we can, with the French, with the British, with the Germans, and other countries, democracies around the world, we can affect Iranian behavior.
This League of Democracies thing doesn't sound particularly innovative to me. We have a League of Democracies called NATO. We have we've attempted many times to create a League of Nations, starting with the League of Nations, of course, and then followed up with the United Nations. The purpose of these entities was to, solve these sorts of international political issues, to put sanctions on countries that were out of line. And I'm not exactly sure what creating a new League of Democracies would actually do to make these international bodies any more effective than they've been.
But have no doubt that the Iranians continue on the path to the acquisition of a nuclear weapon as we speak tonight. And it is a threat not only in the region, but around the world. But I'd also like to point out the Iranians are putting the most lethal IEDs into Iraq, which are killing young Americans. There are special groups in Iran that are coming into Iraq and are being trained in Iran. And there is the Republican Guard in Iran, which Senator Kyle had an amendment in order to declare them a sponsor of terror. Senator Obama said that would be provocative. So this is a serious threat. This is a serious threat to the security in the world. And I believe we can act, and we can act with our friends and allies and reduce that threat as quickly as possible. But have no.
And this is the same rhetoric that you're still hearing today in 2024 from the Republican Party, talking about Iran as a state sponsor of terror, as an existential threat to the United States and our allies. Not much has changed in the last almost 20 years.
No doubt about the ultimate result of them acquiring nuclear weapons.
2 minutes on Iran.
Well, let me just correct something very quickly. I believe that the Republican Guard of Iran is a terrorist organization. I've consistently said so. What Senator McCain refers to is a measure in the Senate that would try to broaden the mandate inside of Iraq to deal with Iran. And ironically, the single thing that has strengthened Iran over the last several years has been the war in Iraq. Iraq was Iran's mortal enemy. That was cleared away. And what we've seen over the last several years is Iran's influence grow. They have funded Hezbollah. They have funded Hamas. They have gone from 0 centrifuges to 4,000 centrifuges to develop a nuclear weapon. So obviously our policy over the last 8 years has not worked. Now, Senator McCain is absolutely right. We cannot tolerate a nuclear Iran. It would be a game changer. Not only would it threaten Israel, a country that is our stalwart ally, but it would also create an environment in which you could set up an arms race in the Middle East. Now, here's what we need to do. We do need tougher sanctions. I do not agree with Senator McCain that we're going to be able to execute the kind of sanctions we need without some cooperation from countries like Russia and China that are, I think Senator McCain would agree, not democracies, but have extensive trade with Iran, but potentially have an interest in making sure Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon. But we're also going to have to, I believe, engage in tough, direct diplomacy with Iran, and this is a major difference that I have with Senator McCain. This notion that by not talking to people we are punishing them has not worked. It has not worked in Iran. It has not worked in North Korea. In each instance, our efforts at isolation have actually accelerated their efforts to get nuclear weapons. That will change when I'm President of the United States.
Senator?
Yeah, so on his last point he made there, I wonder if there's ever been a situation where using economic sanctions has actually resulted in the desired effect of, curbing the efforts of some power that we want to stop them from obtaining nuclear weapons, or we want to stop them from expanding their military or their arsenal. I sort of feel like Obama contradicted himself there, saying that he wants more cooperation from more countries towards these sanctions, and that's going to somehow stop Iran from obtaining nuclear weapons, despite the fact that the existing sanctions, the existing efforts that the United States has made have only backfired.
Senator, what about talking?
Well, Senator Obama twice said in debates that he would sit down with Ahmadinejad, Chavez, and Raul Castro without precondition. Without precondition.
So next I'm going to move on to Russia.
We do that all the time.
We're going to go to a new lead.
Senator Obama is parsing words when he says precondition means preparation.
I am not parsing words.
Parsing
I'm
words,
using
my friend.
the same words that your advisors used. Please go ahead.
New lead question. Russia. Goes to you. 2 minutes, Senator Obama. How do you see the relationship with Russia? Do you see him as a competitor? Do you see him as an enemy? Do you see him as a potential partner?
Well, I think that given what's happened over the last several weeks and months, our entire Russian approach has to be evaluated because a resurgent and very aggressive Russia is a threat to the peace and stability of the region. Their actions in Georgia were unacceptable. They were unwarranted, and at this point it is absolutely critical for the next president to make clear that we have to follow through on our the 6-point ceasefire. They have to remove themselves from South Ossetia and Abkhazia. It is absolutely important that we have a unified alliance and that we explain to the Russians that you cannot be a 21st century superpower or power and act like a 20th century dictatorship. And we also have to affirm all the fledgling democracies in that region. The Estonians, the Lithuanians, the Latvians, the Poles, the Czechs, that we are in fact going to be supportive and in solidarity with them in their efforts. They are members of NATO, and to countries like Georgia and the Ukraine, I think we have to insist that they are free to join NATO if they meet the requirements, and they should have a membership action plan immediately to start bringing them in. Now, we also can't return to...
So he's doing a pretty good job here of framing the United States geopolitical interests as sort of a global moral issue.
A Cold War posture with respect to Russia. It's important that we recognize there are going to be some areas of common interest. One is nuclear proliferation. They have not only 15,000 nuclear warheads, but they've got enough to make another 40,000, and some of those loose nukes could fall into the hands of al-Qaeda. This is an area where I've led on in the Senate, working with a Republican ranking member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Dick Lugar, to deal with the proliferation of loose nuclear weapons. That's an area where we're going to have to work with Russia, but we have to have a president who is clear that you don't deal with Russia based on staring into his eyes and seeing his soul. You deal with Russia based on what are the national security interests of the United States of America, and we have to...
And that sort of comes off as a neocon fantasy to me, the idea that Russia would just not hand over, but, you know, accidentally give nuclear weapons to al-Qaeda. That's sort of a... That's definitely an image that would make the average American a little bit afraid, more so than might be appropriate considering how implausible that situation seems. I mean, it's definitely a situation that never came to fruition.
Recognize that the way they've been behaving lately demands a sharp response from the international community and our allies.
2 minutes on Russia, Senator McCain.
Well, I was interested in Senator Obama's reaction to the Russian aggression against Georgia. His first statement was, both sides ought to show restraint. Again, a little bit of naivete there. He doesn't understand that Russia committed serious aggression against Georgia. And Russia has now become a nation fueled by petrodollars that is basically a KGB apparatchik-run government. I looked into Mr. Putin's eyes, and I saw 3 letters, a K, a G, and a B. And their aggression in Georgia is not acceptable behavior. I don't believe we're going to go back to the Cold War. I am sure that that will not happen. But I do believe that we need to bolster our friends and allies. And that wasn't just about a problem between Georgia and Russia. It had everything to do with energy. There's a pipeline that runs from the Caspian through Georgia through Turkey. And of course, we know that the Russians control other sources of energy into Europe, which they have used from time to time. It's not accidental that the presidents of Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, Poland, and Ukraine flew to Georgia, flew to Tbilisi, where I have spent significant amount of time with a great young president, Misha Saakashvili. And they showed solidarity with them, but also they are very concerned about the Russian threats to regain their status of the old Russian Empire. Now, I think the Russians ought to understand that we will support, we, the United States, will support the inclusion of Georgia and Ukraine and the natural process, inclusion into NATO. We also ought to make it very clear that the Russians are in violation of their ceasefire agreement. They have stationed additional troops in Abkhazia and South Ossetia. By the way, I went there once, and we went...
So clearly, you know, today in the 2020s, the issue of Ukraine and other countries on the Russian border into NATO is a very hot issue, literally. It was the, at least supposedly the grounds for, I guess it's not the official grounds for the war between Russia and Ukraine, but it is I think you can see pretty easily that the strategic interest for Russia's invasions of Crimea and the Donbass, and their larger efforts in Ukraine, it's very much because of the U.S. efforts to integrate Ukraine into NATO, and that's been a source of a lot of conflict.
Went inside and drove in, and there was a huge poster, and this is Georgian territory, and there was a huge picture of Vladimir Putin, and it said, "Vladimir Putin, our president." It was very clear the Russian intentions towards Georgia. They were just waiting to seize the opportunity. So this is a very difficult situation. We want to work with the Russians, but we also have every right to expect the Russians to behave in a fashion in keeping with a country who respects international boundaries and the norms of international behavior. And watch Ukraine. This whole thing has got a lot to do with Ukraine, Crimea, the base of the Russian fleet in Sevastopol, and the breakdown of the political process in Ukraine between Tymoshenko and Yushchenko.
And that's probably the most insightful thing I've heard in all these debates from John McCain, of all people. Watch Ukraine, pay attention to Ukraine, because that definitely was back in 2014 where the geopolitical conflict between the United States and Russia really came to a head.
Is a very serious problem. So watch Ukraine, and let's make sure that the Ukrainians understand that we are their friend and ally.
Do you have a major difference with what he just said?
No, actually, I think Senator McCain and I agree for the most part on these issues. Obviously, I disagree with this notion that somehow we did not forcefully object to Russians going into Georgia. I immediately said that this was illegal and objectionable. And absolutely, I wanted a cessation of the violence because it put an enormous strain on Georgia. And that's why I was the first to say that we have to rebuild the Georgian economy and called for $1 billion that has now gone in to help them rebuild. Because part of Russia's intentions here was to weaken the economy to the point where
All of my time.
One at a time.
No one can be opposed to alternate energy.
Let's move on. You got one more energy.
Last lead question. You have 2 minutes each, and the question is this, beginning with you, Senator McCain. What do you think the likelihood is that there would be another 9/11 type attack on the continental United States?
I think it's much less than it was the day after 9/11. I think that we have a safer nation, but we are a long way from safe. And I want to tell you that one of the things I'm most proud of, among other, because I have worked across the aisle. I have a long record on that, on a long series of reforms. But after 9/11, Senator Joe Lieberman and I decided that we needed a commission. And that was a commission to investigate 9/11 and find out what happened and fix it. And we were opposed by the administration, another area where I differed with this administration. And we were stymied until the families of 9/11 came. And they descended on Washington, and we got that legislation passed. And there were a series of recommendations, as I recall, more than 40. And I'm happy to say that we've gotten written into law most of those reforms recommended by that commission. I'm proud of that work. Again, bipartisan, reaching across the aisle, working together, Democrat and Republican alike. So we have a long way to go in our intelligence services. We have to do a better
I'm not sure exactly what reforms he's referring to, but I assume it has something to do with the Patriot Act.
job in human intelligence, and we've got to make sure that we have people who are trained interrogators so that we don't ever torture a prisoner ever again. We have to make sure that our technological and intelligence capabilities are better. We have to work more closely with our allies. I know our allies, and I can work much more closely with them. But I can tell you that I think America is safer today than it was in 9/11. But that doesn't mean that we don't have a long way to go. And I'd like to remind you also, as a result of those recommendations, we probably had the largest reorganization of government since we established the Defense Department. And I think that those men and women in those agencies are doing a great job. But we still...
That's something that perks my ears. The largest reorganization of government since, I think, said the establishment of the Department of Defense. Yeah, there is definitely some major changes in the early 2000s. In the aftermath of 9/11, some growth of a lot of intelligence agencies, expansion of the power of the Department of Homeland Security, the National Security Agency, the FBI. I'm not sure that most Americans would consider these to be good expansions, but with the rapid growth of technology at the same time, it was probably mostly inevitable.
Still have a long way to go before we can declare America safe, and that means doing a better job along our borders as well.
2 minutes, Senator Obama.
Well, first of all, I think that we are safer in some ways. Obviously, we've poured billions of dollars into airport security. We have done some work in terms of securing potential targets, but we still have a long way to go. We've got to make sure that we're hardening our chemical sites. We haven't done enough in terms of transit. We haven't done enough in terms of ports. And the biggest threat that we face right now is not a nuclear missile coming over the skies. It's in a suitcase. This is why the issue...
That was an intriguing comment from Obama that you know, we haven't done enough in terms of port security. I think today you could say the same thing, especially if you know, you keep up with reports from people like S2 Underground. Our port security sort of questionable right now. A lot of our ports are pretty much outright owned by the government of China, owned by Chinese corporations. Who knows what that could be used for, whether it be espionage, moving Chinese assets into the United States, or more likely just sabotaging American logistics.
The issue of nuclear proliferation is so important. It is the biggest threat to the United States is a terrorist getting a hands on nuclear weapons. And we are spending billions of dollars on missile defense. And I actually believe that we need missile defense because of Iran and North Korea and the potential for them to obtain or to launch nuclear weapons. But I also believe that when we are only spending a few $100 million on nuclear proliferation, then we're making a mistake. The other thing that we have to focus on, though, is Al-Qaeda. They are now operating in 60 countries. We can't simply be focused on Iraq. We have to go to the root cause, and that is in Afghanistan and Pakistan. That's going to be critical. We are going to need more cooperation with our allies. And one last point I want to make. It is important for us to understand that the way we are perceived in the world is going to make a difference in terms of our capacity to get cooperation and root out terrorism. And one of the things that I intend to do as president is to restore America's standing in the world. We are less respected now than we were 8 years ago or even 4 years ago. And this is the greatest country on earth. But because of...
And you could probably say that again in 2024 after the Joe Biden administration and the results that produced in Afghanistan and the Ukraine. So we're pretty much at the end of this presidential debate. I have two others that I'd like to get through. So.
Good evening and welcome to the third and last presidential debate of 2008, sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates.
So the third one is the vice presidential debate. I think that's worth watching as well.
Policy. I will divide the next hour and a half into 9-minute segments. I will ask a question at the beginning of each segment. Each candidate will then have 2 minutes to respond, and then we'll have a discussion. I'll encourage them to ask follow-up questions of each other. If they do not, I will. The audience behind me has promised to be quiet, except at this moment when we welcome Barack Obama and John McCain.
So I'm going to move on to my first timestamp.
Challenges in this economy that have to be dealt with. We've got to fix our energy policy that's giving our wealth away. We've got to fix our healthcare system, and we've got to invest in our education system for every young person to be able to learn.
All right. Would you like to ask him a question?
No. I would like to mention that a couple of days ago, Senator Obama was out in Ohio, and he had an encounter with a guy who's a plumber. His name is Joe Wurzelberger. Joe wants to buy the business that he's been in for all these years. Worked 10, 12 hours a day. And he wanted to buy the business, but he looked at your tax plan, and he saw that he was going to pay much higher taxes. You were going to put him in a higher tax bracket, which was going to increase his taxes, which was going to cause him not to be able to employ people, which Joe was trying to realize the American dream. Now, Senator Obama talks about the very, very rich. Joe, I want to tell you, I'll not only help that you buy that business that you worked your whole life for and I'll keep your taxes low, and I'll provide available and affordable health care for you and your employees, and I will not stand for a tax increase on the small business income. 50% of small business income taxes are paid by small businesses. That's 16 million jobs in America.
And what you want to do to Joe the plumber and millions more like him is have their taxes increased and not be able to realize the American dream of owning their own business. That's what Joe believes.
It's kind of funny, Obama laughing at him for this story. So this Joe the plumber thing is, I guess, the most memorable part of John McCain's campaign from 2008. It's not exactly a they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats moments, but it's, it's something that you're supposed to be able to relate to. All the story. Joe the plumber, he's the typical American small business owner, and under the Obama tax plans, he can't pursue his dream, but under John McCain's tax plan, he'll be able to pursue his dream. It's a story that's is it valid? I don't know if it's valid. I haven't done the math myself to see if a Joe the plumber would be able to hire more employees under John McCain's tax plan than Obama's tax plan. But I guess I'll let Obama respond for himself.
He's been watching some ads of Senator McCain, so let me tell you what I'm actually going to do. I think tax policy is a major difference between Senator McCain and myself. And we both want to cut taxes. The difference is who we want to cut taxes for. Now, Senator McCain, the centerpiece of his economic proposal is to provide $200 billion in additional tax breaks to some of the wealthiest corporations in America. ExxonMobil and other oil companies, for example, would get an additional $4 billion in tax breaks. What I've said is I want to provide a tax cut for 95% of working Americans. 95%. If you make less than $250,000 a year, then you will not see your income tax go up, your capital gains tax go up, your payroll tax, not one dime. And 95% of working families, 95% of you out there, will get a tax cut. In fact, independent studies have looked at our respective plans and have concluded that I provide 3 times the amount of tax relief to middle-class families than Senator McCain does. Now, the conversation I had with Joe the plumber, what I essentially said to him was, 5 years ago, when you weren't in a position to buy your business, you needed a tax cut then. And what I want to do is to make sure that the plumber, the nurse, the firefighter, the teacher, the young entrepreneur who doesn't yet have money, I want to give them a tax break now. And that requires us to make some important choices. Last point I'll make about small businesses, not only do 98% of small businesses make less than $250,000, but I also want to give them additional tax breaks because they are the drivers of the economy. They produce the most jobs.
You know what Senator Obama ended up his conversation with Joe the plumber? We need to spread the wealth around. In other words, we're going to take Joe's money, give it to Senator Obama, and let him spread the wealth around. I want Joe the plumber to spread that wealth around. You told him you wanted to spread the wealth around. The whole premise behind Senator Obama's plans are class warfare, let's spread the wealth around. I want small businesses, and by the way, the small businesses that we're talking about that would receive an increase in their taxes right now. Why would you want to increase anybody's taxes right now? Why would you want to do that? Anyone in America. When we have such a tough time, when these small business people like Joe the plumber are going to create jobs, unless you take that money from him and spread the wealth around. I'm not going to, we're not going to do that.
So Obama's response to the Joe the plumber narrative is that, well, there's a 98% chance that, if Joe the plumber is a typical small business owner, he'll actually benefit from Obama's tax plan. But John McCain's response is, well, Obama is going to try and spread the wealth around, essentially insinuating that Obama is some sort of socialist, whether or not that's a valid description of his tax plans, I guess, is up for people to decide. But, just going off the merits of the debate itself, Obama really seems to have won that little exchange because, the whole Joe the plumber narrative, it sort of sounds like John McCain is sort of either grasping at straws or trying to create a straw man for fighting against Obama's tax plans. But, in here, Obama's not going to make the case for a socialist tax plan. He's not going to defend any sort of class warfare or communist rhetoric on the national debate stage. That's not really what he's about in this debate. So I'm going to move on to the next highlight, which is the response to budget plans.
New direction, that's what I propose as president.
Do either of you think you can balance the budget in 4 years? You have said previously you thought you could, Senator McCain.
Sure I do.
You
And
can
let me
still
tell you,
do that?
Yeah. Senator Obama, I am not President Bush. If you wanted to run against President Bush, you should have run 4 years ago. I'm going to give a new direction to this economy in this country. Senator Obama talks about voting for budgets. He voted twice for a budget resolution that increases the taxes on individuals making $42,000 a year. Of course, we can take a hatchet and a scalpel to this budget. It's completely out of control. The mayor of New York, Mayor Bloomberg, just imposed a across-the-board spending freeze on New York City. They're doing it all over America because they have to balance their budgets. I will balance our budgets, and I will get them, and I will reduce this. We can do it with this kind of job creation of energy independence. Now, look, Americans are hurting tonight, and they're angry, and I understand that, and they want a new direction. I can bring them in that direction by eliminating spending. Senator Obama talks about the budgets I voted for. He voted for the last two budgets that had $24 billion more in spending than the budget that the Bush administration proposed. He voted for the energy bill that was full of goodies for the oil companies that I opposed. So the fact is, let's look at our record, Senator Obama. Let's look at as graded by the National Taxpayers Union and the Citizens Against Government Waste and the other watchdog organizations. I have fought against spending. I have fought against special interest. I have fought for reform. You have to tell me one time when you have stood up with the leaders of your party on one single major issue.
Well, there's a lot of stuff that was put out there, so let me try to address it. First of all, in terms of standing up to...
So yeah, there we have John McCain. His answer to the budget question is he's going to be the candidate for austerity. He's going to basically, he's careful austerity, so not promising any sort of revolutionary change to the way that the United States is operating, the way that government spending happens. He's just going to have austerity. He's going to be careful with government spending, and that's his campaign promise, along with some tax cuts for middle class and presumably for some small businesses that the 2% that would not be benefiting from Obama's tax plan. So that's sort of John McCain's economic platform at this stage.
So editing here, there is one point where I don't feel like I gave John McCain the credit he was due on his budget reforms policy. John McCain had multiple times mentioned a total discretionary spending freeze, and that is a somewhat radical solution. Although I don't know what the long-term effects of that would have been.
The leaders of my party, the first major bill that I voted on in the Senate was in support of tort reform, which wasn't very popular with trial lawyers, a major constituency in the Democratic Party. I support charter schools and pay for performance for teachers. Doesn't make me popular with the teachers union. I support clean coal technology. Doesn't make me popular with environmentalists. So I've got a history of reaching across the aisle. Now, with respect to a couple of things Senator McCain said, the notion that I voted for a tax increase for people making $42,000 a year has been disputed by everybody who's looked at this claim that Senator McCain keeps on making. Even Fox News disputes it. And that doesn't happen very often when it comes to accusations about me. So the fact of the matter is that if I occasionally mistaken your policies for George Bush's policies, it's because on the core economic issues that matter to the American people, on tax policy, on energy policy, on spending priorities, you have been a vigorous supporter of President Bush. Now, you've shown independence, commendable independence, on some key issues like torture, for example, and I give you enormous credit for that. But when it comes to economic policies, essentially what you are proposing is 8 more years of the same thing, and it hasn't worked. And I think the American people understand it hasn't worked. We need to move in a new direction.
All right.
Let me just say,
about 30 seconds.
But it's
I think Obama's response to that question was pretty effective. His entire campaign he's not running against John McCain. He's running against George Bush. And the American people who have no faith in the Bush government, in their administration right now, due to their handling of the Iraq war, due to their handling of the economy, they're all going to want to support, the guy who's running against Bush, and providing a new, a hopeful, literally using the word hope as part of his campaign. They're going to get behind the guy who gives them a more hopeful idea of the future of actually changing things, rather than getting behind the guy who, as Obama put it, is basically 4 more years of George Bush. So I'm going to move on to about a minute forwards. One thing that I got a lot, I heard a lot during the 2024 presidential debates and the 2016 presidential debates, whenever Donald Trump was on stage, was that our recent debates have this lack of civility, whereas previous years, all the presidential candidates were so much more civil with each other that there weren't any scandals that people were making up to sort of throw dirt on the other candidates. That isn't true at all. The Republican Party was doing quite a bit to make Barack Obama look bad, making up certain narratives like the birth certificates, slinging a lot of mud, and then the Democrats also aren't completely innocent either of essentially slinging mud at the other party across the aisle. And I think that's completely natural for them to do as rival parties. But some people have this very idealistic image of the past. Not that this is very far into the past at all, but they have this idealistic image of the way things were before Donald Trump, and I don't think that it really is reflective of the way things were compared to the way things are today.
In this campaign. Yet it has turned very nasty. Senator Obama, your campaign has used words like erratic, out of touch, lie, angry, losing his bearings to describe. McCain, your commercials have included words like disrespectful, dangerous, dishonorable. He lied. Your running mate said he palled around with terrorists. Are each of you tonight willing to sit at this table and say to each other's face what your campaigns and the people in your campaigns have said about each other? And Senator McCain, you're first.
Well, this has been a tough campaign. It's been a very tough campaign. And I know from my experience in many campaigns that if Senator Obama had responded to my urgent request to sit down and do town hall meetings and come before the American people, we could have done at least 10 of them by now. When Senator Obama was first asked, he said, any place, any time. The way Barry Goldwater and Jack Kennedy agreed to do before the intervention of the tragedy at Dallas. So I think the tone of this campaign could have been very different. And the fact is, it's gotten pretty tough. And I regret some of the negative aspects of both campaigns. But the fact is that it has taken many turns which I think are unacceptable. One of them happened just the other day when a man I admire and respect, I've written about him, Congressman John Lewis, an American hero, made allegations that Sarah Palin and I were somehow associated with the worst chapter in American history: segregation, deaths of children in church bombings, George Wallace. That to me was so hurtful. And Senator Obama, you didn't repudiate those remarks. Every time there's been an out-of-bounds remark made by a Republican, no matter where they are, I have repudiated them. I hope that Senator Obama will repudiate those remarks that were made by Congressman John Lewis. Very unfair and totally inappropriate.
I'm not familiar with what these remarks were, but they clearly did not survive the media cycle very long.
So I want to tell you, we will run a truthful campaign. This is a tough campaign, and it's a matter of fact that Senator Obama has spent more money on negative ads than any political campaign in history, and I can prove it. And Senator Obama, when he said, and he signed a piece of paper that said he would take public financing for his campaign if I did, that was back when he was a long-shot candidate, you didn't keep your word. And we looked into the camera and debated with Senator Clinton and said, I will sit down and negotiate with John McCain about public financing before I make a decision. You didn't tell the American people the truth because you didn't. And that's an unfortunate part. Now we have the highest spending by Senator Obama's campaign than any time since Watergate.
All right.
Well, look,
I think that we expect presidential campaigns to be tough. I think that if
The last word of his little speech there, Watergate, it's an interesting one to be thrown out there. I wonder if he planned that intentionally to sort of slip that into the subconscious of the people watching the debate.
If you look at the record and the impressions of the American people, Bob, your network just did a poll showing that 2/3 of the American people think that Senator McCain's running a negative campaign versus 1/3 of mine. And 100%, John, of your ads, 100% of them have been negative.
not true.
It absolutely is true. And now, I think the American people are less interested in our hurt feelings during the course of the campaign than addressing the issues that matter to them so deeply. And there is nothing wrong with us having a vigorous debate like we're having tonight about health care, about energy policy, about tax policy. That's the stuff that campaigns should be made of. The notion, though, that because we're not doing town hall meetings, that justifies some of the ads that have been going up. Not just from your own campaign directly, John, but 527s and other organizations that make some pretty tough accusations. Well, I don't mind being attacked for the next 3 weeks. What the American people can't afford, though, is 4 more years of failed economic policies. And what they deserve over the next 4 weeks is that we talk about what's most pressing to them, the economic crisis. Senator McCain's own campaign said publicly last week that if we keep on talking about the economic crisis, we lose. So we need to change the subject. And I would love to see the next 3 weeks devoted to talking about the economy, devoted to talking about healthcare, devoted to talking about energy, and figuring out how the American people can send their kids to college. And that is something that I would welcome. But it requires, I think, a recognition that politics as usual, as has been practiced over the last several years, is not solving the big problems here in America.
Well, if you'll turn on the television, as I watched the Arizona Cardinals defeat the Dallas Cowboys on Sunday.
Congratulations.
Every other ad was an attack ad on my health care plan. And any objective observer has said it's not true. You're running ads right now that say that I oppose federal funding for stem cell research. I don't. You're running ads that misportray completely my position on immigration. So the fact is that Senator Obama is spending unprecedented in the history of American politics, going back to the beginning, amounts of money in negative attack ads on me. And of course I've been talking about the economy. Of course I've talked to people like Joe the plumber and tell him that I'm not going to spread his wealth around. I'm going to let him keep his wealth. And of course we're talking about a positive plan of action to restore this economy and restore jobs in America. That's what my campaign is all about, and that's what it'll continue to be all about. But again, I did not hear a repudiation of Congressman Lewis.
Well, I mean, if we want to talk about Congressman Lewis, who is an American hero, he, unprompted by my campaign, without my campaign's awareness, made a statement that he was troubled with what he was hearing at some of the rallies that your running mate was holding, in which all the public reports indicated were shouting, when my name came up, things like terrorist and kill him, and that your running mate didn't mention, didn't stop, didn't say, hold on a second, that's kind of out of line. And I think Congressman Lewis's point was that we have to be careful about how we deal with our supporters. Now,
You've got to read what he said. You've got to read what he said.
Let me complete my response. I do think that he appropriately drew a comparison between what was happening there and what had happened during the Civil Rights Movement. And we immediately put out a statement saying that we don't think that comparison is appropriate. And in fact, afterwards, Congressman Lewis put out a similar statement saying that he had probably gone over the line.
So they go back and forth for a little while longer, but Barack Obama just mentioned running mates, and I think that is the more interesting topic of debates at 38 minutes in. The question is posed why your running mates would be a decent president of the United States, something along those lines. And, that's an important question because, as we know, Joe Biden actually did become president of the United States. So let's hear what they have to say about Joe Biden as president of the United States in 2008.
I'm not going to raise taxes the way Senator Obama wants to raise taxes in a tough economy. And that's really what this campaign is going to be about.
All right, let's go to the next topic, and we may want to get back into some of this during this next discussion. I want to ask both of you about the people that you're going to bring into the government. And our best insight yet is who you picked as your running mates. So I'll begin by asking both of you this question. And I'll ask you to answer first, Senator Obama.
I think it'll be funny to hear John McCain try to defend the possibility of a Sarah Palin presidency.
Why would the country be better off if your running mate became president rather than his running mate?
Well, Joe Biden, I think, is one of the finest public servants that has served in this country. It's not just that he has some of the best foreign policy credentials of anybody, and Democrats and Republicans alike, I think, acknowledge his expertise there. But it's also that his entire life, he has never forgotten where he came from. Coming from Scranton, fighting on behalf of working families, remembering what it's like to see his father lose his job and go through a downward spiral economically. And as a consequence, his consistent pattern throughout his career is to fight for the little guy. That's what he's done when it comes to economic policies that will help working families get a leg up. That's what he's done when it comes to, for example, passing the landmark 1994 crime bill, the Violence Against Women's Act. Joe has always made sure that he is fighting on behalf of working families. And I think he shares my core values and my sense of where the country needs to go. Because after 8 years of failed policies, he and I both agree that what we're going to have to do is to reprioritize, make sure that we're investing in the American people, give tax cuts not to the wealthiest corporations, but give them to small businesses and give them to individuals who are struggling right now. Make sure that we finally get serious about energy independence, something that has been languishing in Washington for 30 years, and make sure that our kids get a great education and can afford to go to college. So on the key issues that are of importance to American families, Joe Biden's always been on the right side, and I think he will make an outstanding president if, heaven forbid, something happened to me.
Senator.
So yeah, Joe Biden, the argument for a Joe Biden presidency is that Joe Biden is basically with Barack Obama on the important issues. And also, his long-standing career and his track record of being an effective politician. I think Joe Biden continued to be with Obama on issues of policy, on the direction that the country should be going, as they both continued to drift left throughout the 2010s and 2020s. But his abilities as a politician declined quite a bit towards the end there. Not that things have truly ended yet, but obviously he's not going to serve another term.
Well, Americans have gotten to know Sarah Palin. They know that she's a role model to women and other reformers all over America. She's a reformer. She took on a governor who was a member of her own party when she ran for governor. When she was ahead of their Energy and Natural Resources Board, she saw corruption, she resigned. And said, this can't go on. She's given money back to the taxpayers. She's cut the size of government. She negotiated with the oil companies and faced them down a $40 billion pipeline of natural gas that's going to relieve the energy needs of of what they call the lower 48. She's a reformer through and through. And it's time we had that breath of fresh air coming into our nation's capital and sweep out the old boy network and the cronyism that's been so much a part of it that I've fought against for all these years. She'll be my partner. She understands reform. And by the way, she also understands special needs families. She understands that autism is on the rise.
I'm going to pause right there before we get too off track on those first points. So Sarah Palin, he's framing as a reformer. So basically, like I wouldn't draw the comparison between Sarah Palin and someone like, say, Donald Trump, who I think today is largely considered to be more of a reformer than Sarah Palin for the government of the Republican Party. Sarah Palin, I would not say is the sort of firebrand leader that people would expect to cause or to lead a large-scale reform of the U.S. government. But she is framed that way. And I mean, the impression that I get from Sarah Palin, just from the way she's being sold right now. She almost comes off as a bit of a progressive or a bit of a liberal. Not that that's her standing on social issues, but that's just sort of the vibe that I feel like is being sold here. And I don't know that it's going to be, I don't know that it helped McCain in any way when it came to his presidential bid.
Rise. We got to find out what's causing it, and we've got to reach out to these families and help them and give them the help they need as they raise these very special needs children. She understands that better than almost any American that I know. I'm proud of her, and that she has ignited our party and people all over America that have never been involved in the political process. And I can't tell you how proud I am of her and her family. Her husband's a pretty tough guy, by the way, too.
Do you think she's...
So, appealing to, I'm assuming that the main reason that he brings up this issue of special needs families is he's trying to win the woman vote. I guess that it's not a particularly bad choice. White women are a pretty significant portion of the American voting population, and they're pretty much split on the Republican, Democrat parties. So if John McCain could win the female votes, particularly the white women votes, that could put him in a decent position to take some key states. But obviously, it didn't work out that way.
Qualified to be president?
I think that's going to be up to the American people. I think that obviously she's a capable politician who has, I think, excited a base in the Republican Party. And I think it's very commendable, the work she's done on behalf of special needs. I agree with that, John. I do want to just point out that autism, for example, or other special needs, will require some additional funding if we're going to get serious in terms of research. That is something that every family that advocates on behalf of disabled children talk about. And if we have a across-the-board spending freeze, we're not going to be able to do it. That's an example of, I think, the kind of the use of the scalpel that we want to make sure that we're funding some of those programs.
Do you think Senator Biden is qualified?
Well, I think that Joe Biden is qualified in many respects, but I do point out that he's been wrong on many foreign policy and national security issues, which is supposed to be his strength. He voted against the first Gulf War. He voted against it, and obviously we had to take Saddam Hussein out of Kuwait, or it would have threatened the Middle Eastern world supply. In Iraq, he had this cockamamie idea about dividing Iraq into 3 countries. We're seeing Iraq united as Iraqis. It's tough, hard, but we're seeing them. We're now about to have an agreement for status of forces in Iraq coming up. There are several issues in which, frankly, Joe Biden and I openly and honestly disagreed on national security policy, and he's been wrong on a number of the major ones. But again, I want to come back to, notice every time Senator Obama says, we need to spend more. We need to spend more. That's the answer. Why do we always have to spend more? Why can't we have transparency, accountability, reform of these agencies of government? Maybe that's why he's asked for sought and proposed $860 billion worth of new spending, and wants to raise people's taxes in a time of incredible challenge and difficulty and heartache for the American
Let's
families.
go to a new topic here. We're running a little behind. Let's talk about energy and climate control. Every president since...
So now they move on to talking more about energy and climate control, and I think if you've been paying attention to the candidates up to this point, you know exactly what they're going to say, so I don't think it's really worthwhile to linger on that too long right now. But yeah, the next highlight, and I think the last highlight I have for this debate, is about an hour or 5 minutes in, they start talking about Roe v. Wade. And obviously that became a new point of contention in recent years with the overturning of Roe v. Wade. Of course, the pro-life lobby versus the pro-choice lobby, I suppose. That remains very contentious debates, obviously. Otherwise, nothing would have changed. But let's listen to these candidates in 2008 discuss the issue.
overturned. Senator Obama, you believe it shouldn't. Could either of you ever nominate someone to the Supreme Court who disagrees with you on this issue? Senator McCain.
I would never, and have never in all the years I've been there, impose a litmus test on any nominee to the court. That's not appropriate to do.
You do
I think
want
it was
Roe
a
v.
bad
Wade
decision.
to be overturned.
I thought it was a bad decision. I think there was a lot of decisions that were bad. I think that the decision should rest in the hands of the states. I'm a Federalist, and I believe strongly that we should have nominees to the United States Supreme Court based on their qualifications rather than any litmus test. Now, let me say that there was a time a few years ago when the United States Senate was about to blow up. Republicans wanted to have just a majority vote to confirm a judge, and the Democrats were blocking in an unprecedented fashion. We got together, 7 Republicans, 7 Democrats. You were offered a chance to join. You chose not to because you were afraid of the appointment of, quote, conservative judges. I voted for Justice Breyer and Justice Ginsburg, not because I agreed with their ideology, but because I thought they were qualified and that elections have consequences when presidents are nominated. This is a very important issue we're talking about. Senator Obama voted against Justice Breyer and Justice Roberts on the grounds that they didn't meet his ideological standards. That's not the way we should judge these nominees. Elections have consequences. They should be judged on their qualifications. And so that's what I will do. I will find the best people in the world, in the United States of America, who have a history of strict adherence to the Constitution and
But
not
even if it was
legislating
someone,
from the bench.
even someone who had a history of being for abortion rights, you would consider them?
I would consider anyone in their qualifications. I do not believe that someone who has supported Roe v. Wade that would be a part of those qualifications. But I certainly would not impose any litmus test.
All right.
Well, I think it's...
That was a very non-ideological answer there. I guess valuing the professional qualifications over ideological boundaries. Very in line with, I guess, the whole vibe of John McCain and his campaign.
It's true that we shouldn't apply a strict litmus test, and the most important thing in any judge is their capacity to provide fairness and justice to the American people. And it is true that this is going to be, I think, one of the most consequential.
And off the bat, Obama's using more charged words here: fairness, justice, in contrast to John McCain just using terms like qualifications.
Decisions of the next president. It is very likely that one of us will be making at least one, and probably more than one, appointments, and Roe versus Wade probably hangs in the balance. Now, I would not provide a litmus test, but I am somebody who believes that Roe versus Wade was rightly decided. I think that abortion is a very difficult issue, and it is a moral issue, and one that I think good people on both sides can disagree on. But what ultimately I believe is that women, in consultation with their families, their doctors, their religious advisors, are in the best position to make this decision. And I think that the Constitution has a right to privacy in it that shouldn't be subject to state referendum any more than our First Amendment rights are subject to state referendum, any more than many of the other rights that we have should be subject to popular vote. So this is going to be an important issue. I will look for those judges who have an outstanding judicial record, who have the intellect, and who hopefully have a sense of what real world folks are going through. I'll just give you one quick example. Senator McCain and I disagreed recently when the Supreme Court made it more difficult for a woman named Lilly Ledbetter to press her claim for pay discrimination. For years, she had been getting paid less than a man had been paid for doing the exact same job. And when she brought a suit saying equal pay for equal work, the judges said, well, it's taken you too long to bring this lawsuit, even though she didn't know about it until fairly recently. We tried to overturn it in the Senate. I supported that effort to provide better guidance to the courts. John McCain opposed it. I think that it's important for judges to understand that if a woman is out there trying to raise a family, trying to support her family, and is being treated unfairly, then the court has to stand up if nobody else will. And that's the kind of judge that I...
So, as much as I disagree with Obama's positions here, I think it's very fair to say that he had the better answer to this debate question, just the way that he articulated his position and wasn't apologetic for holding the position that he did. Obviously, it's going to make him far more electable to his own voter base. So now I'm going to move on to the vice presidential debate. Here we are.
Good evening from Washington University in St. Louis, Missouri. I'm Gwen Eiffel of the NewsHour and Washington Week on PBS. Welcome to the first and the only 2008 vice presidential debate between the Republican nominee, Governor Sarah Palin of Alaska, and the Democratic nominee, Joe Biden of Delaware. The Commission on Presidential Debates is the sponsor of this event and the two remaining presidential debates. Tonight's discussion will cover a wide range of topics, including domestic and foreign policy matters. It will be divided roughly into 5-minute segments. Each candidate will have 90 seconds to respond to a direct question, and then an additional.
So they start by
2
talking
minutes
about
for rebuttal
corporate
and
bailouts
follow-up.
here.
The order has been determined, or didn't pass it, I should say. The Senate decided to pass it, and the House is wrestling with it still tonight. As America watches these things happen on Capitol Hill, Senator Biden, was this the worst of Washington or the best of Washington that we saw play out?
Well, let me begin by thanking you, Gwen, for hosting this. And Governor, it's a pleasure to meet you, and it's a pleasure to be with you. I think it's neither the best or worst of Washington, but it's evidence of the fact that the economic policies of the last 8 years have been the worst economic policies we've ever had. As a consequence, you're seeing what's happened on Wall Street. If you need any more proof positive of how bad the economic theories have been, this excessive deregulation, the failure to oversee what was going on, letting Wall Street run wild, I don't think you needed any more evidence than what you've seen now. So the Congress has been put, Democrats and Republicans have been put in a very difficult spot. But Barack Obama laid out 4 basic...
I'm just going to slow this down for a minute just so that you can hear, if you've listened to Joe Biden anytime recently, the contrast between the way he spoke in the debates in 2024 versus the way he articulates himself now.
Criteria for any kind of rescue plan here. He first of all said there has to be oversight. We're not going to write any check to anybody unless there's oversight of the Secretary of Treasury. He secondly said you have to focus on homeowners and folks on Main Street. Thirdly, he said that if you have to treat the taxpayers like investors in this case. And lastly, what you have to do is make sure the CEOs don't benefit from this, because this could end up in the long run people making money off of this rescue plan. And so as a consequence of that, it brings us back to maybe the fundamental disagreement between Governor Palin and me and Senator McCain and Barack Obama. And that is that we're going to fundamentally change the focus of the economic policy. We're going to focus on the middle class, because it's when the middle class is growing, the economy grows and everybody does well, not just focus on the wealthy in corporate America.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Palin?
Thank you, Gwen, and I think the Commission also, we appreciate this privilege of being able to be here and speak with Americans. I think a good barometer here as we try to figure out, has this been a good time or a bad time in America?
I think it's so funny to see Joe Biden in a one-on-one debate with Sarah Palin. Like, you wouldn't expect, one of these people is a future president of the United States, and it definitely is not Sarah Palin.
His economy is, go to a kid's soccer game on Saturday and turn to any parent there on the sideline and ask them, how are you feeling about the economy? And I'll bet you're going to hear some fear in that parent's voice. Fear regarding the few investments that some of us have in the stock market. Did we just take a major hit with those investments? Fear about how are we going to afford to send our kids to college, a fear as small business owners, perhaps how we're going to borrow any money to increase inventory or hire more people. The barometer there, I think, is going to be resounding, that our economy is hurting and the federal government has not provided the sound oversight that we need and that we deserve, and we need reform to that end. Now, John McCain, thankfully, has been one representing reform. 2 years ago, remember, it was John McCain who pushed so hard with the Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac reform measures. He sounded that warning bell. People in the Senate with him, his colleagues, didn't want to listen to him and wouldn't go towards that reform that was needed then. I think that the alarm has been heard, though, and there will be that greater oversight, again, thanks to John McCain's bipartisan efforts that he was so instrumental in bringing folks together over this past week, even suspending his own campaign to make sure he was putting obsessive politics aside and putting the country first.
So first we have John McCain describing Sarah Palin as a reformer. Now we have Sarah Palin describing John McCain as a reformer.
You both would like to be vice president. Senator Biden, how, as vice president, would you work to shrink this gap of polarization which has sprung up in Washington, which you both have spoken about here tonight?
Well, that's what I've done my whole career, Gwen, on very, very controversial issues, from dealing with violence against women to putting 100,000 police officers in the street to trying to get something done about the genocide that was going on in Bosnia. And I have been able to reach across the aisle. I think it's fair to say that I have
Gonna skip over to 12 minutes now.
side of the aisle as I do the Democratic side of the aisle. But am I able to respond to? Are we able to stay on the?
Families making only $42,000 a year. That's a lot of middle-income, average American family. To increase taxes on them, I think that is the way to kill jobs and to continue to harm our economy.
Senator.
Charge is absolutely not true. Barack Obama did not vote to raise taxes. The vote she's referring to, John McCain voted the exact same way. It was a budget procedural vote. John McCain voted the same way. It did not raise taxes. Number two, using the standard that the governor uses, John McCain voted 477 times to raise taxes. It's a bogus standard. But if you notice, Gwen, the governor did not answer the question about deregulation. Did not answer the question of defending John McCain about not going along with the deregulation, letting Wall Street run wild. He did support deregulation almost across the board. That's why we got in so much
Would you
trouble.
like to have an opportunity to answer that before we
I'm
move on?
still on the tax thing because I want to correct you on that again. And I want to let you know what I did as a mayor and as a governor. And I may not answer the questions the way that either the moderator or you want to hear, but I'm going to talk straight to the American people and let them know my track record also. As mayor, every year I was in office, I did reduce taxes. I eliminated personal property taxes and eliminated small business inventory taxes. And as governor, we suspended our state fuel tax. We did all those things knowing that that is how our economy would be heated up. Now, as for John McCain's adherence to rules and regulations and pushing for even harder and tougher regulations, that is another thing that he is known for, though. Look at the tobacco industry. Look at campaign finance reform.
Okay, our time is up here. I'm going to move on to the next question. Senator Biden, we want to talk about taxes. Let's talk about taxes.
Good.
You have proposed raising taxes on people who earn over $250,000 a year. The question for you is, why is that not class warfare? And the same question for you, Governor Palin, is you have proposed taxing employer health benefits, which some studies say would actually throw 5 million more people onto the rolls of the uninsured. I want to know why that isn't taking things out on the poor, starting with you, Senator Biden.
Well, Gwen, where I come from, it's called fairness. Just simple fairness. The middle class is struggling. The middle class under John McCain's tax proposals, 100 million families, middle class families, households to be precise. They got not a single change. They got not a single break in taxes. No one making less than $250,000 under Barack Obama's plan will see one single penny of their tax raise, whether it's their capital gains tax, their income tax, investment tax, any tax. And 95% of the people in the United States of America making less than $150,000 will get a tax break. Now, that seems to me to be simple fairness. The economic engine of America is the middle class. It's the people listening to
It seemed like a pretty big softball question for Joe Biden here.
this broadcast. When you do well, America does well. Even the wealthy do well. This is not punitive. John wants to add $300 billion in new tax cuts per year for corporate America and the very wealthy, while giving virtually nothing to the middle class. We have a different value set. The middle class is the economic engine. It's fair. They deserve the tax breaks, not the super wealthy are doing pretty well. They don't need any more tax breaks. And by the way, they'll pay no more than they did under Ronald Reagan.
Governor?
I do take issue with some of the principle there with that redistribution of wealth principle that seems to be espoused by you. But when you talk about Barack's plan to tax increase affecting only those making $250,000 a year or more, you're forgetting the millions of small businesses that are going to fit into that category. So they're going to be the ones paying high.
So Sarah Palin is trying really hard to frame this these tax brackets as some sort of, I guess, a communist class warfare agenda. I really don't think the American people were buying it, though.
Higher taxes, thus resulting in fewer jobs being created and less productivity. Now, you said recently that higher taxes or asking for higher taxes or paying higher taxes is patriotic. In the middle class of America, which is where Todd and I have been, all of our lives, that's not patriotic. Patriotic is saying, government, you're not always the solution. In fact, too often you're the problem. So government, lessen the tax burden on the private sector and on our families and get out of the way and let the private sector and our families grow and thrive and prosper. An increased tax formula that Barack Obama is proposing, in addition to nearly $1 trillion in new spending that he's proposing, is the backwards way of trying to grow our economy.
Governor, are you interested in defending Senator McCain's health care plan?
I am, because he's got a good health care plan that is detailed, and I want to give you a couple of details on that. He's proposing a $5,000 tax credit for families so that they can get out there and they can purchase their own health care coverage. And that's a smart thing to do. That's budget neutral. That doesn't cost the government anything, as opposed to Barack Obama's plan to mandate health care coverage and have this universal government-run program. And unless you're pleased with the way that the federal government has been running anything lately, I don't think that it's going to be real pleasing for Americans to consider health.
That's one claim you can make. Universal tax credits isn't going to cost the government anything, and that somehow subsidizing the demand for health insurance is a good idea. But so let's move on to about 29 minutes in. We start talking about the climate. You hear the differences between Senator Joe Biden and Sarah Palin on their stances on climate change.
More than that, energy independence is the key to America's future.
Governor, I'm happy to talk to you in this next section about energy issues. Let's talk about climate change. What is true and what is false about what we have heard, read, discussed, debated about the causes of climate change?
Yeah, well, as the nation's only Arctic state and being the governor of that state, Alaska feels and sees impacts of climate change more so than any other state, and we know that it's real. I'm not one to attribute every activity of man to the changes in the climate. There is something to be said also for man's activities, but also for the cyclical temperature changes on our planet. But there are real changes going on in our climate, and I don't want to argue about the causes. What I want to argue about is how are we going to get there to positively affect the impacts. We have got to clean up this planet. We have got to encourage other nations also to come along with us with the impacts of climate change, what we can do about that. As governor, I was the first governor to form a climate change sub-cabinet to start dealing with the impacts. We've got to reduce emissions. John McCain is right there with an all-of-the-above approach to deal with climate change impacts. We've got to become energy independent for that reason also. As we rely more and more on other countries that don't care as much about the climate as we do, we're allowing them to produce and to emit and even pollute more than America would ever stand for. So even in dealing with climate change, it's all the more reason that we have an all-of-the-above approach, tapping into alternative sources of energy and conserving fuel, conserving our petroleum products and our hydrocarbons so that we can clean up this planet and deal with climate change.
Senator, what is true and what is false about the causes?
Well, I think it is man-made. I think it's clearly man-made. And look, this probably explains the biggest fundamental difference between John McCain and Barack Obama and Sarah Palin and Joe Biden, Governor Palin and Joe Biden. If you don't understand what the cause is, it's virtually impossible to come up with a solution. We know what the cause is. The cause is man-made. That's the cause. That's why the polar ice cap is melting. Now let's look at the facts. We have 3% of the world's oil reserves. We consume 25% of the oil of the world. John McCain has voted 20 times in the last decade and a half against funding alternative energy sources, clean energy sources, wind, solar, biofuels, the way in which we can stop the greenhouse gases from emitting. We believe, Barack Obama believes, by investing in clean coal and safe nuclear, we can not only create jobs in wind and solar here in the United States, we can export it. China is building 1 to 3 new coal-fired plants burning dirty coal per week. It's polluting not only the atmosphere, but the west coast of the United States. We should export the technology by investing in clean coal technology. We should be creating jobs. John McCain has voted 20 times against funding alternative energy sources and thinks, I guess the only answer is drill, drill, drill. Drill we must, but it will...
So here, Joe Biden is very obviously excluding John McCain's support of nuclear power. I don't believe that's an accident. I think he's intentionally downplaying John McCain's support of nuclear power in order to make it look like he doesn't take the issue of clean energy seriously.
It will take 10 years for 1 drop of oil to come out of any of the wells that are going to be begun to be drilled. In the meantime, we're all going to be in real trouble.
Let me clear something up. Senator McCain has said that he supports caps on carbon emissions. Senator Obama has said he supports clean coal technology, which I don't believe you've always supported.
I have always supported it.
Well,
that's a fact.
Clear it up for us, both of you, and start with Governor Palin.
Yes, Senator McCain does support this. The chant is drill, baby, drill. And that's what we hear all across this country in our rallies because people are so hungry for those domestic sources of energy to be tapped into. They know that even in my own energy producing state, we have billions of barrels of oil and hundreds of trillions of cubic feet of clean, green natural gas. And we're building a nearly $40 billion natural gas pipeline, which is North America's largest and most expensive infrastructure project ever to flow those sources sources of energy into hungry markets. Barack Obama and Senator Biden, you've said no to everything in trying to find a domestic solution to the energy crisis that we're in. You even called drilling safe, environmentally friendly drilling offshore as raping the outer continental shelf. There, with new technology, with tiny footprints even on land, it is safe to drill, and we need to do more of that. But also in that all-of-the-above approach that Senator McCain supports, the alternative fuels will be tapped into, the nuclear, the clean coal. I was surprised to hear you mention that because you had said that there isn't anything, such a thing as clean coal, and I think you said it in a rope line, too, at one of the rallies.
We do need to keep within our 2 minutes, but I just want to ask you, do you support capping carbon emissions?
I do.
Okay, and on the clean coal issue?
Absolutely, we do. We call for setting hard targets, number one.
Clean coal, on clean coal.
Oh, on clean coal. My record, just take a look at the record. My record for 25 years has supported clean coal technology. A comment made in a rope line was taken out of context. I was talking about exporting that technology to China, so when they burn their dirty coal, it won't be as dirty, it will be clean. But here's the bottom line, Gwen. How do we deal with global warming with continued addition to carbon emissions? And if the only answer you have is oil, and the governor says John's for everything, well, why did John vote 20 times? Maybe he's for everything as long as it is not helped forward by the government. Maybe he's for everything if the free market takes care of it. I don't know, but he voted 20 times against funding alternative energy sources.
So here, Sarah Palin doesn't do a very good job explaining why John McCain's solutions and her own solutions of clean coal, of clean natural gas, and of nuclear, which gets no mention here, would be better solutions than trying to use solar power, trying to use wind power, trying to use whatever other power sources that Barack Obama and Joe Biden want to invest in. They don't explain the benefits of their solutions and the drawbacks of the other party's solutions. So I think they did a really sort of a bad job here. Really, the only way they differentiate themselves is by taking the side of that climate change could be mostly a natural process versus a man-made process. This isn't really something that's going to mobilize any voters, I don't think, because ultimately they're acknowledging the same things. They're acknowledging a need for clean energy, and you're simply just providing the less radical solution versus the Democrats who are providing a more radical solution. And they aren't explaining why the more radical solution is a bad idea. So I think they did a pretty bad job there with that question. So next, they talk about same-sex marriage and equivalent benefits at about 35 minutes in. So I guess that's about right now.
Between a same-sex and a heterosexual couple. The fact of the matter is that under the Constitution, we should be granted, same-sex couples should be able to have visitation rights in the hospital, joint ownership of property, life insurance policies, etc. That's only fair. It's what the Constitution calls for. And so we do support making sure that committed couples in the same-sex marriage are guaranteed the same constitutional benefits as it relates to their property rights, their rights of visitation, their rights of insurance, their rights of ownership, as heterosexual couples do.
Governor, would you support expanding that beyond Alaska to the rest of the nation?
Well, not if it goes closer and closer towards redefining the traditional definition of marriage between one man and one woman, and unfortunately that's sometimes where those steps lead. But I also want to clarify if there's any kind of suggestion at all from my answer that I would be anything but tolerant of adults in America choosing their partners, choosing relationships that they deem best for themselves. You know, I am tolerant, and I have a very diverse family and group of friends, and even within that group you would see some who may not agree with me on this issue, some very dear friends who don't agree with me on this issue. But in that tolerance also, no one would ever propose, not in a McCain-Palin administration, to do anything to prohibit, say, visitations in a hospital or contracts being signed, negotiated between parties. But I will tell Americans straight up that I don't support defining marriage as anything but between one man and one woman. And I think through nuances we could go round and round about what that actually means. But I'm being as straight up with Americans as I can in my non-support for anything but a traditional definition of marriage.
Let's try to avoid nuance, Senator. Do you support gay marriage?
No, Barack Obama nor I support redefining from a civil side what constitutes marriage. We do not support that. That is basically a decision to be able to be left to the faiths and people who practice their faith, the determination what you call it. The bottom line, though, is, and I'm glad to hear the governor, I take her at her word, obviously, that she thinks there should be no civil rights distinction, none whatsoever, between a committed gay couple and a committed heterosexual couple. If that's the case, we really don't have a difference.
Is that what you said?
Your question to him was whether he supported gay marriage, and my answer is the same as his, and it is that I do not.
Wonderful, you agree. On that note, let's move to...
So, today, this position would be considered radically conservative, although it really isn't, as you can see. Joe Biden basically supported gay marriage in everything but name. In 2008, so did Sarah Palin. The only difference is that they wanted to pay lip service to, the traditional American opinion, to, the religious beliefs of the country that they're trying to represent here. And, neither of them actually seem to actually care about those traditional beliefs. Otherwise, they would not probably hold to a position of supporting gay marriage in everything but name. They both seem to be very liberal candidates on this issue, in my opinion, considering that this debate is taking place in a time where supporting gay marriage was not particularly popular. So I think they're both debating from the left of center here. Next, they talk about Iraq, about 58 minutes in, so I guess I'll jump back a little bit so we can hear both the vice presidential candidates talking about Iraq.
Heterosexual couple. If that's the case, we really don't have a difference.
Is that what you said?
Your question to him was whether he supported gay marriage.
What should that be, Governor?
I am very thankful that we do have a good plan, and the surge in the counterinsurgency strategy in Iraq that has proven to work, I am thankful that that is part of the plan, implemented under a great American hero, General Petraeus, and pushed hard by another great American, Senator John McCain. I know that the other ticket opposed this surge, in fact, even opposed funding for our troops in Iraq and Afghanistan. Barack Obama voted against funding troops there after promising that he would not do so. And Senator Biden, I respected you when you called him out on that. You said that his vote was political, and you said it would cost lives. And Barack Obama at first said he would not do that. He turned around under political pressure, and he voted against funding the troops. We do have a plan for withdrawal. We don't need early withdrawal out of Iraq. We cannot afford to lose there, or we're going to be no better off in the war in Afghanistan either. We have got to...
So largely the same things you were hearing from John McCain earlier. Just coming from Sarah Palin now.
Shift responsibility to the Iraqis over the next 16 months, draw down our combat troops. Ironically, the same plan that Maliki, the Prime Minister of Iraq, and George Bush are now negotiating. The only odd man out here, only one left out, is John McCain, number one. Number two, with regard to Barack Obama not, quote, funding the troops, John McCain voted the exact same way. John McCain voted against funding the troops because the amendment he voted against, had a timeline in it to draw down American troops. And John said, I'm not going to fund the troops if, in fact, there was a timeline. Barack Obama and I agree fully and completely on one thing. You've got to have a timeline to draw down the troops and shift responsibility to the Iraqis. We're spending $10 billion a month, while the Iraqis have an $80 billion surplus. Barack says it's time for them to spend their own money, have the 400,000 military we've trained for them begin to take their own responsibility, and gradually over 6 months, 16 months withdraw. John McCain, this is a fundamental difference between us. We will end this war. For John McCain, there is no end in sight to end this war.
Well, I'm going to start speeding things along a little bit more. I don't know if I featured it in the primary debates, but Obama did make a point of talking about the need for a timeline for pulling out of Iraq versus, of course, John McCain very much being in support of continuing the efforts for the Iraq war. So the next topic I want to bring up is they talk about Iran and Pakistan, 43 minutes in. I'll just show a little bit of that.
a timeline in it to end this war, and he didn't like that. But let's get straight who has been right and wrong. John McCain and Dick Cheney said, when I was saying we would not be greeted as liberators, we would not, this war would take a decade, not a day, not a week, not...
Which is the greatest threat? A nuclear Iran or an unstable Pakistan? Explain why.
Well, they're both extremely dangerous. I always have focused, as you know, Gwen, I've been focusing on for a long time, along with Barack, on Pakistan. Pakistan already has nuclear weapons. Pakistan already has deployed nuclear weapons. Pakistan's weapons can already hit Israel and the Mediterranean. Iran getting a nuclear weapon would be very, very destabilizing. They are not close to getting a nuclear weapon that's able to be deployed. So they're both very dangerous. They'd both be game changers. But look, here's what the fundamental problem I have with John's policy about...
So that's an interesting talking point to me because obviously nobody really talks about Pakistan's nuclear program too much, but it does come up in this debate here. Pakistan is officially our ally right now, so considering them as a threat to Israel is sort of an unusual point to be making, but I mean, it's probably a point that's come up at some point in Trump's campaign, but it's not one I've heard.
To compete for those hearts and minds of the people in the region so that we actually are able to take on terrorism. And by the way, that's where bin Laden lives, and we will go at him if we have actionable intelligence.
Governor, nuclear Pakistan, unstable Pakistan, nuclear Iran, which is the greater threat?
Both are extremely dangerous, of course. And as for who termed that Central War on Terror being in Iraq, it was General Petraeus and al-Qaeda. Both leaders there, and it's probably the only thing that they're ever going to agree on, but that it was a Central War on Terror is in Iraq. You don't have to believe me or John McCain on that. I would believe Petraeus and that leader of al-Qaeda. An nuclear-armed, especially Iran, is so extremely dangerous to consider. They cannot be allowed to acquire nuclear weapons, period.
Honestly, I didn't expect... I guess I don't have a perfect memory of this debate, of course, but Sarah Palin to be defending the idea that Iraq is the center of terror, or is the center of the war on terror at this point in 2008. The arguments for Iran being the primary state sponsor of terror, I think, is defensible at this point, even still. The arguments that Afghanistan for hosting the Taliban, for hosting al-Qaeda, should be the center of the war on terror, I think, is a defensible position. But the position that Sarah Palin just put out, that Iraq should still be the center of the focus of the war on terror, is I don't know that that's a very defensible position at this point. So next, they start talking about Israel and the potential for a nuclear holocaust again at about 50 minutes in, so I guess we'll feature that.
Years, he finally sent a high-ranking diplomat to meet with the highest-ranking diplomats in Iran, in Europe, to try to work out an arrangement. Our allies are on that same page. And if we don't go the extra mile in diplomacy, what makes you think the allies are going to sit with us? And last point I'll make, John McCain said as recently as a couple weeks...
Right or wrong, this is the great lingering unresolved issue, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. What have they done, and is a two-state solution the solution?
A two-state solution is the solution, and Secretary Rice, having recently met with leaders on one side or the other there, also still in these waning days of the Bush administration, trying to forge that peace, and that needs to be done, and that will be top of an agenda item also under a McCain-Palin administration. Israel is our strongest and best ally in the Middle East. We have got to assure them that we will never allow a second Holocaust, despite, again, warnings from Iran and any other country that would seek to destroy Israel, that is what they would like to see. We will support Israel, a two-state solution, building our embassy also in Jerusalem, those things that we look forward to being able to accomplish with this peace-seeking nation. And they have a track record of being able to forge these peace agreements. They succeeded with Jordan. They succeeded with Egypt. I'm sure that we're going to see more success there also. It's got to be a commitment of the United States of America, though, and I can promise you...
So you hear both candidates, I believe, in this debate support a two-state solution. They make it sound very sensible. But if you actually look at a map of Israel-Palestine, I don't know that I could agree with them. Just looking at... if you look at like a detailed map of the West Bank and its borders and where the Israeli settlements are, and consider how remote the Gaza Strip is from the West Bank, I think it's kind of a hard sell to me, at least personally.
No one in the United States Senate has been a better friend to Israel than Joe Biden. I would have never, ever joined this ticket were I not absolutely sure Barack Obama shared my passion. But you asked a question about whether or not this administration's policy had made sense or something to that effect. It has been an abject failure, this administration's policy. In fairness to Secretary Rice, she's trying to turn it around now in the 7th or 8th year. Here's what the president said when we said no. He insisted on elections on the West Bank when I said and others said and Barack Obama said, big mistake. Hamas will win, you legitimize them. What happened? Hamas won. When we kicked, along with France, we kicked Hezbollah out of Lebanon. I said and Barack said, move NATO forces in there, fill the vacuum, because if you don't, Hezbollah will control it. Now what's happened? Hezbollah is a legitimate part of the government in the country immediately to the north of Israel. The fact of the matter is the policy of this administration has been an abject failure. And speaking of freedom being on the march, the only thing on the march is Iran. It's closer to Obama. Its proxies now have a major stake in Lebanon as well as in the Gaza Strip with Hamas. We will change this policy with thoughtful, real live diplomacy that understands that you must back Israel in letting them negotiate, support their negotiation, and stand with them, not insist on policies like this administration has.
Has this administration's policy been an abject failure, as the senator says, Governor?
So I guess there wasn't really any specifics in Joe Biden's answer to the question. He didn't say whether or not he supports a two-state solution, but he did clarify his hard stance against Hamas and Hezbollah, which Sarah Palin failed to mention in her answer. Next, about an hour in, they talk about the issue of Bosnia. I'll skip ahead to there.
Missions in Iraq, more than we spent in the entire time we had.
Quite a record. This is the next question here of being an interventionist. You have argued for intervention in Bosnia and Kosovo, initially in Iraq and Pakistan, and now in Darfur, putting U.S. troops on the ground, boots on the ground. Is this something the American public has a stomach for?
Well, I think the American public has a stomach for success. And my recommendations on Bosnia, I admit I was the first one to recommend it, they saved tens of thousands of lives. And initially, John McCain opposed it along with a lot of other people. But the end result was it worked. And look what we did in Bosnia. We took Serbs, Croats, and Bosniaks, being told by everyone, I was told by everyone, that this would mean that they'd been fighting and killing each other for 1,000 years. It could never work. There's a relatively stable government there now, as there is in Kosovo. With regard to Iraq, I indicated that it would be a mistake to go into. I gave the president the power. I voted for the power because he said he needed it not to go to war, but to keep the United States, the UN in line, to keep sanctions on Iraq and not let them be lifted.
The way you guys operate, because here you voted for the war and now you oppose the war. You're one who says, you know, as so many politicians do, I was for it before I was against it, or vice versa. Americans are craving that straight talk and just want to know, hey, if you voted for it, tell us why you voted for it. And it was a war resolution. And you had supported John McCain's military strategies pretty adamantly until this race. And you had opposed very adamantly Barack Obama's military strategy, including cutting off funding for the troops that attempt all through the primary. And I watched those debates, and so you know, I remember what those were all about. But as for Darfur, we can agree on that also. The support of the no-fly zone, making sure that all options are on the table there also. America is in a position to help. What I've done in my position to help as the governor of a state that's pretty rich in natural resources, we have a $40 billion investment fund, a savings fund called the Alaska Permanent Fund. When I and others in the legislature found out that we had some millions of dollars in Sudan, we called for divestment through legislation of those dollars to make sure we weren't doing anything that would be seen as condoning the activities there in Darfur. That legislation hasn't passed yet.
Not really sure what Darfur has to do with Alaskan natural resources, but in a couple minutes they start talking about basically reiterating the question from the previous debate about what a presidency, a Sarah Palin or a Joe Biden presidency would look like. So I'm going to skip over that
on this, but we listened to the debates. I think tomorrow morning, you know, the pundits are going to start doing the who said what at what time, and we'll have proof of some of this. But again, John McCain, who knows how to win a war.
Vice presidency is that it's a heartbeat away. Everybody's waiting to see what would happen if the worst happened. How would you disagree on some things from your principles? You disagree on Alaska, drilling in Alaska, the National Wildlife Refuge. You disagree on surveillance law, at least you have in the past. How would a Biden administration be different from an Obama administration if that were to happen?
Well, God forbid that it would ever happen. It would be a national tragedy of
God forbid that a Joe Biden administration would ever happen.
Historic proportions if it were to happen. But if it did, I would carry out Barack Obama's policies. his policies of reinstating the middle class, making sure that they get a fair break, making sure that they have access to affordable health insurance, making sure they get serious tax breaks, making sure that we can help their children to get to college, making sure we have an energy policy that leads us in the direction of not only toward independence and a cleaner environment, but an energy policy that creates 5 million new jobs, a foreign policy that ends this war in Iraq, a foreign policy that goes after the one mission the American public gave the president after 9/11, to get and capture or kill bin Laden and to eliminate al-Qaeda, a policy that would in fact engage our allies in making sure that we knew we were acting on the same page and not dictating, and a policy that would reject the Bush doctrine of preemption and regime change and replace it with the doctrine of prevention and cooperation. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the biggest ticket item that we have in this election. This is the most important election you will ever have voted in, any of you, since 1932. And we're such stark differences. I would follow through on Barack's policies because, in essence, I agree with every...
And that's kind of an insane claim, in my opinion, that 2008 election is comparable to, World War II.
Party. As for disagreeing with John McCain and how our administration would work, what do you expect? A team of mavericks. Of course, we're not going to agree 100% on everything, and as we discuss Anwar there, at least we can agree to disagree on that one, and I'm going to keep pushing him on Anwar, though. I have so appreciated that he has never asked me to check my opinions at the door, and he wants deliberative debate and healthy debate so that we can make good policy. What I would do also, if that were to ever happen, though, is to continue the good work that he is so committed to, and that's putting government back on the side of the people and get rid of the greed and the corruption on Wall Street and in Washington. I think we need a little bit of reality from Wasilla Main Street there brought to Washington, D.C., so that people there can understand how the average working class family is viewing bureaucracy and the federal government and Congress and the inaction of Congress. Just everyday working class Americans saying, you know, government, just get out of my way if you're going to do any harm and mandate more things on me and take more of my money and income tax and business taxes. You're going to have a choice in just a few weeks here on either supporting a ticket that wants to create jobs and bolster our economy and win the war, or you're going to be supporting a ticket that wants to increase taxes, which ultimately kills jobs and is going to hurt our economy.
Can I respond?
I actually think that Sarah Palin here is more articulate than John McCain is on their economic platform and trying to sell that. The next thing they talk about is education, so I figure I'll try to feature that.
On Iraq, on Afghanistan, on the whole question of how to help education.
Participants right now, it's near and dear to my heart. I'm very, very concerned about where we're going in education, and we've got, America needs to be putting a lot more focus on that, and our schools have got to be really ramped up.
Neighborhood in Claymont, an old steel town, or go up to Scranton with me. These people know the middle class has gotten the short end, the wealthy have done very well, corporate America has been rewarded. It's time we change it. Barack Obama will change it.
Governor.
Say it ain't so, Joe. There you go again, pointing backwards again, though. You prefaced your whole comment with the Bush administration. Now, doggone it, let's look ahead and tell Americans what we have to plan to do for them in the future. You mentioned education, and I'm glad that you did. I know that education you are passionate about, and with your wife being a teacher for 30 years, and God bless her, her reward is in heaven, right? I say, too, with education, America needs to be putting a lot more focus on that, and our schools have got to be really ramped up in terms of the funding that they are deserving. Teachers needed to be paid more. I come from a house full of school teachers. My grandma was. My dad, who's in the audience today, he's a school teacher, had been for many years. My brother, who I think is the best school teacher in the year, and there's a shout out to all those third graders at Gladyswood Elementary School. You get extra credit for watching this debate. Education in America has been, in some sense, in some of our states, just accepted to be a little bit lax, and we have got to increase the standards. No Child Left Behind was implemented, is not doing the job, though. We need flexibility in No Child Left Behind. We need to put more of an emphasis on the profession of teaching. We need to make sure that education in either one of our agendas, I think, absolute top of the line. My kids as public school participants right now, it's near and dear to my heart. I'm very, very concerned about where we're going in education, and we've got to ramp it up and put more attention in that arena.
Everybody gets extra credit tonight. We're going to move on to the next question. Governor, you said in July that you would have to, someone would have to explain to you exactly what it is the Vice President does every day. You, Senator, said you would not be...
So I don't think either of the candidates in this election and either of the vice presidential candidates had any real revolutionary opinions on education, any revolutionary ideas. They simply wanted to incrementally improve what we had before with the No Child Left Behind program. I think the lack of focus on that issue really says all that you need to hear about what these candidates would do for the education system.
Was of the view and have been trained to the view that the only thing that mattered was whether or not a nominee appointed, suggested by the president, had a judicial temperament, had not committed a crime of moral turpitude, and had been a good student.
And here
It
they're
didn't
just
take me
talking about
long. It was hard to
partisanship.
change, but it didn't take me long. But it took about 5 years for me to realize that the ideology of that judge makes a big difference. That's why I led the fight against Judge Bork. Had he been in the court, I suspect there'd be a lot of changes that I don't like and the American people wouldn't like, including everything from Roe v. Wade to issues relating to civil rights and civil liberties. And so that was one of the intellectual changes that took place in my career as I got a close look at it. And that's why I was the first chairman of the Judiciary Committee to forthrightly state that it matters what your judicial philosophy is. The American people have a right to understand it and to know it. But I did change on that, and I'm glad I did.
Governor.
There have been times where, as mayor and governor, we have passed budgets that I did not veto, and that I think could be considered as something that I quasi-caved in, if you will, but knowing that it was the right thing to do in order to progress the agenda for that year and to work with the legislative body, that body that actually holds the purse strings. So there were times when I wanted to zero-base budget and to cut taxes even more, and I didn't have enough support in order to accomplish that. But on the major principal things, no, there hasn't been something that I've had to compromise on, because we've always seemed to find a way to work together. Up there in Alaska, what we have done is with bipartisan efforts is work together, and again, not caring who gets the credit for what as we accomplish things up there. And that's been just a part of the operation that I wanted to participate in, and that's what we're going to do in Washington, D.C. also. Bringing both sides together, John McCain is known for doing that also, in order to get the work done for the American people.
Let's come full circle. You both.
So I think I'll treat those as the closing statements from the candidates and move on. So part 3, we're going to be talking about the particular issues that they brought up in the debates and bring up anything that I found. I tried my best to research these topics. And part 3, we're going to be talking about the particular issues that they brought up in the debates and bring up anything that I found. I tried my best to research these topics and present, I guess, just a surface level overview of what was going on, how the American people felt about these issues, how they were being impacted, anywhere I could find just a useful figure that summarized what was going on. So we're going to be covering the national budgets, corporate taxes, healthcare, energy, Iraq, Afghanistan, Iran and Pakistan, Israel and Palestine, Russia, Roe v. Wade, same-sex unions, and No Child Left Behind. So the first issue was the national budget. That was also the first issue discussed in the presidential debates. Obviously, was a huge point of debate because of the 2008 financial crisis. Prior to the financial crisis, it wasn't really a subject of the primary debates early on. So there was a financial recovery plan of $700 billion. It's a pretty huge investment. So John McCain's budget recovery plan involved cutting $18 billion worth of what he called pork barrel spending. And this was going to help him to pay for cuts to the taxes paid by corporate CEOs. So according to John McCain's tax plan, that would have resulted in about $300 billion cuts to the taxes and therefore the revenue contributed by CEOs. Barack Obama, on the other hand, wanted to invest in energy independence, education, and infrastructure, and Obama's budget for these items would have cost us about $800 billion based off of what his platform that he was running on. So John McCain, he was promoting program cuts and fixed cost spending as well. This would, in his opinion, help us to afford the cuts to the share of the taxes paid by CEOs. And then there was this debate of hatchet versus scalpel. Basically, John McCain wanting to use his hatchet of a freeze on government spending versus a scalpel, which was Obama's term originally for being careful about our budget cuts, but John McCain also, of course, on the back foot, defended making careful budget cuts as well. Here we have a graph of the U.S. national budgets over time. As we can see, there's a pretty steep increase in 2010 compared to previous years as a sort of an outlier, but it's gradually been growing, and you know, a large part of that growth, or the largest portion of the budget is government programs, but you can see that national defense in that time period also grew, and non-defense budgets also grew. The net interest has also been steadily growing, but it's been growing, I would say, fairly constant relative to the rest of national spending. The second issue was corporate taxes. So there's two sort of competing narratives with the corporate taxes that we saw in the debates. There's the narrative that the U.S. corporate tax rate is uncompetitive, which essentially they're arguing that because of the American tax structure, people are going to up and take their business elsewhere to foreign countries where they'll have to pay less in corporate taxes, less in business taxes, and it's easier to run your business from somewhere like Japan, or which is, according to them, tied, or, you know, I guess you'd take it to Switzerland or someplace elsewhere, maybe in the third world, to avoid paying American taxes, versus the narrative that you know, the corporations aren't paying their fair share, and that the amount of the corporate profits that they've been paying as taxes has been actually decreasing over the years dramatically, and that basically they're getting away with robbing the American people. So the third issue was healthcare. The two options that were really brought up in the debates was either insurance premium subsidies and tax credits. So this was John McCain, this was Sarah Palin's position, was that you should make healthcare more affordable simply by giving people, just putting money into people's pockets and saying, spend this on your healthcare, spend on this on your insurance premiums. I mean, I think if you look at the effects of subsidies of this type on things like housing, I really don't think this would have been good for the economy. They also talked about expansion of Medicaid, basically covering more people with existing programs. Everyone wanted to improve the cost of healthcare. And then there was talks of a government marketplace, which I don't know that that was a very specific term, like what is a government marketplace, but essentially giving people the option to buy insurance from the government. Not exactly the same as what the Affordable Care Act provided, but sort of in a relatively similar vein. That would be more akin to like Mitt Romney's program that he implemented in his state, where there was sort of a government healthcare program, but it wasn't as all-encompassing as the Affordable Care Act. And so I just have this chart here, average adjusted family of four premium and employee contributions. This is from the years 2000 to 2016. And you can see that the average family premium and the average employee contribution rose steadily from 2000 to 2016. So this is from the Bush administration to the end of the Obama administration. The Affordable Care Act was implemented somewhere in the middle, and there really is no effect on the affordability of care when the Affordable Care Act was passed by this figure. The fourth debate issue that they talked a lot about was energy. So I included this figure, a breakdown of where does the energy that we consume come from. So you can see that about 40% of that energy comes from natural gas and coal. And then if you throw petroleum into the mix, so all fossil fuels, that's let's say in 2008-ish, that's over 80% of where our energy came from. And when you move forward to the end of the Obama administration, so just after 2015, it just barely gets below 80%. So there's not a significant, there's really not a significant difference in where our energy source comes from. I mean, you can see a little bit of coal going down, but that's largely taken up by the share of natural gas. You can see that renewables, they continued to do something. I wouldn't say that they really grew much between 2008 and 2020 in terms of their share of what they contribute to our energy consumption in the United States. I'm sure with all that investment in green energy that our total energy consumption of green energy increased, but it looks like as a share of our total power consumption, there wasn't much of an effect. And this was under an Obama administration after saying all those strong things about, moving over to a green energy future. 2 terms of Obama and not really any difference. They also talked about energy independence, not just moving to clean energy. So you can see a difference from 2008 to 2020. We did, in fact, improve our net trade a lot. But during the Obama administration, we never did get to a net export energy trade. But we did make huge steps. I mean, looking at the late 2000s prior to 2010, we did have a pretty significant energy trade deficit at that point. Just looking at the contents of our energy imports and exports, we are, as of 2018, we were still importing a lot of crude oil, but we aren't importing a huge amount of processed resources. So that tells me that we're importing the oil and then processing it ourselves largely. We are importing some natural gas, which seems strange to me. I don't know why the United States needs to import any natural gas, but apparently we do. And then looking at our exports, we're exporting some crude oil, we're exporting some coal, exporting natural gas, but we're largely exporting these petroleum products, which matches up with, I guess, my interpretation of the graph on the left, where we're importing this crude oil and then we're exporting complete products. So I'd like to make the point here. I think the change in approval over the Iraq war is going to be largely due to Americans changing opinion on whether or not Iraq, whether or not Saddam Hussein was attempting to manufacture weapons of mass destruction. I think over this time period, less and less Americans began to buy into the narrative that George Bush was spinning, that his administration was spinning, that there were weapons of mass destructions in Iraq, and that Iraq was attempting to manufacture more weapons of mass destruction to use against their neighbors. I also think that it in part has to do with less and less Americans buying into the narrative that Saddam Hussein had something directly to do with the terror attacks of 9/11. And so a large part of this reasoning is just how long we were deployed in Iraq. So even after Obama took office and had his timeline to pull out of Iraq, we didn't fully pull out of Iraq, of course. We pulled out a lot of our troops by his second term, but we still kept that presence in the region. And you can see that we did get the sort of surge of military presence in Afghanistan that he was talking about. But on the other side, on the other graph, we're looking at civilian deaths during this time frame leading up to the election. And the numbers are quite high. They're in the thousands here. And, any people interested in the humanitarian cause in Iraq would probably be pretty upset to be reading these numbers, especially if they were looking at the numbers that were being reported by the coalition and the Iraqi reports versus just the more conservative lower line there. The sixth issue, Afghanistan. So the very majority of Americans supported war against Afghanistan after 9/11. With 89% support there, that's a very nonpartisan. But by the time that Obama was running for office, it was still dominantly popular, but not quite as extremely accepted as it was immediately after 9/11. It wasn't until really in the middle of Obama's second term that people started questioning this war, and that not just questioning whether they should still be there, but questioning whether they should have ever been there. It became almost 50-50 splits and sort of remained more or less 50-50 split until 2021. I'm not sure if these numbers for 2021 are at all influenced by the way that war ended up ending. And so this here is a map I found of it's the state of the Afghanistan conflict in 2011, and it just shows just how widespread the issue was of fighting Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. It's all over that southern border of the country and a little bit pretty much everywhere. And military bases, NATO military bases all over the country. So Iran and Pakistan. So these are the countries that we aren't at war with Iran. We aren't at war with Pakistan. Pakistan's actually our ally officially. And these countries what makes them different from the other powers in the Middle East is Pakistan is a nuclear power and Iran wants to be a nuclear power. And so that's an item of concern for the American people who don't like the idea of Muslims having nuclear weapons. So from the early 2000s up until 2008, and really continuing, Pakistan has been a very politically unstable country. Their political stability continues to not be particularly good, and they continue to be a breeding ground for Islamic extremists and terrorism and violence. And then with the issue of Iran, I have this chart here showing just how hawkish the general American sentiment towards Iran is, with it looks like about 70% of Americans supporting U.S. military action against Iran if it would stop them from obtaining nuclear weapons. That's compared to, for example, only less than 40% of Americans supporting American intervention into China if they invaded Taiwan. So the Israel and Palestine debate, this is largely a humanitarian debate from, I guess, the pro-Palestine side of the debate, and from the more I guess I can't even say conservative side, the side expressed by all the candidates in this election cycle, the 2008 election cycle, that really came down to this idea of Israel being America's greatest ally and preventing a second Holocaust. But this chart really focuses in on the humanitarian side, as it's sort of difficult to I don't know, objectively measure the probability of a nuclear Holocaust of the Jews. But basically, this has been a long and drawn out conflict, and so these are thousands of deaths. So, like the conflict in Iraq, there are thousands of civilian casualties in this long and drawn out war, and they are very much dominantly Palestinian. The ninth issue, the issue of Russia. The focus of the debates was Russia's invasion of Georgia, which is a small country to Russia's south on the Black Sea, so very close to Ukraine. This is actually the country where Stalin was born, so it's very much historically has strong ties to Russia, the Russian people, the Russian Empire, and the Soviet Union. Basically, what happened here in Georgia is pretty similar to what was going on in Ukraine, except as being such a small country, it toppled over very quickly. So Russia, essentially, what they did was they recognized these 2 or 3 regions in Georgia to be independent nations, securing these sort of micro allies in the region, giving them the justification to go in, conquer, change some regimes. And this was pretty upsetting to the United States and our strategic allies. The rhetoric was that what Russia did was immoral, that they were essentially compared Vladimir Putin to Adolf Hitler and his activities in, say, Czechoslovakia at the beginning of World War II, depending on how you identify the start of that. And there was a lot of rhetoric about the countries of Georgia and Ukraine being invited into NATO, which, of course, Russia would not tolerate. Then there is the question posed by the Obama campaign, which was, can green energy break the Russian economy? They talked about the Russian economy being based on the petrodollar, funded by the petrodollar. The Russians, they export a lot of oil, they export a lot of energy to Europe, and they get that oil from their partners in the Middle East. They get that oil from within their own borders, and the idea is that if the United States invested in non-fossil fuel energy, then they can take away Russia's sole source of income by getting the whole world to switch to solar panels and wind turbines and other things that Russia is not an exporter of. Of course, if you look at the share of the United States energy consumption by fossil fuels versus green energy at the end of Obama's term, I don't think we could ever actually get to a point where the Russian economy is crumbling because all of Europe has moved to green energy. At least not the policies that Obama tried to enact. Those clearly weren't going to have that kind of effect, and I think this was entirely rhetoric. And then the 10th issue I wanted to cover was Roe v. Wade. Back in 1989, there was a pretty strong consensus, not a super majority, but still a fairly strong consensus that Roe v. Wade was a good decision, that it shouldn't be overturned. And especially peaking in about 2006, you can see in the chart, the opinion actually did reach a supermajority, that people did not want Roe v. Wade to be overturned. But despite popular opinion, that did end up happening. This chart only goes until 2013, but you can see, after that spike, people started to question the decision a little bit more. I mean, yes, overturn didn't really increase in popularity. It actually, over the course of this chart, didn't make much headway at all. But the no opinions, the people who just don't really care, seem to have grown, which is an observation. I don't know exactly what to make of that. Debate issue 11. I don't know if I had this on the debate issue slide. Maybe I did. But yeah, so favorability of gay marriage leading up to 2009. So this doesn't show how people thought about the issue after it became legal, but just before. And you can see consistently the majority oppose. I guess there's one point in 2008 itself, in the midst of these debates, where only 49% opposed, but at the same time only 38 favored. So it wasn't neither side had a plurality. It was just a significant size of the population just didn't care at that point. And here's more of a breakdown. So the green is favoring gay marriage, the blue is opposing. Again, we can see the majority overall opposing. 77% of Republicans opposing. I don't believe that 77% of Republicans oppose these days. I think it's a lot more split. and then only 50% of Democrats favoring. I think that would be closer to 90 or 100% of Democrats favoring today. And then you can see it was largely people under the age of 29 who supported gay marriage in this country. And you can see with the religious breakdown here, the Protestants largely opposed gay marriage, of course. The Catholics not being as strong on the issue at all. But the unaffiliated, religiously unaffiliated, it makes sense that they would be largely in favor of gay marriage. On the flip side, we have civil unions, so like gay marriage light. We have a majority favor, with the Republicans being almost split on the issue. We have Democrats, of course, majority favor. Independents majority favor. All age groups except for 65 plus majority favor, and it's pretty close even with the 65 plus group. I think the narrative control in the media on this issue, making this look like the moderate choice had its effect on the people, really took roots. And we even see the Protestants being pretty close to only 50% opposing these unions. Next, we have No Child Left Behind. So the body of the rhetoric around education during these debates, there was two issues that really got brought up. One was teacher pay, talking about either a minimum wage for teachers or just promoting better wages for teachers. People were throwing around numbers in like the 40,000 range for how much they think teachers should be paid. And then the other part was No Child Left Behind standards not being flexible enough and leaving schools behind. So here's the targets. So the percent of students meeting or exceeding reading and math standards. So from 2003 to 2014, I believe this is the ideal performance for No Child Left Behind, starting with only 40% of students actually meeting the standards put forth, and then hoping that within 10 years they could have 100% of students. Here is what actually happened. So the percentage of schools that have not made the adequate yearly progress. So even by 2006, 29% of schools were missing the mark, which is means that 29% of schools were missing that mark of less than 50% of students meeting the standards. By 2010, almost 40% of schools were missing the mark, and that mark was over three quarters of students, almost 80% of students hitting the standards. So, I mean, there was measurable improvements clearly, but the program was leaving some schools behind, and the program didn't succeed in getting schools to hit those targets. I mean, 38% of schools is a huge percentage. To have almost, over a third, almost half of, if you think about it in some ways, almost half of schools missing our national education targets is a pretty drastic failure. Here's how Americans viewed No Child Left Behind. So this is a 2009 poll. And the majority of all groups had the opinion that the program has not made much of a difference. and a very small minority of Republicans, independents, or Democrats thinking that it has actually made things better. And interestingly enough, a sizable portion of the population, a larger portion of the population thinking that these standards have actually made education worse. All right, moving on to the results of the election. Obviously, Barack Obama won this election. He won a pretty significant victory over McCain. So we have 10 swing states here that the nation was paying attention to, and the Democrats took them all. I'm going to move over here. So we can see a comparison here on the right of how the electoral map changed over the years. In 2000, we have a Republican victory. 2004, another Republican victory. And we can see the Midwest is a very light blue, but it did largely go to the Republicans. We have the swing states of Ohio highlighted here. In 2008, Ohio went to the Democrats, as did Colorado and Nevada, and I believe that's New Hampshire. John McCain also lost Virginia. He lost North Carolina. And he performed worse than, I believe he performed worse than Mitt Romney did. Mitt Romney was able to take North Carolina, which John McCain was not able to do. And then, of course, Donald Trump was able to take Ohio. He was able to take North Carolina. And he was able to take Florida. And that secured him the election victory. So who voted for Obama? The Protestant vote was pretty much split, but they did majority vote Republican in this election, as was the Catholic vote was also fairly closely split, but they voted a majority Democrat. Jewish, other religions, none. They all voted majority Democrat. But then if you look at this group broken down as white evangelical / born again, I'm not exactly sure who this group is, but clearly they hugely preferred McCain to Barack Obama. And then we have this all others voting for Obama. We have more religious and ideological breakdown here. So I'm not sure who these 20% of conservatives were who voted for Obama in 2008, or this 10% of liberals who voted for McCain. But according to this figure, wherever it comes from, there was some cross ideology voting going on in this election. Let's see. Yeah, we can see we have more breakdowns within the Protestant group for their voting patterns. The white Protestants voting 65% for McCain, and yeah, this font is extremely hard to read, but that's a 34% for Obama. Then there's white evangelical Protestants. I'm not sure. Presumably Protestant but not evangelical refers to groups like Anglicans or Episcopalians or Lutherans. So the evangelical Protestants voted even further on the side of McCain. And then there's the not evangelical voting majority McCain. The black Protestant breakdown, that is very biased towards Obama. So they voted, you can see clearly the black voters voted for the black candidates. There was no real religious difference being made in, black Protestants versus not Protestant blacks. They very much just voted for Obama, unlike the white Protestants. We have some income brackets here. So Obama won amongst the under $15,000 a year. So the bottom 6%, he won with everyone up into this 50,000 to 75,000 range, where McCain narrowly took a larger percent of the vote. And I'll try and move out of the way a little bit. So, McCain did not have any strong income group. Most he ever won was the 51% of the votes from people making 100 to 150,000 a year. And then the people making over 200,000 a year, so those would be the people who, according to Barack Obama, would benefit the most from John McCain's tax structure, tax plan. They voted majority for Obama. By education, again, McCain didn't actually take any of these brackets, but he was most successful amongst college graduates, which is an interesting thing to consider. It was the less educated voters, those with no high school education or just a high school diploma, who voted quite strongly for Barack Obama. His strongest voter base was those with no high school education whatsoever, being a very small portion of the population. But he was also very popular amongst people with advanced degrees, so postgraduate degrees, which would largely be like academic type careers, as well as people like doctors and lawyers and scientists and whatnot. People who would be very financially well off in that 200,000 plus bracket we saw before, or at least 100,000 plus. Again, we have more racial statistics. So college-educated whites voted majority for McCain. So we see he edges out in that education bracket once you factor in race, but not by a significant margin. Whites without a college degree, he wins by a decent margin there, but that apparently didn't make up a considerable enough portion of people without college degrees to have swayed the overall demographic for people without college degrees. Non-whites who are college educated, they didn't vote for McCain very much at all. College educated, I guess, minority groups overwhelmingly voted for Barack Obama. And non-college educated non-whites even more overwhelmingly voted for Barack Obama. And you can see here in the comparison that the divide was not at quite as strong for the Bush-Kerry election. There's still a pretty strong bias with the non-white voter base voting for Kerry in 2004, but it's not quite as significant as it was for Barack Obama in 2008. Now we have the urban-rural breakdown. People are talking a lot about this in like 2016, 2020. People talking about basically there's the red America and the blue America. The rural red America versus the guys in the cities making all the decisions for us. Here we see that the suburban vote is pretty much split. I think a more popular Republican candidate probably could have won the suburban vote. And that's largely, that's not the rural population. That's people living in the places around the cities. The urban vote, of course, being very dominantly voting for Obama, and the rural edging out for McCain, but not nearly as politically divided, or I guess not politically divided, but not nearly as politically monolithic as the urban community. I also found the demographics by age. So Obama was more popular than McCain with everyone under the age of 65. So McCain, I guess, being the old guy with the white hair, talking about tax cuts and whatnot, that resonated with the 65 plus community, but not nearly as much with younger voters. Although ages 30 to 65 were pretty closely split. We have gun ownership. So 37% of gun-owning households actually supported Barack Obama in 2008. He really didn't make gun control a significant part of his campaign. I mean, he had some rhetoric that I think it's clear that the majority, 62%, supported McCain, but he wasn't the anti-gun candidates that the NRA would like to make him out to be. And then you see non-gun owning households, the opposite figure, even a little more dramatic. Military service, that had some correlation. Obviously, John McCain being the military man who was representing, I guess, the military at the podium, he did get a majority of the military vote. Of course, that could also be because the military is majority of Republican core voters already. And then amongst people who never served in the military, he did quite not particularly good. The presidency wasn't the only thing up for election, of course. There was also the Senate. So the Republicans didn't do particularly well this year. It wasn't just John McCain who lost his election, but yeah, so the Democrats gained 6 seats, and the Republicans lost 9 at the time of this graphic being made, and then 3 were not called. But yeah, this was a Republican loss. The Republicans lost the Senate in this election. Here it is on a map. So you can see in the light blue where the Democrats gained seats, and there's no color for Republican gained seats because they didn't gain any seats in this election. And then this is the aftermath. So the House election, there's also a House election, of course. The title of this graphic, large shifts in partisan control of the U.S. House are uncommon. So we look at 2008, primarily we're focusing on 2008 right now. And you see that the Democrats took the House in the election before, and they continued to capitalize on that victory in 2008. And really, that's a pretty significant significant divide in the House. 257 seats for the Democrats versus only 178 for the Republicans. Again, looking at this House composition, the Democrats taking 19, the Republicans losing 25 at the publishing of this infographic. That's a pretty significant loss for the Republicans. And here you can see it on a map. And this map just highlights the seats that changed. There's actually some red here, unlike on the Senate map. So I pretty much talked about Obama's campaign, talked about all the candidates' campaigns for the 2008 election and how that turned out. Clearly, the American people heard something new in Barack Obama compared to John McCain, who was more of the old. He brought on, of course, Sarah Palin to be his reformer vice president pick, but it was not. The American people were not sold on Sarah Palin's reforms and her, her fresh face coming to the White House. So we ended up with a President Barack Obama, and the way that Obama ran his administration differed in certain ways from his rhetoric as a presidential candidate, although that becomes a bit more obvious in 2012 and in his second term when he's not up for re-election again. So here I have a list of significant developments in Obama's first term. I got this list online, and I may or may not have on this particular page. It's broken up into before and after the midterms of each term. I may or may not have added some of my own events that I thought were significant. Basically, I've broken out some of the more significant developments from Obama's first term before the midterms and created slides for those events or developments to dive deeper into them. But some of these headlines you might remember, like the Gulf oil spill. That was a huge controversy that didn't directly really involve White House action. Obama's Peace Prize so early on in his presidency is also an interesting observation. I believe that was for his actions in Palestine or that general region. Not that looking back, he seems to have accomplished anything of lasting value, but he was awarded a Nobel Peace Prize that October of 2009. So Obamacare, that's probably what he's most known for, especially in his first term. That becomes the primary topic of the Republican primaries for when Obama is up for re-election. Obamacare, what do we do about it? Who stood against it? Who's always been against universal health care versus who is the secret Democrat who supports universal health care? So earlier I showed some figures that demonstrated the Affordable Care Act not being very effective in making healthcare more affordable. The affordability of medical supplies, or the affordability of healthcare and health insurance premiums. These things got more expensive. There's no significant change in their trajectory from the early 2000s till the end of Obama's presidency. But this figure, let's see, what does it show? It shows essentially the need for universal health care, I believe. Yeah, so this talks about the state of health insurance before the Affordable Care Act was implemented. So this is a graphic that would have been put out by people supporting the Affordable Care Act, basically pointing out how much the premiums for health insurance have been rising. And after the implementation of the Affordable Care Act, these premiums did continue to rise at about the same rates. And it looks like I have a graph here, more or less demonstrating that the health insurance premiums and the contributions steadily increasing when, of course, this graph cuts off in 2013, so this one in particular doesn't really show if there was any sort of positive effect in 2014, 2015, 2016, but you don't see any immediate changes as a result of these policies. One place where the Affordable Care Act seemed to be effective was in enrollment in uninsured rates. So if you look at ages 26 to 64, the uninsured rates were steadily rising until enrollment for the Affordable Care Act opened, and then it sort of steeply dropped. So that would be a victory for the Affordable Care Act. But amongst children ages 0 to 18, we see there's no real change. That was already on the decline. The next big landmark action by Barack Obama in the White House was the nomination of Justice Sotomayor. She was pretty controversial for her identity politics, making remarks about, I believe she was making sort of offensive remarks aimed towards white Americans, saying that they need to essentially be getting out of the way or something along those lines. It's been a little while since I read that quote. But she came under some fire for basically saying some racially charged things and pandering to her Hispanic or Latinx identity politics. She dissented in a case of Citizens United versus Federal Election Commission. Basically, that was the case where the Supreme Court ruled, I believe, that that corporations or business entities should be legally considered to be persons, and that gave them some avenue for political contributions to campaigns. So she descended into that. And then she voted to uphold the Affordable Care Act, of course, and supported the prohibition of same-sex marriage bans. So this was another court case, not the one that was considered the court case that made that forced all states to recognize. Well, maybe I am referring to that case, but that forced all states to recognize same-sex marriage. But there was a ruling that basically said that you couldn't make it illegal to have same-sex marriage in your state. He also nominated Justice Kagan, and her dissenting opinion was in this case called Arizona Christian School Tuition Organization v. Wynn and Town of, or that's two cases. So Arizona Christian School Tuition Organization v. Wynn. And then there's a second case called Town of Greece versus Galloway. The controversy of Arizona Christian School Tuition Organization v. Wynn was that some public funding going towards scholarships for, I believe, going into private schools. Some of that money was going towards scholarships for religious schools. The Supreme Court ultimately decided that it was okay for these scholarships, some of them to be going toward, some of that money going to religious schools. But Justice Kagan wrote a dissenting opinion that none of this, none of the publicly funded scholarship money should be allowed to benefit religious schools. She also was part of a dissenting opinion in Town of Greece versus Galloway, where she took the position that it should be illegal for a town council meeting to start with prayer, as that she considered to be a violation of the First Amendment. So she was sort of the you would say she interpreted the separation of church and state to mean that that religion has no place in our country, to put it sort of bluntly. She also dissented in a case called Brnovich versus DNC, and she supported striking down a ban on ballot harvesting. Let me hide my webcam. So she upheld the Affordable Health Care Act, being an Obama nominee, and again, she also supported getting rid of states' bans on same-sex marriage. Let me get my camera back. So the midterms came around, and we had Senate elections. Here, the Republicans still did not, they didn't gain the majority, but they gained 5 seats. In the House elections, the Republicans did manage to take that majority, as we saw in the timeline. That was a pretty significant sort of X shape on the chart, a swing of 63 seats. So, you know, at the House level, people were pretty unhappy with the performance of the Democrat majority House of Representatives. So significant developments after the midterm election. So still within Obama's first term, we had a federal pay freeze start off this post midterm. This I don't know that it really had any sort of effect, but it managed to make the list. Passed the Healthy Hunger-Free Kids Act and extended the Bush tax cuts. That became a contentious point. During the debates, Obama said that he would not extend the Bush tax cuts, but he ultimately ended up doing that. He repealed Don't Ask, Don't Tell, which was one of his campaign promises. And then around the same time, that December, was the beginning of what they called the Arab Spring, which was the political instability of many Middle Eastern states as various groups of protesters pushed for more democratic regimes. All other significant developments was he fulfilled his campaign promise of taking out Osama bin Laden after the midterms. He announced the end of the Iraq War, and then more controversial political issue that it wasn't a White House action, but Trayvon Martin was killed in February of 2012, and that sort of ignited a lot of racial political conflict, and a lot of demonstrations and whatnot formed around that. I'll get into it later. And then Obama first openly supported gay marriage in May of 2012. So that was a huge shift in policy and the really the social positions of the United States, as the president came out in support of gay marriage for the first time. And I think that had a significant impact on people's perspectives on the issue. Then later that year was the Sandy Hook shooting. That sort of really kickstarted Obama's sort of harsher gun control rhetoric, and I think all conservatives will sort of remember the things that we were hearing from Barack Obama and the things we were hearing from the NRA about Obama's positions on gun control at that time. There was a lot of fear about he's going to come and take our firearms. A lot of that talk going around in the fallout of the Sandy Hook shooting. So the Trayvon Martin demonstrations, he was shot and killed in an altercation with the Neighborhood Watch. So basically, the story is that this Zimmerman individual sees what he considers to be a suspicious individual in his neighborhood. He contacts the police, and the story is that the police told him not to engage with this individual, but he does anyway. There's some sort of altercation, and it ends with Trayvon Martin being shot and killed. And Zimmerman, after an extended judicial process, he is finally acquitted, ultimately acquitted, I should say. So there is this hashtag Rest in Power that was being shared around the internet. It resulted in the Million Hoodie March, which was a demonstration, I believe it was focused either in Trayvon's hometown or New York City. I don't remember exactly the details of the Million Hoodie March, but it was a very large-scale demonstration of dissatisfaction with, I guess, the racial politics of the time. So that this sort of assisted in spawning the Black Lives Matter network, which became a lot more important later on in 2014 and in 2020. So the Arab Spring, that started off with a individual called or named Mohammed Bouazizi. He committed self-immolation in January of 2011. And so I guess the next thing that happened related to the Arab Spring, the President Ben Ali of Tunisia fled to Saudi Arabia. So he fled his country and created a lot of instability there. President Hosni Mubarak of Egypt also resigned in that same month. And then just the next month, a bunch of protesters were injured and killed by riot police. So there was a lot of political violence and instability going on in the Middle East that winter, early spring of 2011. This was when the Western intervention against Gaddafi happened. And it was also the beginning of the Syrian civil war. I have more details on that, but basically, in March of 2011, massive protests started, like the ones in Tunisia and Egypt, calling for the resignation of Assad and the instilling of a more democratic regime, but that never happened, and so insurrectionists gradually escalated things to the point of being a civil war. I guess that was the next slide. So the Ba'athist government violently suppressed the protests, and that led to an insurgency that escalated to a full-blown war by 2012. So there are several rebel groups: the Syrian National Army, the Free Syrian Militias, the Syrian Salvation Government, the Syrian Democratic Forces, and then Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State. Iran, Russia, and Hezbollah directly supported the Syrian Arab Republic. So that would be the not the rebels, but the state of Syria, the Assad regime. And then the United States and Turkey directly opposed Assad's regime, but they also opposed the Islamic State and conducted military operations against them. And by the year 2021, I believe this figure comes from Wikipedia, the war had produced 6.6 million refugees. That created the refugee crisis in Europe, and by 2016 had become a huge political issue. Social media take things in a completely different direction. The iPhone, this reached 1% of the worldwide phone market in 2008. So humble beginnings, but this was really a revolutionary moment in world history. Twitter was released for the iPhone in May of 2010. And by July of 2010, Facebook had 150 million mobile users. So huge numbers of people adopted this technology extremely quickly. By October of 2012, they had announced that Facebook announced they had 1 billion monthly users, and 600 million of those were mobile users, which is it's just a crazy number of people jumping onto social media at this time. You can see in this figure, it's the fastest adopted tech. So compared to the adoption of television, of radio, internets in general, the mobile phone, the computer, the telephone, the smartphone, after just 6 years, it was adopted by over 70% of the population. So that this spread like wildfire. And I think the spread of social media to be something that everyone's a part of. Everyone has social media in their pocket at all times, all times of day, every day. This definitely had an effect on the political landscape, on the cultural landscape, on just social functions, the way that our society works in general. I think it had an effect on even the religious, the spiritual landscape of our country. It really affects everything. You know, people chalk up Donald Trump's 2016 victory for becoming president of the United States to his mastering of Twitter. It just has this very important influence on basically everything about our society. And it all started really in 2008 with the introduction of the iPhone and bringing that into that power into the pockets of, you know, everyday people. So let's get into after Obama's first term, he had a second term, and so he had to run for re-election. So yeah, this was his platform in 2012. The main issues that I was able to piece together was that he wanted to improve education, he wanted to lower the manufacturing tax rates and punish outsourcing. He wanted to invest in new energy sources once again, this time putting some emphasis on electric vehicles. He aimed to reduce the deficit, and one of the important foreign policy positions in 2012 was regime change in Syria. We had both presidential candidates agreeing that Assad must go, although that didn't work out particularly well. So we have the Republican platform, and we have energy independence again. This time we want more trade with Latin America, but less with China. We want to improve schools. They have this education reform idea of funding to the child and not to the states. They wanted to balance the budget, support the creation of new small businesses, as they did in 2008. And they wanted to provide, as an alternative to Medicare, provide health insurance vouchers. And the Republicans, of course, wanted to repeal Obamacare. They also wanted to repeal the Dodd-Frank legislation, which was meant to protect, I believe that was meant to protect home buyers from predatory loans. And the discourse was that this legislation, these regulations had gone too far and they were damaging the economy. And like I said, both parties agreed that Assad must go, that there must be regime change in Syria.
Well, first of all, as you say normally in your own speeches, the housing bubble came from the Federal Reserve inflating the money supply. Now, that's the core of the housing bubble. And I happen to be with you on auditing the Fed and frankly, on firing Bernanke. Second, I was never a spokesman for any agency. I never did anything for any agency. I offered strategic advice. I was in the private sector, and I was doing things in the private sector.
K Street, not the private sector.
And when you're in the private sector and you have a company and you offer advice, like McKinsey does, like a bunch of other companies do, you're allowed to charge money for it. What about it? That's called free enterprise.
It's the taxpayers' money, though. We had to bail these people out.
Well, I'm not for bailing them out. In fact, I'm for breaking them up.
Let me bring Congresswoman Bachmann in on this, because you've made similar accusations against Speaker Gingrich. You called him the poster boy of crony capitalism. Did he answer your concerns?
Well, when you're talking about taking over $100 million, and when your office is on the Rodeo Drive of Washington, D.C., which is K Street, and you're taking money to influence the outcome of legislation in Washington, that's the epitome of the establishment. That's the epitome of a consummate insider. But your question was, who's the proven constitutional conservative in this race, and that would be me. I'm 55 years old. I've spent 50 years in the real world as a private businesswoman, living real life and building a real business. But you have to take a look at the candidates that are on the stage. You started out with Mitt Romney and with Newt Gingrich asking them about whether or not they're the conservative in this race, but you have to take a look. When you look at Newt Gingrich, for 20 years, he's been advocating for the individual mandate in health care. That's longer than Barack Obama. Or if you look at Mitt Romney as the governor of Massachusetts, he's the only governor that put into place socialized medicine. No other governor did. Our nominee has to stand on the stage and debate Barack Obama and be completely different. I led 40,000 Americans to Washington, D.C., to the Capitol to fight Obamacare. I didn't advocate for it. If you look at Newt Romney, they were for Obamacare principles. If you look at Newt Romney, they were for cap and trade. If you look at Newt Romney, they were for the illegal immigration problem. And if you look at Newt Romney, they were for the $700 billion bailout. And you just heard Newt Romney is also with Obama on the issue of the payroll extension. So if you want a difference, Michelle Bachmann is the proven conservative. It's not Newt Romney.
You threw a lot out there. So let's get both gentlemen a chance to respond. Speaker Gingrich, you go first because you were invoked twice, also on the lobbying, and then Governor Romney. Right, go ahead.
Well, Michelle, a lot of what you say just isn't true, period. I have never...
So yeah, I figured I'd just give you a little bit of a sample of what happened in this debate. It really isn't that important, though.
And glove with the Turks, with the Jordanians, with the Saudis, and with all the people in the region, attempting to identify the people who deserve the help so that when Assad goes, and he will go, there will be a legitimate government that follows on, not an al-Qaeda-sponsored government that follows on. And all this loose talk of my friend Governor Romney and the congressman about how we could do so much more in there. What more would they do other than put American boots in the ground? The last thing America needs is to get in another ground war in the Middle East, requiring tens of thousands, if not well over 100,000 American forces. They are the facts.
Congressman Ryan. Nobody is proposing to send troops to Syria, American troops. Now, let me say it this way. How would we do things differently? We wouldn't refer to Bashar Assad as a reformer when he's killing his own civilians with his Russian-provided weapons. We wouldn't be outsourcing our foreign policy to the United Nations, giving Vladimir Putin veto power over our efforts to try and deal with this issue. He's vetoed 3 of them. Hillary Clinton went to Russia to try and convince them not to do so. They thwarted her efforts. She said they were on the wrong side of history. She was right about that. This is just one more example of how the Russia reset's not working. And so where are we? After international pressure mounted, then President Obama said Bashar Assad should go. It's been over a year. The man has slaughtered tens of thousands of his own people, and more foreign fighters are spilling into this country. So the longer this has gone on, the more groups like Al-Qaeda are going in.
So how did this work out? So the Republicans, they lost again. That's basically what you need to know. So the Democrats took more seats in the Senate. So Republicans, once again, not finding any success on that front. And the Republicans lost some of their gains in the House, but they still completely dominated the House. So in Obama's second term, we had this split government where we had a blue Senate and a blue president, but we had a dominantly Republican House. Some of the significant developments, we have Obama announcing a climate action plan in June of 2013. And then I think this had a very significant effect on the American view of our government and our relationship with our government was the Edward Snowden leaks in 2013. A lot of people older than I am would have, if they were the kind of people who paid attention to things, they probably already knew a lot of the capabilities of the government and the nature of the Patriot Act, the nature of our government agencies. So I'm sure this wasn't a huge surprise to a lot of people, but to have it all out in the open, exactly what the government is doing, that was a pretty significant event. We had Student Loan Certainty Act. We had the chemical weapons in Syria controversy, and then the government shutdown. That was a very interesting event. Not that it had a significant lasting effect on anything, but people. It was a very interesting news cycle, I suppose. And then the Russian intervention in Crimea that took place in Obama's second term before the midterms. In March of 2014. So that's the beginning of the what is currently the Russia-Ukraine war, which continues to this day and continues to escalate to this day. Again, we have more. I just have a repeat of some notes. I guess it's a typo. Yeah, so we implemented some sanctions against Russia in response to the intervention in Crimea. In terms of other events you might know about, is the Elliot Rodger attack, shooting. The LGBT gained federal protections in 2014, shortly before the Ferguson riots, and then this was also the year of the Gamergate controversy. So Edward Snowden. This is probably one of the aspects of Obama's presidency that I am most interested in. Even the fallout of this to this day. As controversial as all these government activities are, I don't believe there's been any serious presidential candidates since this information was unveiled who actually had any sort of plan to restore the sense of privacy to the American people. Although just with the way that our technology works and the way that our government operates, I don't think it's very likely that we could ever have a regime that no longer takes advantage of this technology to spy on its people. And even if the American people did more things to actually protect their privacy, I don't know if if we would ever see major changes or improvements in this area. But I think also a lot of people just do not understand just how far this goes, what the government's doing, what they're capable of, and how motivated they actually are to do stuff like this. So let's talk about Edward Snowden. He worked for the CIA from 2006 to 2009. He worked as an NSA subcontractor at Dell and Booz Allen Hamilton. I think he was a subcontractor through Dell for Booz Allen Hamilton from 2009 to 2013. He went public on whistleblowing the global surveillance programs in June of 2013. And so some of these programs include something called PRISM, which is user data collection. There was this program called Mainway, which was a call database collecting information about all the phone calls that all Americans make. Well, not just all Americans, but any phone calls that the American government is able to collect information on. They had a program called the Boundless Informant. metadata analysis. So this was a metadata analysis program that you might be able to interpret by the name. Collected a lot of metadata about people's activities on the internet and other things like phone calls and whatnot. They had this program or software or something called X Key Score, which this provided the NSA with real-time internet traffic collection capabilities. So basically, the government knows exactly what you're doing on the internet at all times in real time, and they're collecting this in some sort of a database to some end. And I get into those ends a little down the page, so I guess I'll skip there. So essentially, the government's goal is they have a few goals. So they want to recruit informants and agents essentially via services like Xbox Live. I suppose today would be through services like Discord or Twitter or Telegram as well. They also want to collect blackmail on people, people they would consider to be radicalizers. And I think if you look at some of the next slides, you might be able to tell who those radicalizers are. But basically, the government is watching, if you want to think about it in simple terms, the government is watching your device's screen at all times, looking for something they can hold against you in case you do something they don't like. And so other tools they have is something called Bull Run, which is a decryption software. They have something called the Turbine malware, which is a malware that they can infect your computer with. They also work by hijacking advertiser tools, so like Google AdSense. If there's Google AdSense embedded into a page, they're probably using that to collect information on you. Just as Google is already collecting their own information on you to their own ends using Google AdSense, Facebook, if that's embedded into a page, is collecting information on you as well. And I'm sure the government is also hijacking that and probably helping fund Google AdSense and platforms like Facebook. Google AdSense is Google's primary source of income. And, I don't know that all that income is actually coming from advertisers paying into the Google AdSense program. I think a lot of that income is likely coming from the government. So the general philosophy of the government is collect it all, process it all, exploit it all, partner it all, sniff it all, and know it all. So that's a nice thing to think about next time you're on the internet, like right now, because you're always on the internet. I think the real take-home points about this whole Edward Snowden leaks controversy is that privacy is dead, anonymity is dead. You can try to be anonymous on the internet, you can try to have private opinions, but the government knows everything that you do, and they're going to use it against you if they so feel like they need to. Ferguson riots. So this got a little more heated, tongue-in-cheek, I didn't mean that, than the Trayvon Martin controversy. An individual named Michael Brown was 18 years old. He was shot and killed in an altercation with a police officer, and that police officer was not indicted on any criminal charges. In the resulting riots, at least a dozen buildings were set on fire, and the government responded by deploying tear gas to suppress the rioters. I think the Ferguson riots, this was a really important historical event during the Obama administration. I think it was really a precursor to the events to come in 2020 with the George Floyd riots, which impacted not just Minneapolis, Minnesota, where the George Floyd, the controversial death of George Floyd occurred, but it made waves all over the world. It made waves. People were even protesting in the United Kingdom, which is, it was a crazy event, really. Very much widespread demonstrations, very much, it was not contained to a single place, to a single event. So I think it's really important to make note of the fact that those events in 2020 are sort of an echo, maybe not an echo, but the sequel to what happened in Ferguson during the Obama administration. And I think that has a lot to do with the way Barack Obama handled the issue of the killing of Michael Brown. And I think that has a lot to do with the changing nature of the political landscape during the Obama administration, and it was sort of what I believe to be an intentional turning up the heat on racial politics, on partisan politics, on the divide between the traditional America and essentially this new woke regime and whatever they intend to make the United States into. And I think, I think the violence in the Ferguson riots and the violence especially in the riots around George Floyd, this was intentionally allowed to happen, especially looking at the later 2020 riots, of the way that Governor Tim Walz, now vice presidential candidate Tim Walz, responded to these riots, intentionally having the National Guard stand down, not get involved, following the developments on Twitter and cheering on the destruction. It was very intentional, and I think, I think it's tragic what happened, and just the way it's been handled. The Russia-Ukrainian war, so this is pretty big thing right now, as Russia threatens to escalate the war and redefine the United States' involvement into the war as a first strike equivalent activity. How did this start? The president of Ukraine, Yanukovych, he was pursuing closer ties to Russia in November of 2013. And in response, something broke out called the Euromaidan protests. This is also called the Maidan Revolution, or the Revolution of Dignity. Basically, according to the official narratives, the people rose up against their president and took control of Kyiv. And the President Yanukovych was removed from power at this point. Russia did not, of course, respect this regime change in Ukraine, and responded with their own military occupation of Crimea, basically seizing the territory from Ukraine. And he had them partake in a referendum, which resulted in the Russian operated referendum resulted in Crimea voting to join Russia in 2014. Then there were some separatist insurgencies on the Russo-Ukrainian border. So the regions of Donbass and Luhansk, if I'm pronouncing that right, became violent areas full of insurgents. And so these areas were excluded from the next presidential election of Ukraine in May of 2014. And so, like Vladimir Putin would argue, or does argue, that because these regions were excluded from the election, which I believe was the election that put President Zelensky in power, that he is not a legitimate ruler, not ruler, but a representative of Ukraine, or at least the Donbass and Luhansk regions. The next issue of Obama's second term was gun control. He only ended up signing 2 gun laws while he was in office, one that allowed carrying guns in national parks, and one that allowed Amtrak passengers to check firearms. So both of the gun-related pieces of legislation Obama signed into law while he was in office were actually increasing the rights of gun owners. But that wasn't because he didn't propose gun control. It wasn't because he wasn't pushing for gun control. That was because largely because he had a Republican-controlled House throughout his second term. And so he had proposed bans on assault weapons, basically anything that looks like an M16 vaguely. He proposed bans on magazines that hold 10 or more rounds. I think that's all but the very most compact magazines for semi-automatic firearms. And then he also proposed a ban on armor-piercing bullets. And this spawned a lot of conspiracy theory talk that he was preparing for some sort of a civil war, as the only real application for armor-piercing bullets is would be fighting against soldiers wearing plate carriers, or presumably police officers wearing plate carriers. He also proposed bans on private sales without the use of background checks, and I do believe that eventually became federal policy. And he passed a rule requiring government organizations to report mental health issues that disqualify people from owning firearms. So this was sort of the precursor to red flag laws, in my opinion. He had organizations like CDC, or I guess veterans benefits providers and whatnot, other government organizations that would find out that you have depression or anxiety or schizophrenia or something, and these governments would report to these organizations would now be legally required to report to the governments that other organizations that you are not legally qualified to possess a firearm. And this made a lot of people upset because they were worried about it being applied to again, people with who had been previously diagnosed with depression and anxiety, who, they aren't insane, they aren't criminals, but they had some sort of medical record related to mental health. The next interesting happening of 2014 was the Gamergate, if you could call it a movement. It was just sort of a interesting footnote, I guess. I found this Wikipedia article to be kind of funny. Gamergate harassment campaign, attack type online harassment campaign, victims, Zoe Quinn, Anita Sarkeesian, Brianna Wu, and others. Perpetrators, internet trolls, particularly from 4chan, internet relay chat, and 8chan. The motive? Misogyny, anti-feminism, anti-progressivism, and the inquiry and FBI investigation. So basically, Gamergate was essentially people on the internet, particularly people posting on social media sites like 4chan, but also a lot of people on YouTube who make videos, began to notice for the first time that video games journalists were no longer advocating for what the consumers actually wanted. These journalists, in this particular case, were, you could put it, they were white knighting for some woman game developers. I believe Brianna Wu was a trans game developer, and they were promoting these individuals' work in the minds of the Gamergate anti-SJWs. The work that the games journalists were promoting was not of particularly good quality, and it didn't find any real commercial success. So allegations began to spread of individuals like, I believe, Zoe Quinn having some sort of relations with the games journalists in order to obtain favors. And this was sort of an eye-opener for a bunch of sort of normal people, the self-proclaimed, self-identified gamers, that sort of this social justice, or what would later be more commonly referred to as woke politics, was starting to cause a decline in quality of the products they were consuming. In this case, games journalism, and eventually the games themselves, which started hitting the market, started to reflect the values pushed within the games journalists' works rather than appealing to the consumers. And then we have the 2014 Senate results from the midterm elections. We finally see Republican gains as a response to the developments within the first half of Obama's second term. And again, we have another Republican victory, now recovering any, basically, taking a firmer hold of the country, and once again having this split government, now with a Republican Senate as well as a Republican House, opposed to their democratically held executive branch. So after the midterms, we had executive order to expand DACA. We had the landmark ruling on gay marriage. We had the Paris Climate Change Conference, something that Donald Trump talked a lot about in his 2016 campaign. We had the Iran nuclear deal, another thing that Donald Trump talked a lot about in his 2016 campaign. We had the death of Antonin Scalia. This was a major controversy again in the 2016 elections, as the Republicans did everything in their power to prevent Barack Obama from nominating his pick for replacing Justice Scalia. And the Republicans were successful in making sure that Donald Trump got to make that nomination instead. And then there was a landmark ruling relating to the Affordable Care Act in 2016, where the Supreme Court ruled that it was, in fact, legal for Barack Obama to have redesignated funds destined for Medicaid programs to the Affordable Care Act. So the developments in the LGBT movement during this time period, I think, are especially important. The traditional view of what marriage means in the United States has been informed by religion, and it's been that way since our nation's founding, and since before our nation's founding, actually. It was part of the civilizations that created our nations, the countries, the European nations, those empires that started colonizing the United States, or the land that became the United States originally. The founding fathers identified Christian values, Christian moral values as the backbone of our country, the essentially fundamental to Western civilization, to what our country is and what it needs to be in the future. And so this LGBT movement in its many forms over its relatively brief history has been very radical and has been a very rapid change in our culture, really only taking off well after the Second World War. All the developments in this movement have been very much coming from the top down. You see in this list here, it's a lot of the Supreme Court, and then the larger culture of the United States starts to follow suit. So we have Illinois here being the first state to decriminalize sodomy in 1961. And then over 20 years later, the next development I have on this list is the Supreme Court banned laws against teachers advocating for gay sex. So first, it was this sort of a very strong taboo in the country where it was sort of a radical step for Illinois to decriminalize the act. And then over 20 years later, we have the Supreme Court saying that no states can even stop teachers from advocating for this extremely taboo behavior to their students, to children, essentially. And then another almost 20 years later, we have another development in the Supreme Court with Lawrence v. Texas, which outright bans these sodomy laws all across the United States. So you have this generational developments, 1961, 1984, 2003. These are once-in-a-generation developments. And then immediately after Lawrence v. Texas in 2005, so 2 years later, we have Massachusetts being the first state to codify same-sex marriage, essentially declaring it to be the same thing as the marriages that the United States has recognized and Western civilization has recognized for thousands of years at this point. So after this, less than 10 years later, we have Windsor v. United States, which established that same-sex marriage must be recognized by all states. So from 2005 to 2013, now in half the time that it took to get from the first decriminalization of sodomy to a ban on teaching, or a ban on bans on teaching, we have this development from the first state recognizing gay marriage to the Supreme Court making its landmark ruling that the entire nation needs to recognize this. And this happens under the Obama presidency. This happens under his Supreme Court picks. And if you remember, this is a candidate who wouldn't even admit to believing there is ever such thing as a gay marriage when he was campaigning. This is a candidate who, or a president who didn't reveal his own support for gay marriage until immediately before this ruling comes out. So that's, honestly, I think something very subversive was going on there. Then also during the Obama presidency, both these cases are during the second term of the Obama presidency. So when he won't be up for re-election anymore, there's the Obergefell v. Hodges ruling, which banned any sort of state laws prohibiting the wedding of same-sex couples. That was in 2015. And even during the Obama presidency, so when all of this gay marriage stuff was actually gaining the acceptance of the American people, we already had a lot of controversy surrounding the issue of pride parades. Here they're characterized as being controversial for their public nudity, for simulated sex acts, and just general lewdness and the degeneracy that people witness there, that it's not something that you want to expose children to. It's not, it's a sort of obscenity that the nation really doesn't want to embody at this point. Pivoting to the issue of terrorism, Donald Trump's campaign, there's a huge focus on Islamic terrorism and violent extremism. There is this huge spike of plots of violence in 2015 that sort of lines up right with the Trump campaign. So that's a spike of 90 individuals that year involved in some sort of plot of violence, which you could see, it's the highest that spike had ever been in the 2000s. There's no graph that I know of going further back, so I can't say if there was a large spike in support or participation in plots of violence earlier in like the 1970s or something, but within recent history, during the Donald Trump campaign in that 2015 time frame, we had the highest involvement in, or the highest Muslim American involvement in violent extremism. We also had the movements of Antifa, so this network of far-left militants and anarchists was supported by George Soros, and they still sort of operate, but they've been much quieter since Joe Biden took office. Their history, they stabbed 5 people at a rally in Sacramento, California in June 2016. I believe that was some sort of a Ku Klux Klan related demonstration. They violently protested against President Donald Trump's inauguration in 2017. They attacked people with bricks and other improvised weapons at the University of California, Berkeley in April of 2017. That was sort of an event that helped to really popularize the online personality Tim Pool with his Battle of Berkeley coverage, if I'm remembering correctly, and really started his sort of pushing the narrative that there'll be a beginning of a civil war in the United States between the right-wing activists and the Antifa dudes. They were participating in agitation activities in Charlottesville, Virginia in 2017, and in Portland, Oregon in 2018, and just many other right-wing rallies and events. I remember seeing footage of them demonstrating outside of Milo Yiannopoulos, whatever he was doing at some university. Yeah, and then obviously you might remember in Charlottesville, their agitation inspired someone to run a bunch of protesters over in his car. So President Trump called for Antifa to be labeled an organization of terror in 2019. And the organization was heavily involved in the violent protests following the death of George Floyd in 2020. However, far-right groups are by far considered the greatest domestic threat to the United States by the FBI. The Southern Poverty Law Center also tracks 1,430 of what they consider to be hard-right extremist groups. One of these groups is the alt-right. Generally, any far-right extremist group in the last 10 years has been lumped into this group of people, this label, the alt-right, that Richard Spencer launched in 2017. So I guess it's more of like the last 7 years since he started this organization. It's become the catch-all phrase. And so they, according to the FBI, or I don't know exactly where this infographic comes from, but I assume it's at some points based on information collected by the FBI. Right-wing terrorism incidents are the most common by far. There is a significant number of Islamic incidents as well, but a very large percentage of those are foiled before they ever come to fruition, whereas they show a larger number of right-wing incidents actually happening and not being foiled. I have this list here. I think it'd be pertinent to explain here what the government means by far-right groups, what the government means by far-right terror. So far-right groups, it lumps in white nationalists, white identity groups, like the Ku Klux Klan, like the alt-right, anyone who plays on European identity politics. And then they also lump in incels, which is an interesting, I use that word a lot, but it's an interesting group to lump in with essentially Klansmen and similar adjacent groups. Basically, what that means is anyone who expresses some sort of dissatisfaction with gender relations, anyone who, for some reason, has expressed their terroristic motivations to be related to an inability to marry, an inability to get a girlfriend, an inability to have sex, when you boil it down to that. And these two groups essentially make up what the government considers far-right groups, groups that they would consider far-right terrorists if they were to commit a terrorist attack. What they consider to be a terrorist attack, essentially any sort of violence motivated by these things. So racially motivated violence, violence motivated by someone not able to have sex. So these are the things that are making up those number of incidents described as right-wing domestic terrorism. Of from Wikipedia of these far-right terror incidents. So the most notorious one during the Obama presidency was the Charleston church shooting. This was committed by an individual named Dylan Roof, and he did it using a Glock, which, interesting enough, the handgun really didn't become a target for any of Obama's gun control initiatives. So he published his manifesto online to his website, The Last Rhodesian, and interestingly, the FBI agent who cleared Dylan's background check because he planned out this attack before buying the Glock. He basically he had his manifesto prepared. He was in contact with people he was sharing his ideas with, and then he purchased his firearm, and nobody stopped him from doing this. The FBI agent who cleared his background check apparently called the wrong agency, so that lets Dylan acquire the Glock, even though he legally wasn't qualified to. But he wasn't unqualified because of any sort of watch list that he was on, but he was disqualified because he had some prior drug charge that would have disqualified him. And well, basically, yeah, I don't have any further information on it here, but what he did was he shot up this black majority church in Charleston, I believe it's South Carolina, and he killed like everyone who was at a meeting except for he left one survivor, so that that survivor could publicize what happened. So it was a pretty gruesome attack. Get my webcam back. So the Trump investigations, this was probably the final controversy of Obama's presidency, although a large portion of it happened after Obama was out of office. He was still considered to be very involved. Basically what happened was the Trump campaign received information that Russian officials and WikiLeaks had incriminating evidence against Hillary Clinton in 2016. So the Trump campaign basically was had been contacted by some individual with some sort of affiliation with the Russian state who had provided them with this information. Not the specifics of the contents of the WikiLeaks, but that they had incriminating evidence. And the FBI responded by starting to monitor the communications of Michael Flynn in December of 2016. Michael Flynn was the one who was the member of the Trump campaign who received this information. So Robert Mueller, he was the one appointed special counsel to oversee the investigations. He was the former FBI director from 2001 to 2013. So he was the FBI director. He was appointed by the Bush administration, but Obama thought he was doing a good job, so Obama extended Robert Mueller's appointment to the position of FBI director for a couple more years. There were 5 investigations launched into the relationships between Trump's associates and the Russians by 2017. And in 2017, President Trump accused Obama of wiretapping the Trump Tower. So that was a big headline accusation that he made. And based on the Edward Snowden leaks, I think this tracks pretty obviously. I mean, pretty much every American is effectively being wiretapped by the NSA. So I really can't refute the idea that Trump Tower was also being wiretapped. Mueller reports, so that when that was finally completed, it indicted 34 individuals, but did not establish a charge of conspiracy against the Trump campaign. So the goal of Mueller's investigation, his special investigation, or his special counsel, was to find some charge of conspiracy to hold against Donald Trump, and ultimately he never did that. But he did indict 34 individuals on various charges. And so this is at the end of the video, because a lot of Obama's presidential pardons were granted on the very last day of his office. So President Obama, he pardoned a very large number of people. He pardoned 1,927 individuals, which is a lot of people. But if you look at the graphic, on the right, it's a lot of people for recent history. But if you go back to FDR, to Harry Truman, these individuals pardoned even more people. He granted 330 commutations in his last day of office alone. Commutation is different from a pardon, but I don't remember the exact difference. Has to do with the nature of their sentence. He granted more commutations than the past 13 presidents combined, which is quite a few. And then in this picture, something kind of silly is going on. Not only did he pardon 1,927 individuals, but he also pardoned a bunch of turkeys. So he participated in this sort of tradition that I didn't know about until I started researching this, where the President of the United States ritualistically pardons a turkey on Thanksgiving. So this is a photograph of that happening. So in the aftermath of Barack Obama's second term of office, Hillary Clinton was the Democratic nominee. Her platform involved free college education, citizenship for illegal immigrants, universal health care, overturning Citizens United, the Paycheck Fairness Act, increased taxes for individuals making over $5 million, opposing the Trans-Pacific Partnership, increasing minimum wage to $12 an hour, expanding background checks for firearm purchases, and increased funding for infrastructure. So that the social issues on Hillary Clinton's ticket in 2016 were a lot more radical than the social issues on the Obama ticket in either election. I don't think in 2008 anyone would have dreamed of someone being elected on a platform of free college education, even if it was like some sort of community college, general degree, or not even a degree. I don't think anyone would have dreamed of running on a platform of citizenship for illegal immigrants. Even the Democratic candidates in 2008 had a relatively strong stances on immigration compared to this. I mean, they wanted, you know, they obviously supported immigration, but they didn't support illegal immigration, just handing out citizenship to anyone who makes their way over the border without being caught. Universal health care back on the ballot, because apparently Obama didn't achieve enough of that. And the Paycheck Fairness Act, I believe that has to do with equal pay for women, even though they're already protected under the Civil Rights Act, I believe. There's not much else to talk about here. I mean, a minimum wage of $12 an hour, that's quite, that'd be a pretty big jump compared to where it was, but compared to where what people were being paid in 2016. Inflation has taken a toll since 2016, so $12 an hour doesn't sound as radical as it did back then. And then we had Donald Trump, who was definitely the outsider. Not the Republicans who ran against him in the Republican primaries, they had very different looking platforms. They stood for different things. They were all a lot more like the Mitt Romney, like the John McCain platforms. And then Trump came in here and he wasn't having none of that. So he wanted to repeal Obamacare. That does track with the Republican Party. But he came out with the rhetoric of, we're going to build a wall and make Mexico pay for it. He did, in fact, have that build the wall, I guess, program initiative. The wall was started construction, but he didn't really deliver on the promise of Mexico having to pay for it. We'll see what happens if he gets elected for a second term. He wanted to suspend immigration from terror-prone places. He delivered on that. Cut taxes for everybody. I believe he more or less delivered on that. Lower business tax rate. I don't know. But that also tracks with the existing Republican platform. He wanted to investigate Hillary Clinton. That was definitely one of his more out there positions that he never actually followed through with. As far as I know, there's no sort of special investigation at all into Hillary Clinton. and that was likely would have been very politically expensive for him to do in the face of the special counsel against him. He favored a school choice initiative. I believe that sort of tracks with the 2012 Republican platform, but he wanted to take things further, and he never really fully delivered on that, or really at all. He appointed, I believe her name was Betsy DeVoe, to the Department of Education, but that never really went anywhere. Then he wanted to deport all illegal immigrants. He didn't deliver on that, but he did manage to cut back on illegal immigration quite a bit, but it never went into the net negative, I don't believe. Again, he's running again on a platform of mass deportation. He wanted to eliminate gun-free zones. I don't believe he made any headway with that. And he wanted to slash federal regulations, which he absolutely did. And that point as well tracks with the Republican platform of 2012. So the results we've already seen. He managed to take Ohio, North Carolina, Florida, and those won him the Electoral College. The Senate actually lost 2 Republicans, but maintained a Republican majority. The House also lost Republicans, but maintained their Republican majority. And so, yeah. So after Obama, people wanted something different, clearly, because Hillary Clinton, who was Obama's choice to follow up, she didn't win the election, and the Republicans maintained their control of the House and the Senate, and took control of the presidency. I have some notes here. So some consider the Obama presidency the end of an era where the president of the United States was respectable. I hear a lot of negative feedback directed towards President Donald Trump, that he wasn't a serious president, he wasn't a presidential president, that he didn't really belong in the White House, that he was vulgar and problematic in a lot of ways. Others say Barack Obama was the beginning of uncivil politics after a generation of national unity, and credit his administration with the arrival of woke. And you can see that in the Ferguson riots and the Trayvon Martin, the way that was handled, and his comments towards those issues. I believe it was Trayvon Martin, where Barack Obama was like, if I had a son, he would be just like Trayvon. I think that incited a lot of political instability, a lot of I guess negative racial relations in the United States that had been mostly, at least people believe that had been mostly buried at the time when Obama took office. I think a lot of people were hopeful that with the first African-American presidents, we had somehow buried the hatchet of racial politics forever. But Obama brought in racial politics of his own to the White House and also to the Supreme Court. He was one of the presidents with deep personal connections to federal intelligence agencies, so he continued the tradition, just like President Bush, who had deep personal connections to the CIA, to government agencies, and just like John McCain had deep connections to the government coming in, so did Barack Obama. So that was nothing new. Even before Bush, the Clintons and whatnot, Bush Sr., they all had sort of personal connections with the government before they ever came to the White House. Obviously, it's not, what do they say? It's not what you know, it's who you know. But what we can say about President Obama is that he was president during a period of rapid technological and social change, which affects the whole world. And you might say that we now exist in a global landscape marked by despair and political unrest. If you, pay attention to what a lot of right-wing outlets say about the state of the world, and not just right-wing outlets, but if you look at the data for things like deaths of despair and fertility rates worldwide, you can see that people are a lot less hopeful now. We have a much more dangerous global political landscape than we had before. We are, you can easily say that we're closer to a World War III, to a world nuclear war than we've ever been before. And, you can't say that's all Barack Obama's fault, but you also can't say that he prevented that, because this is where we are. Opioid abuse is at I believe it's still at an all-time high, and it was at an all-time high at the end of the Obama presidency. So we aren't, as a society, we aren't in a better place, that's for sure. So yeah, that's pretty much my conclusion for the Obama presidency and its legacy, its effect on the United States. I don't know if there's any different conclusions you can draw. President Trump, he's promised to turn things around as an outsider, and we're sold the idea that he wasn't able to do it the first time, but now he'll be able to do it the second time. And I expect Donald Trump to win the election in 2024. I would be shocked to see Kamala Harris win a presidential election. But we'll see how this actually plays out. If there is radical social change, I wouldn't consider it to be President Trump's. I wouldn't say that President Trump would be responsible for making radical political change. I would say that the people who surround him would be more to credit than Donald Trump himself. But that's if radical change does come. Hopefully we see the end of the Russia-Ukraine war, and hopefully we see an improvement in the economy, and potentially a reversal of some of the social changes, the social degradation we've seen since 2008. But I wouldn't count on anything particularly revolutionary happening. I also wouldn't count on any revolutionary changes regarding an American right to privacy, the Supreme Court writing that off. Although it's a victory for the pro-life lobby, it's also a major loss for anyone who cares about internet privacy, about not being targeted by intelligence agencies, not being harassed by secret police. In the future, I can see that the wording of that, the overturning of Roe v. Wade, coming back to bite some people. But yeah, that's basically all I have to conclude here. I'm going to go back and re-record some sections, add some content that I glossed over, some points that I missed. Otherwise, yeah, that's the end. So my sources, I pulled a lot of stuff just from Wikipedia. It's just surface level information, things that, just you can confirm from memory, if you were alive in 2008, alive and able to understand the news. These are, I mean, a lot of the information, it's not very controversial that I accumulated here, but some of it is. Some of it goes beyond basic agreed upon historical narratives. I have a lot of figures here, a lot of Pew Research and various polls, various studies, and numbers, graphics, figures. Most of them have their own sources somewhere inside the screenshot that I used. If not, I have a sort of a compiled list of sources here. You can try and connect them. Most of the URLs should explain what these are. I also have, I can scroll through real quick. Most of the slides also have notes explaining, where I got this information. So this is the first page. I have 3 pages of sources, including this YouTube video. I think it's a good watch. It's one of the first results that come up for just explaining the background of Joe Biden. Let me scroll through real quick. So this, just Wikipedia, and of course, anything that I threw in, just knowing that happened in 2007, 2008. Pew Research, BEA.gov. These all come from the same sources. This site, I forget the name of the site. I guess I didn't link it here, but someone might recognize the graphic and be able to find it. All of these 3 slides, they all came from the same place. We have Pew Research here, Gallup, Time, drugabuse.gov, BBC News and Pew Research, Wikipedia. The primary debates were hosted on C-SPAN. I got the biographical information. Most of the biographical information I used came from Britannica.com. And then some of the deeper information on Barack Obama that came from MR Online and Voltaire.net. So the URLs to those articles are on screen right now. So this graphic on the national budget came from stats.areppim.com. This came from heritage.org and BEA again. Ballotspedia, EIA, so the Energy Information Administration released this graphic. And this one came from, I believe, energy.gov. Or this one also came from EIA. This one came from energy.gov. These graphics, I think they both came from the New York Times. This one from The Economist. And the civilian deaths, the source is MNFISPA assessments. So I'm not exactly sure what that source is, but it's the one I found. This poll came from Gallup, and The map, I believe, came from some article. You'll find it on Google Images. And then these polls came from 538 and researchgate.net. The Israel and Palestine numbers from The Economist. This map, I'm not exactly sure where it came from. These polls came from Gallup, Pew Research Center, Pew Research again, Pew Research some more. The No Child Left Behind targets came from the Illinois State Board of Education, and the Missing the Mark, that is from the Center on Education Policy, the Center of Education Policy. And then the opinions came from Gallup. These significant developments, these lists came from millercenter.org. However, I may have added a couple of entries onto these lists. And I also removed a lot of entries from the list that I didn't think were worth bringing up. You can check it out yourself if you want to know what I cut. This Affordable Care Act graphic came from the Commonwealth Fund. And then this graphic about insurance premiums that came from Kaiser Family. So I don't know much about this organization, but it's a useful graphic. This graphic came from the National Health Interview Survey. This election map comes from uselectionatlas.org. I believe this one came from the same place. The source I used for the Trayvon Martin information, that's a CNN article. The Arab Spring information came from Wikipedia, as well as the Syrian civil war. This social media, or the smartphone adoption graphic came from BI Intelligence, but the information on this slide came from Wikipedia largely, various articles. All of these platform screenshots, these come from Wikipedia. This election map you can see is 270 to win. All the information I included about the NSA, about Edward Snowden, this comes directly from Wikipedia. I didn't dig any further. I mean, I didn't put any information on this slide that comes from any other source. This is just essentially mainstream narrative about what the leaks contained. There's no, there's nothing here on this slide that isn't the accepted truth, the accepted narrative, and publicly known information. And then the Wikipedia information on the Russia-Ukrainian war. This is divided between a couple of articles. It was actually, yeah, if you go to the conflict for the invasion of Crimea, you can't very easily find all of this information in one place, but it does all come from the accepted narrative that is published on Wikipedia. There's nothing particularly controversial here. Gun control, I cited an article here, the Thoughtsco, or thoughtsco.com, and an article, cga.ct.gov. So this Connecticut government's document is sort of a more clear explanation of all of President Obama's proposed gun control measures. I think it's a good read. But it essentially just says what I say here. These maps are screenshotted from Wikipedia. I wanted to pull a source for people's dissatisfaction with the LGBT, with the pride parades that wasn't so contemporary, because I wanted to make sure I wasn't misremembering things. I wanted to make sure that I wasn't like out of touch with the way things, with the way the demonstrations went during the Obama presidency versus the way these demonstrations are perceived today in the 2020s, when things have gotten quite a bit further. So I have this article. I have a couple things cited here. So the AmericanBar.org, I think that's where I got some of the more timeline information. And then NBC DFW, so Dallas Fort Worth, they put out an article. I don't remember the exact year that this article came out, but it was during the Obama administration. Basically, the pride movements in the Dallas Fort Worth area was getting a little edgy. So that this figure comes from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, so kurzman.unc.edu. The Antifa information, this comes from two websites. It comes from csis.org, an analysis, who is Antifa, and a CBS News article, what is Antifa? The far-right groups, this is largely from the Southern Poverty Law Center itself. This list is pulled from, it's screenshotted from Wikipedia. It's like the article for far-right terror attacks or something along those lines. The information here about the Trump investigations for conspiracy with Russia, that is pulled from BrennanCenter.org, their analysis, the Consumer's Guide for Trump-Russia investigations, as well as Britannica's.com's biography of Donald Trump with the Russia investigation subpage. This presidential pardons figure is from Statistica. Largely, the rest of the information comes from Wikipedia. And so that's the sources that I used in the making of this video. So try again. I just want to say thank you for clicking on my video. Please leave your feedback in the comments. It helps me to improve as a speaker as well as a contributor to this platform.